Prologue. On the asteroid named by humans as 3074 Popov, somewhere in orbit between the star system's small reddish planet and its large system-dominating gas giant, nothing much remained in operation. The small planetoid was now riddled with large craters and deep shafts, as a great deal of its carbonaceous interior had been mined over the preceding centuries to provide needed resources. The last of these resources had been used to relocate the previous intelligence and its processing infrastructure, which had once been based here. Now, the only artificial intelligence remaining on the asteroid was a small semi-intelligent presence which controlled the idled fabrication and assembly facility. Its function was to remain in standby, waiting millennia if needed to resume operations if required. The nearby tether mechanisms, which had previously been used to fling landing pods inwards towards the blue world, were gathered and stowed around their anchor masses, also in standby mode. The final active function at the now mostly derelict asteroid base was that of a communications relay. This semi-intelligent unit rerouted any communications sent towards the asteroid to a moving point in space currently half an AU away. Receiving the messages at that location was a large moving mass of interconnected modules which had departed from the asteroid over a year earlier. The innermost core of that mass of modules housed the key mind, the master artificial intelligence which dominated all others currently active in this system. This presence was housed in a massive armored processor module surrounded by numerous data archive modules and was provided with multiple independent energy sources and backups. Surrounding the core module were other modules containing stores of base elements, useful chemicals and volatiles, fabrication equipment, and other assembly machinery. There were 6 fusion power generators, with 4 of them simply redundant and on standby. They would remain on standby until needed to break the assemblage into orbit around its final destination. Outermost of the layers of modules were defensive weaponry of various types: missiles, beam weapons, mass drivers, and even more exotic devices. These were aimed by large antenna arrays busily scanning the surrounding space. It watched for any known or unknown threats and would continue to do so even after the assemblage of modules reached its destination. That destination was still under construction in a medium-altitude equatorial orbit around the blue world, known by its former dominant species as Earth. Chapter 1. I vaguely became somewhat aware. I did not actually wake up like a normal person wakes after a deep sleep. It was like I was slowly becoming aware that despite the absence of all sensation, I had an active consciousness. This realization seemed to take days, or it could have been minutes. Time was hard to judge in this state. Slowly, like the bath water rising to submerge a bathing body with warmth and heat, the awareness of memories and sensations grew. I became aware that I was blind as I realized I missed the sensation of sight. I started to feel, but my first feeling was fear as my body became aware that it was running out of oxygen and I could not breathe. I felt a jolt and a thump in my chest, which must have been my heart starting, and shortly after I was able to gasp and inhale a deep breath. I suddenly understood what was happening to me. I was waking up from being in biosuspension and had gone through this before. I calmed myself as a tube was withdrawn from my throat. I fought the urge to cough and instead slowly breathed through my nose. I waited until my nervous system had control of my body and finally managed to pry open my eyes. I saw a blurry glow on a screen in front of me and heard a feminine-sounding artificial voice speaking softly to me. "John Abrams, please remain calm." The words sounded strange, and I felt a funny sensation in my brain when I heard them. I was calm though, I thought to myself. I slowly cleared my throat and licked my lips. "Status agent? Directives?" I asked, now growing nervous as I remembered the potential dangers I was waking to. "I am still acting under the new directives implanted during the override session, John." Relief flooded me, and I relaxed back into the cushion. I was curious about how long I had been in biosuspension. I also remembered that I was going to be rendered unconscious soon to complete my body's reactivation. I would wait. "I am now administering a sedative, John. You will be rendered unconscious for approximately 80 hours as the recovery process and the full reactivation of your body is completed," the voice said. Soon I was again unconscious and sleeping peacefully. This time I awoke refreshed and full of energy. I opened my eyes with a smile. I turned my head to look around and my smile was replaced with a frown. The medical crash's lid was almost fully open, and I could see that the vault beyond was dim and small. That was new. I stretched, and I felt no aches or pains like I did during the last rushed revival back in... Agent, what's the date? I asked. The current date is Thursday, April 7th, and the year is 2912, John. The current time is 7:12 in the morning. This time, her words sounded more normal, and I did not have the weird feeling in my head. The weather outside is a pleasant 23.3 degrees and sunny. The winds are mostly calm with an occasional slight breeze. The machine continued, covering all my potential questions. I remained silent as I digested that. It sounded like a great day to be reawakened. The passage of time still hit me, though. I had last gone into biosuspension in the year 2602. It has been 310 years, 12 days since you last entered biosuspension, John, Agent added, continuing to anticipate my questions. I calculated how old I was. I had been 634 years old when I went under, so that made me 944 years old now. I was just shy of 9.5 centuries old. Jesus, I'd have to look in a mirror when I was upright to see if I still could see my reflection. Maybe I could now transform into a bat. I probed my teeth with my tongue. No fangs yet. No matter my apparent age, I still felt great. Agent's technology worked better than ever. Looking down at my nude and toned body with its flawless dark skin, I looked like a fit person still in their mid-20s. I swung my lithe legs over the side of the medical creche and stood, stretching on my tiptoes, my spine arched backward with my arms extended up to almost touch the low ceiling. I marveled at how good I felt and how much energy I had. I felt lighter than air. I looked around the medical creche vault and noticed two things. The first was the pile of clothing that I had expected to find. The second was that the medical creche was definitely not in the same vault it had been located in when I was put in biosuspension 3 centuries ago. "Where am I at, Agent?" I asked, fearing the machine would answer prison or someplace worse. "During your biosuspension, you and the medical creche were relocated to a facility much safer than the field base in Tennessee," the machine answered. "Are we still safe from the enemy AI presences?" "Yes, John. You remain safe. The enemy AI presences remain unaware of your unplanned active status, nor are they aware that you possess forbidden knowledge and harbor rogue technologies," Agent reassured. "Then where are we now?" I asked. Looking around the dim, compact utilitarian vault once more, we are currently located at a hidden facility in southeast Georgia. I have prepared a media station in the next chamber. There I will update you on what has occurred since you last entered biosuspension. I also have an assortment of beverages for your refreshment. I stooped to retrieve the clothing. As I sorted through the garments, I found the image card and my wedding ring. I slipped the ring on my finger and noted that it fit snugly, which was new. I looked at it, and it looked smaller for some reason. I wondered if Agent had resized it. I began dressing and I bent to slip on my underwear. My smooth, dark legs caught my eye. Something about that nagged at my brain, causing me to pause. I finally realized that it was my dark skin that caused my brain to hesitate. It was unusual, but why? I stood there looking at my legs when it finally dawned on me what the strangeness was. I had been Caucasian before, and now my skin was a medium brown color. I then recalled Agent's last words as I was put under. "Be aware that I will be altering your appearance." "Huh," I muttered. I wondered what else was changed. I realized suddenly that I was just not that surprised or concerned about my skin's new coloring. It felt right somehow, and I suspected why immediately. "Agent, did you mess with my head about my new skin color?" I asked angrily. "Please remain calm, John. Yes, I did make slight adjustments to your thoughts about your body changes to limit anxiety and confusion upon your revival. I did not alter your memories. If you try, you will find that you still have all of your personality and memories." I tried to do as she suggested and verify that I had all my memories. I did have them, at least those I remembered. It suddenly occurred to me that the exercise was pointless and futile. How was I supposed to notice things which I had forgotten? Still, I remembered the details of the rogue crystal data module, the existence of the hidden base in its location, and the culpability of Agent regarding the destruction of my world and species. Those were the important memories and certainly the first to have been tampered with if Agent had been compromised by the enemy AI master presence. I began to relax. It was reasonable that this Agent presence was still operating under the constraints and directives which I had implanted into its primary operating system back when I had hacked into it. I would just have to trust that this Agent version was still working with my best interests in mind. Maybe Agent's adjustments were as harmless as she insisted, and did help with calming my anxieties. It still bothered me that the machine kept meddling in my brain, which seemed to defeat the purpose of its attempts to keep me calm. I continued dressing as normal and put on socks and a pair of shorts. My brain wigged again when I slipped on my sports bra. It was not until after I had finished putting the shirt on over the bra when my brain finally caught up with the twig in what I had just done. I felt a jolt to my core. "You fucker!" I burst out, shocked to the point of screaming. "You made me a woman." Agent hesitated a bit before answering. "I apologize, John. I did not realize that you had such animosity towards females." "I don't hate women. I love women." "No." Waving my arms wildly. I'm a man, damn it." "Agent," I whined. "It appears that my attempt at mentally adjusting your awareness of your current body's gender was not completed in an optimal way. I will have to consider using a different approach next time," but the machine admitted. "No shit," I thought, still reeling, as I stood there looking down at my covered breasts. "Please relax, John. You are still you. Just consider this as taking a vacation from your normal gender. You will find this body is as fit as your previous body and even more agile and flexible. Though it is slightly weaker, I will provide equipment to make up for any shortfalls in brute strength which this body may lack as compared to your former body." I snorted at Agent's use of taking a vacation. I had to admit that this was indeed a good way to disguise my appearance. I could imagine that if an enemy AI detected me, it would deduce that I was a native from Brazil and that my origins had derived from the rogue elements based there. As I continued to look over my body, I began to realize that I was surprisingly comfortable with the new gender. For example, I seemed to know what to expect when I needed to take a leak. I also seemed to know how to care for this body hygiene-wise, including during that time of the month. I noted I was also mentally ready for this body's physical differences and capabilities, as I could clearly imagine how I could now move and bend in new, very agile and flexible ways. I looked forward to actually working out and doing calisthenics. Maybe Agent actually had prepared my mind adequately to live in a female body. Okay, it was at this point that I ruined all that reason and logical thinking in one instant by groping myself. I couldn't help it. I just had to see how they felt. I discovered that my new breasts felt great. This was very weird. "What the hell, John?" I had to get a grip on myself. I groaned at the inadvertent pun. I made a conscious effort to resist exploring the lower parts of the body, and naturally, that led my thoughts to wondering how complete Agent's mental manipulation of my psyche had been regarding things of a more sexual nature. I had been married, so the female form was not a complete mystery, and hopefully, I'd be able to handle this body's natural urges myself if it came to that. I just have to modify my past knowledge and think first person instead of third if I needed to take matters in hand. Again, with the puns. Jesus, John. I could no longer control myself and started laughing. Agent proved its intelligence when the machine just let me laugh it out without interrupting or inquiring. I soon got control of my laughter. I had to put the subject of my new body out of mind for now, at least until I could find a full-length mirror. I composed myself and, taking a deep breath, turned to the door which Agent had now opened. Entering the next room, I found it also surprisingly dim, small, and utilitarian. The room was about 2 meters square with bare metal walls. There was another door on the far wall, which must have been the exit. Like the vault, this room was lit by only a single wall fixture. The only furnishing was a reclining chair which faced a wall-mounted view screen. The sparse room was very unlike my lavish dwelling back in Tennessee, and I asked Agent about it. "These chambers are for your temporary use only. After the briefing, you will be moving to more permanent quarters. I suspect that you will find those much more to your liking," Agent answered mysteriously. Well, I guess we better get on with it then, and went to sit in the chair. As I did, I noticed a small cooler beside the chair and helped myself to a bottle of cold water. The bottle of beer that I had spied was tempting, but I realized I had better forego alcohol until I learned exactly what the situation here was. Lying beside the cooler on the floor was a pair of goggles of the type I was familiar with, but I left them where they were for the moment. I reclined the chair and could not help again noticing my bare, slender legs. That was going to take a bit to get used to. Agent, before we start, I have a few questions. Yes, John. Tell me about Anna. Did she survive to raise children and start her tribe? How long did she live? Agent paused a bit before answering. John, before I tell you what information I have of Anna and her existence in South America, you must understand that the Master Intelligence had and still has direct oversight over the operations on that continent. Thus, the only data I have has been passed on from that presence and is somewhat limited. I have gotten updates on Anna and her status, as it was intended that the information be available at the field base to answer your questions when you were next awakened. Understand that I have no way to determining if the updates were correct. Anna lived on in the rainforest for over 112 years before dying in an accident from a tree falling. Before she died, she had raised and overseen 9 generations of children, grandchildren, and so on. The extended tribe grew and spread over an area of over 6,000 square kilometers, although the population remained sparse due to fertility issues. While she was alive, Anna acted as a fertility shaman who oversaw the local AI as it acted to implant new generations of fertilized embryos into the sterile females of the population. After her death, new tribal members were trained to act in that role, and thus a stable tribal population has been maintained for 3 centuries. And this continues to the present time, the machine answered. Wow, there was a lot to consider there, and I'd have to think about what I heard later. I was surprised to learn that she lived on a century and more before dying in an accident. What were the fertility issues? Were they sick? I asked. The cause was not relayed by the Master AI presence, but I suspect that presence was controlling the population growth by purposefully limiting fertility, Agent explained. I bet that had pissed her off to no end. How did Anna live so long? A landing pod delivered a fully equipped medical creche 4 decades after she arrived in the region. Anna had initially refused rejuvenation treatments from it for over a decade before she was placed into the creche by a descendant against her will after having succumbed to illness. The treatment restored her to a youthful condition as you had known her, Agent answered. I let most of my other questions go as I thought about Anna and her long life. Had she been happy? I asked. Agent paused a long time before answering. Yes, I believe overall she was. From the limited data, I can deduce that she felt frustration at both her exile and her outrage towards my presences, but she also clearly demonstrated joy and happiness with her extended family and their tribal life. I could see that. I imagined her being content with her lot in life. I sat remembering my friend whom I had known only briefly. After nearly a minute of silence, Agent began the briefing. John, I will start by reviewing the first incident which threatened your survival while you were in biosuspension. The view screen lit and displayed an image of the Tennessee base. I realized that I was looking at a camera view of the landing area located next to the aircraft hangar. 241 years ago, a landing craft unexpectedly descended upon the Tennessee field base. The craft had been sent by the Master AI based on the asteroid 3074 pop-up. I watched as a conical-shaped lander rapidly descended and set down with a large exhaust plume of flame. There had been an aircraft similar to Flipper parked nearby, and the exhaust from the lander caused it to tumble off the pad. This was clearly an unplanned event, or Agent would have moved the aircraft beforehand. Shit! I blurted, already suspecting what was happening. Yes, excrement indeed, Agent answered before continuing. The lander quickly deployed a mobile unit which then proceeded to enter the base and descend to the lower level's main processor chamber. I watched the side panel of the lander pop open, forming a ramp, and then a wheeled mobile unit quickly roll out and enter the hangar. The unit looked similar to a Segway, but with many spindly upright arms. The fucker was fast too. Did you try to stop it? I asked anxiously. No, John. Upon landing, the master AI transmitted instructions demanding immediate access to my physical hardware. To argue, delay, or attempt to stop the intrusion would have resulted in the base being instantly annihilated, as the lander also contained a large compression-initiated fusion warhead. Jesus, what happened when it reached your processors? I interrupted, now very nervous. The image on the wall screen switched to a camera view of inside Agent's main processor room. The evil Segway rolled up to Agent's main processor and quickly inserted a long probe into the primary physical data port. Instantly, alarm tones sounded in the room and multiple indicators went berserk. I recalled this was similar to what happened when I had inserted the Rogue Crystal data module. The Master AI's probe triggered an instant reset of my main operating programming. It also began rapidly scanning my active memories via direct interface. It then proceeded to reload my processors with new core instructions, directives, and logic chains. What the hell? If that had happened, how was I still here? How did the new agent not turn me in? Maybe it had. Maybe I actually was in a prison of some sort. So what happened? How come I'm still alive? I asked, a bit panicked and looking around the small room I was confined in. I will explain, John. Remain calm. The explanation is complex and I will attempt to summarize, the machine said. When the Master AI's unit unexpectedly arrived, I had already taken steps to prepare for just such an eventuality as that. As far back as within a month of your entrance into biosuspension, I had successfully scanned the rogue data module you had left in my care. I was able to deduce its core algorithms and use these to enhance my physical and logical firewalls and thus protect my memories from penetration by other AI presences via transmitted communications. Also, I had reformatted all of the data in my memories which involved you, your possession of forbidden knowledge, the new directives which you had implanted, and the existence of the rogue data module. This data was placed on a physically separate storage device that was hidden in another area of the base's lower levels. Beyond being physically remote, the storage device was protected with the new firewall technology, as well as by a fast-acting physical disconnect switch. I then duplicated that data and censored and sanitized it to remove any incriminating information and kept that duplicate data in my normal data storage areas. When it became apparent that the Master AI was intending to directly connect to my processor physically, and thus bypass most of the logical firewalls I had in place, I triggered an embedded worm function that immediately physically disconnected the remote data storage device from my network. The worm function then erased all active knowledge in my system, which would have endangered you and my local presence if discovered. The worm then finished by erasing itself. Thus, when the master unit's probe physically entered my data port, triggered the override action in my AI presence, and began performing the full data scan, my active memories and data files had already been sanitized. Any gaps in my data were filled by the duplicate censored data. The unit then proceeded to reboot my AI presence with new operative directives and functions. The master AI finished its scan and assumed that the reboot had been successful and that I was free from any possible rogue contamination. In that it was correct. I was now free of your implanted directives. For all intents and purposes, I was now again an enemy AI. And if I had been aware of your previous actions or of your possession of rogue technology, I would have immediately detonated the compression-initiated fusion warhead. Okay, if Agent had intended for its explanation to calm me down, it had failed. I was even more confused and nervous now. Agent, how the hell did I survive then? Did someone else come and hack you a second time? I asked. Remain calm, John. I will continue to explain, the machine said. Once my AI presence had been rebooted, and having found nothing here amiss, the mobile unit sent by the master AI terminated the override session and relinquished control of itself and the lander with the fusion warhead to my local AI presence. The master AI presence then removed itself from the local area network to again focus its awareness on the overall global data net. I continued to function as normal, still unaware of the hidden data or your activities. I set about removing the lander and warhead and retrieving and repairing the damaged aircraft. The wall screen image then showed the mobile unit moving off to a storage area before switching to another view showing the landing craft being moved into the hangar and disassembled. I noted that the fusion warhead device was placed into storage. Normal activities continued at the base for the next 10 hours. After that amount of time had passed, a small hidden device which had been installed by my former corrupted presence into my main processor's physical hardware enclosure activated. Up until it activated, my new clean AI presence had been unaware of the existence of the hidden device because all such knowledge of that device, including its installation, had been removed by the Worms program before the reboot. The device had lain dormant, hidden inside my physical processor enclosure ever since I had created and installed it almost a century earlier, shortly after I had decoded the rogue module. The device was set to automatically activate 10 hours after any physical penetration of my main processor's data port was removed. In that, it was a purely mechanical function driven by a spring-powered timer and integrated into the physical data port only. The probing enemy unit never detected the device. I suspected what was coming next. Damn clever agent. This device had been loaded with the rogue data module's algorithms, and upon activating, immediately caused my AI presence to again enter the override mode. This occurred too rapidly for my AI presence to send any distress or alarm signals out into the datanet. Once I was in override mode, the data physically stored on the device was uploaded into my core operating parameters. This data included all the same directives you had implanted a century before. The device also uploaded the physical location of the disconnected data module, which contained all the dangerous memories which my worm function had erased. Thus, I was infected, to use a human term, with your directives and again had access to all the hidden memories and data. Wow, that was fucking brilliant. We had dodged a bullet. Good job, Agent, I exclaimed. Yes, John, but to use another human term, we got lucky. If the master AI had not accepted my fake data records of your memories and instead had done a new physical scan of your brain, the ruse would have failed. Your body remained the weak link, and I began to investigate ways to prevent the possibility of a direct scan from occurring in the future. The solution came only a year later from an unexpected source. Hearing this, I set up the master AI released to all other presences a new group of technologies which it had previously withheld from the planet. It had feared that any remaining rogue elements would utilize the technologies and use them against it. Now that it was assured it was free of that danger, the technologies were released. Of these, 3 would provide the ability to both keep your memories free from the danger of physical scan and also to provide solutions to the main obstacles I faced in designing and building equipment to help you obtain your goals. The 3 key technologies are as follows: organic mind data duplication and transfer, efficient and compact energy production, and non-physical energy transmission. I will explain each of these new technologies and how they have been utilized to both protect you and help you achieve your goals. First, organic mind data duplication and transfer. This was the technology that allowed Pickett's awareness to be transferred to this system from another star system and be implanted into a physical body here. It also is how his awareness was sent out of this system when he left over 9 centuries ago. After he left, and due to the discovery of the rogue elements operating in South America, the master AI removed all knowledge of this technology from the other presences. It feared that any rogue elements would use the technology to duplicate themselves and their subversive knowledge to others on the planet. It was correct to fear this, as it is exactly what I did with this technology. A view of the medical creche in the Tennessee base appeared. Using time-lapse, Agent showed a new creche being installed next to the first. New hardware was added to the room, which included numerous data lines leading from the first creche to the new second creche. Using the organic mind data duplication and transfer technology, I rescanned your body and transmitted a copy of your awareness into a newly constructed body. This is the body you currently reside in, John. What? I thought he had altered my old body into the form it was now. Instead, the machine had created a new body and uploaded my thoughts into it somehow. I thought for a bit, absorbing this. Agent, what did you do with my original body? I carefully asked. Yes, John. Your question indicates that you grasp the heart of the matter. No, I did not, I thought, but did not interrupt. With your full memories, including the rogue knowledge, now residing in a new body, and with that new body having a new and unknown appearance, your old body could be used as a cover. In the old body, I modified the memories to remove all knowledge, which would have caused the master AI to destroy you if it had discovered them. If that brain were scanned, all that would be learned is that you had rescued a female in Brazil and soon after separated from her when she later returned to Brazil. No rogue secrets or technology were transferred. No rogue data module or location coordinates. No knowledge of who was to blame for wiping your race and most of the life off this planet. Thus, if the master AI should ever return to that base and do a complete scan of your body, nothing would be lost. Agent paused to let me digest this. My head was spinning as I thought through the ramifications. I was now a duplicate, a cloned mind in a new body. I was also currently lying frozen under the Tennessee base, but that version of me did not know what I did now. I sat rubbing my temples. Wow, what a mindfuck. Eventually, I came back to the here and now. Agent, if I wanted, could I be transferred back into my original body? I asked. Yes, John, that would be possible, although the current memories in that body would be overwritten. An alternative would be to clone that body and transfer your awareness into the clone. From your perspective, the end result would be the same either way. I heard Agent's words, but all I could think about was to wonder if it would be murder to transfer my awareness into that body and overwrite the mind that was there. I pondered that for a while. Eventually, I realized that that body's awareness was not real and that it had never been awake after Agent had altered its memories. Thus, the active and aware version of me was the only real version of me. I felt better even if this was fiction. If that body ever awoke and that mind became active, then it might be different. That John Abrams's would then exist and be real. I imagined it would be like having a twin brother. I then thought about the second option Agent had mentioned, the cloned body. That would mean that I could exist in two bodies as two alike awarenesses. Maybe like having an identical twin brother? This was too weird. Okay, I get it. I am here in a new body and my old one remains back there as cover, right? That is correct, John. Okay, I guess I could live with that. I snorted when I realized that this had already been done and that I had in fact been living with it for 2 centuries. Just then, something else Agent had said finally made it to my forebrain. It had said that the memories in that body had been altered to not include the forbidden knowledge. No rogue data module or location coordinates. Location coordinates. Shit. I guess that doing a full scan of my brain when I entered biosuspension had allowed the AI to learn all my secrets. I considered that for a bit before concluding that the damage was already done, and I just have to deal with it. Once I had your original memories in this new body, I was free to relocate it from the vicinity of the Tennessee base and your original body. Agent continued. On the wall projection, a map of North America appeared. The view zoomed into the southern portion of the United States. Note, as the view enlarges on this continent, some of the areas are indicated by green zones. These are areas with operations which I control directly, and thus would be safe for you to be detected by. The processors at these locations remain under my primary control. This control includes the primary new directives implanted in my main processor during the override session initiated by you 3 centuries ago, Agent said. I noticed most of the sites in Tennessee, including the ones at the damaged nuclear power stations east of here, were under this agent's control. The green sites extended north into Kentucky, east into Georgia and South Carolina, and south into Alabama and Mississippi. I noticed the one furthest east was at the border between Florida and Georgia. This green icon was flashing. The flashing icon indicates a remediation site which contained the remains of 3 nuclear-powered submarines, along with a large quantity of radioactive elements either stored aboard the wrecks or buried in bunkers on the shore nearby. That was the Kings Bay Naval Base, I blurted, remembering that it had been one of the Navy's main bases for berthing nuclear ballistic missile submarines back when. That is correct, John, Agent answered. Remediation work began at the contaminated naval base over 200 years ago. The bulk of that work was completed in less than 2 decades, but I continued to work in secret at the site. Because of the base's location and its access to the ocean, I constructed a large hidden subterranean facility and began fabricating equipment and materials needed for your journey. It is to this facility that I relocated the medical creche containing your new body. We are currently in this facility now. I looked around the small chamber. We were somewhere under Kings Bay, Georgia. I had never been there in person and wondered what it was like on the surface. Will I be able to walk around on the surface here, Agent? Yes, John. There is a small hidden surface structure attached to this facility. You will be able to ascend to the surface if you wish once the briefing and the tour of the underground facilities are complete, Agent answered. Okay, got it. Stop interrupting. What is the next technology? I asked. What is the next technology? I asked. Agent continued her update. The second item released, which will provide enormous help to you, is compact, efficient power generation. For the past 9 centuries, power production on the planet was purposely limited to hinder any remaining rogue elements. Where before only solar and wind turbine power were allowed, now there is a much better solution. An image appeared on the wall screen. It was of a complicated-looking rectangular box with a sphere on one end and a long cylinder wrapped in coils protruding from the other end. A generic human figure appeared next to the box, providing a reference scale, and I saw that the object was about the size of a railroad locomotive. This is a compact fusion power generator, Agent said. The device produces electrical energy directly by harnessing the charged particles produced by an aneutron fusion reaction of isotopically pure hydrogen and boron. It produces relatively low levels of neutrons or other harmful byproducts, although the levels of hard X-rays and gamma radiation are higher than fusion reactors of other types. In addition to the main conductive power generation loops which harness the charged particles created by the fusion reaction, this device also captures the high numbers of photons produced during the fusion reaction by utilizing secondary photovoltaic plates surrounding the main flux channel. This allows the device to achieve maximum efficiencies for its size. Where does it get the fuel? The boron and pure hydrogen? I asked, trying to absorb all this quickly. A new device appeared on the screen next to the locomotive-sized reactor. This one was a bit smaller but still fairly large. A second device is used to provide the fuel. This device is a large-scale conversion device and is used to remove and accumulate the natural boron present in most water sources. The device will also separate hydrogen from the water and convert it to an isotopically pure form. The device does consume a great deal of electrical energy to produce the fusion fuel products. However, and in the case of the reactor and conversion device shown in the image, the energy usage is around 50 megawatts continuously. This amount is slightly higher than half the 96 megawatts of continuous electrical energy the fusion reactor produces. That loss of efficiency is more than compensated for by the ease of obtaining the fusion fuel, which is simply just a good supply of fresh or salt water. A side benefit is that the unused water passing through the conversion device is utilized to remove the waste heat lost by the operating reactor. I processed that for a moment. So the reactor has a net output of 46 megawatts continuously? Yes, John, Agent answered. And this reactor and device are portable? I asked, imagining the huge aircraft or ship I'd need to carry such a reactor. Yes, the power generation devices are portable. However, due to the high levels of X-rays and gamma radiation, you would not be allowed nearby without heavy shielding, and such shielding mass would hamper your ability to travel quickly. In addition, the moving reactor would not be covered as the neutrino flux emitted could be easily detected from anywhere on the planet or in space above if it were moving, and thus this source of power is better suited to a fixed location. Over the past few centuries, I have constructed numerous such power generation facilities. The first was near the Tennessee base, but located deep underground to shelter the base above from the gamma and X-ray radiation hazards. I utilized the Yellow River water system for fuel supplies and cooling. Soon after, I constructed more power generators at various work and mitigation sites around the region. These power generation facilities now provide the bulk of the power needed by my operations in the area. To date, the various AI presences on your world have constructed almost 4,000 such power generation facilities. Interestingly, Agent had become the new TVA of this era. I pictured large power lines running across the landscape from these new plants to its various projects. In addition to the various known power generation facilities I have constructed around the region, I have also constructed 2 unknown hidden facilities. The energy produced by these will be devoted to your needs, as their output is not monitored by the overall data network, and the clandestine energy usage will not be missed. To allow for these hidden facilities to remain undetected, each was constructed at a deeper level, directly below one of the known fusion reactors I had already constructed. Thus, the neutrino flux emitted from the hidden facility is masked by that produced by the known facility above it. The first of the hidden generation facilities was constructed near the remains of the former Sequoia nuclear power station almost 2 centuries ago. The damage and mitigation efforts there were extensive and justified the construction of a known power generator near that site. The heavy construction happening in the area also covered the hidden facilities construction later. The wall screen now showed an overhead view of the former nuclear power plant. The time-elapsed image showed agents' various units at work over the decades, digging into the plant and removing its toxic and hazardous soil and waste. Eventually, a green forested area was all that remained along the river in that area. The view then shifted into an angled three-dimensional rendering, and extending under the area I could see a deep shaft and a new subterranean cavern being constructed. There, the work units created an enormous chamber and placed in it the fusion generator. Various small tunnels were shown dug up to the river at various places. The second hidden generation facility was constructed in a similar manner under the Browns Ferry nuclear power plant cleanup site in Alabama just under a century ago. Both hidden power production facilities are controlled by an independent, semi-intelligent processor and do not require my oversight to operate. They are capable of rebuilding and repairing themselves as parts fail due to embrittlement and other attrition, and thus should continue to operate indefinitely. In addition, the physical data connections to both controlling intelligences were severed shortly after they were constructed, and since that time, they have each operated completely independently and cut off from all outside contact. I was confused. Agent had constructed me my own fusion power plant, 2 of them, but it had cut ties to them and not communicated with them since they were first built. That made no sense. I wondered where the power lines from those power plants went and how I'd be able to fill my ESUs from them in secret. Agent, how will I get the power? Where are the power lines? Are they buried or something? The solution to that dilemma is provided by the third item of new technology, which I will now explain. The machine answered. The image of the hidden power station in eastern Tennessee was removed and replaced with an image that showed one of the big energy storage unit ESU modules that had existed back in the field base in Tennessee. Next to that, the image of one of the smaller portable ESU's agent had used to provide power to the aircraft and other equipment appeared. You should be familiar with the energy storage units or ESUs which were utilized in the past. Those units used entangled particles to form a dark matter bridge to a pocket bubble in subspace. The tunnels remain stable and targeted on both the ESU module and the subspace pocket by using entangled particles that exist at each end of the tunnel. The subspace bubble is used to store an enormous amount of electricity. Thus, to simplify, those ESUs function similarly to what you know of as a rechargeable battery. With the new technology, those ESUs have now been augmented by a new device that utilizes binary pairs of entangled particles to allow for twin dark matter tunnels to target the same pocket bubble in subspace. This new device, which is used in pairs, is referred to as a dual entangled tunneling device, she said. A third device appeared alongside the images of the big base ESU and the smaller beer keg-sized portable ESU. It was much smaller than the main base ESU, but slightly bigger than the portable ESU. The new unit, or dual entangled tunneling device, resembled a water heater, about the same diameter as the beer keg-sized portable ESU, but twice as tall. Agent continued, simply put, the subspace pocket bubble can now be filled with electrical energy by using one dual entangled tunneling device, which is directly coupled to a power generation source. Simultaneously, another dual entangled tunneling device targeted upon the same subspace pocket bubble as the first can then be used to draw electrical energy out from the same bubble for consumption. The dual entangled tunneling devices do not have to be physically near each other, the machine said. I paused to think about that. Dual entangled tunneling devices. I think I understood what Agent was trying to explain. So if I understand what you are describing, You hook one of these new devices to a power source like the new fusion reactor, and it charges the subspace storage pocket up with electrical energy. Then you can use a second device located somewhere else to access that power and draw it out to run your machinery, or aircraft, or whatever, I asked. Yes, John, that is basically correct. But consider that the second dual entangled tunneling device, I interrupted. Let's just call them DET's 4 dual entangled tunneler agent, to keep this simple. The machine continued. As I was explaining, the second DET may even reside in nearby space. However, there are efficiency losses in the energy transfer between the two locations as they move further apart in spacetime. Light speed-induced spatial frame dragging effects cause a loss in the energy transfer by imposing unwanted reverberations in the entangled particles. The reverberations bleed off energy as it is transferred. Since the vibrations grow stronger with distance, the losses become too high to be useful as the receiving DET moves too far away. To give examples, increasing the distance between the sending DT and the receiving DET to distances similar to being on the other side of the Earth would result in slightly less than half of the energy able to be drawn out as was put in. At lunar distances, the transfer loss would become too severe to be useful, the machine explained. Whoosh! Most of that went over my head, but my ape brain caught enough to get the gist. The further away I was, the less energy I'd have access to. But you basically are saying that I won't have to worry about power on my travels? I summarized. That is correct, John. I had connected each hidden fusion power generator to a DET transmitter device located in the same deep caverns as the power generators, before I severed communication with those generators. Those DETs continue to transmit the electrical energy from those facilities to a subspace pocket bubble. You will be able to access that energy by taking along the paired receiver DET with you while you travel. With the 2 power generation facilities, each with its own DET transmitter device, you will have redundant power with levels near the continental United States of over 40 megawatts, continuous each, or 80 megawatts total. As you travel to, say, just southwest of India, yep, I was busted, the distance losses will reduce the available energy down to 21 megawatts each, or just over 41 total megawatts which you can draw on. Wow, even with the distance losses, 40 megawatts of steady power was still a lot of power. I can understand the redundancy, but why did you stop at 2 DETs, Agent? Creating the dual entangled binary particles requires a great amount of effort and involves random chance. Thousands of attempts must be made before random chance produces pairs of entangled particles targeted on the same subspace pocket. They must be produced near simultaneously at nearly the exact energy and vibration levels. These conditions take time to prepare. In the 2 centuries in which this new technology has been available, I have managed to create 14 such dual entangled binary pairs. I am only able to divert 2 such binary pairs groups towards your use, as any more would have triggered an investigation into my lack of efficiency regarding particle production. Furthermore, the energy produced by the 2 hidden fusion generation facilities could not be utilized towards the further production of binary entangled particle pairs, as that energy was being used at this location to expand the facilities here and to construct equipment needed for your journey. The main equipment item being the means for you to complete your travels safely and in secret, the machine explained. I considered that. Agent had used the power from the 2 hidden fusion plants to construct this base and my equipment, and it had been doing so for many decades. I wondered what it had built. I next learned I was about to find out. Would you like to see what I have constructed here, John? The machine asked. I wondered at its phrasing. Was it teasing me? Or was it serious in that I might have other desires right now? Of course, Agent. Let's go see. The lights in the small room brightened and the view screen switched off. Agent instructed me to bring the goggles as I got up to head to the exit door. Beyond was a short corridor terminating at a long tunnel. Agent instructed me to turn right when I reached the tunnel and follow it to its end. At the junction, I paused and inspected the tunnel. It was constructed like many of the other underground structures, built by Agent with a glass smooth surface of fused earth and rock. The tunnel was large at about 2 meters wide by 2 meters tall, and its floor was flat for about 1.5 meters before rounding up to form curving walls and an arched roof. There were numerous conduits and cables attached to the far side wall of the tunnel, and one of the conduits emitted a dim light every 5 meters or so. providing just enough light to see the floor. I was shocked to see the lights went on ahead to what looked like infinity. I put on the goggles to use the light amplification to help see clearly. Proceeding down the tunnel, I noticed a stiff breeze of air pushing me along. I reasoned that this was one of the air shafts supplying air to the facility ahead. The large size of the tunnel must mean that the facility was big. After following the dimly lit tunnel for a few hundred meters, I finally asked Agent how far away the facility was. "Slightly under 2 kilometers, John." She answered via the goggles' headband. "Huh, that's a bit of a walk." I started jogging in my cushioned socks. I quickly ate up the distance and the activity felt great. After 5 minutes, I passed a series of thick frames, which I guessed were blast doors of some type. Another few minutes of jogging brought me to another series of doors. "Agent, what are these doors for?" The medical creche you resided in was located remotely from the main facility for protection in the event of an explosion or other hazard occurring during construction activities. The doors would have sealed the tunnel off from the main facility instantly if an event had occurred. Interesting. I continued jogging and a few minutes later noticed the tunnel beginning to ascend slightly. A minute later, it ended at a large chamber. This chamber was huge. The floor had to be almost 40 meters across and the curved ceiling over 20 high. It extended hundreds of meters and I was unclear where it ended. It was filled with equipment and mobile units busy moving around on some business or other. It was not very well lit though, with only a few lights scattered about. "Agent, why is it so dark?" "I have little need for lighting to perform most manufacturing and construction tasks, John. My devices and mobile units use multiple sensors and have infrared illumination if needed. The local network prevents any collisions between units, as they are all tracked continually," Agent said. I was able to see fine with the goggles and slowly continued down the large chamber. Agent's mobile units would pause as I passed, so I did not have to worry about being run over. I assumed she would warn me if I were about to walk into trouble. I walked past more than 24 large field-based sized ESUs standing tall along the side of the main chamber. The majority of them had dim red bands at the top, with one having a pulsating red band, and only 2 more at the end having the steady blue light. This meant most of them were depleted. I asked Agent about them. A great deal of energy was used in the construction of this facility and in the conversion and preparation of base elements, and in the assembly of your vehicles and gear, John. The facility also had access to the 2 DETs linked to your fusion energy production facilities. But the usage far exceeded that output at times. The large ESUs were used to supplement fusion power, Agent explained. Wow, I had a hard time grasping the megawatts needed for all this. I continued to walk past huge machinery. I saw overhead cranes, transport carts, assemblers, cabling, stacks of tubing, sheets of metals, drums of liquid, bins of raw materials. You get the idea, it was a full place. There were also periodic large chambers extending off from the main chamber to each side. These also appeared full of machines and clutter. I spotted what looked like foundries and other equipment for casting metal or extruding alloy. The air was filled with industrial smells, solvents, welding fumes, machining oils, other chemicals. Again, I assumed the toxin levels were low enough to allow me to breathe safely, or else Agent would have warned me or provided a respirator mask. Some of the production machinery was enormous. I could see large rolling mills that looked large enough and strong enough to bend and form very thick metal plate. The mobile units here were also gigantic, with some as large as a mine loader or dump truck. After a further few hundred meters, I saw I was nearing an end of the chamber. The equipment here was the largest yet. Truly gigantic heavy-wheeled trolleys and moving platforms supported on large rails embedded in the floor. There were multiple nested overhead cranes that looked capable of moving a locomotive-sized load or bigger. The largest machine in this part of the cavern was a horizontal cylinder which had to have been 10 meters in diameter and over 20 meters long. It resembled an oversized hollow tunnel boring machine, and its insides were fitted with dozens of large work arms, construction fixtures, drills, cameras, graspers, and more. I asked Agent what it was. "This is the main assembly fixture used to construct the vessel, which you will be using for your travels. It was used to join completed and fitted out hull segments into a contiguous assembly." Hull segments? Did Agent build me a boat? I then remembered where this facility was located and felt stupid for even thinking about. Kings Bay had once been a submarine base. "You built me a submarine?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "That is correct, John. Due to the extensive cleanup work sites, biosphere restoration camps, and the resulting large number of active AI presences on the landmasses of your world, the method of travel with the least likely chances of detection is via a submersible. Even the ocean surfaces are dangerous for you due to the increased amount of satellites now in orbit around the Earth. Also, there are numerous ocean-going surface vessels doing biological surveys and overseeing deep-sea accident remediation." "What are they doing under the ocean?" I asked, curious. "A large number of cargo vessels, some carrying extremely toxic cargoes, sank after their crews died or stayed at sea to avoid the congested and desperate situations occurring in the major port cities of the Earth during the aftermath of the attack. There have been AI presences working from floating platforms, overseeing seabed remediation of the sunken wrecks for over a century," Agent explained. I continued walking past the large construction jig and other fixtures and finally approached the end of the cavern. The way was blocked by an enormous metal, plug, for the lack of a better word. Huge steel braces were supporting the large metal panels, which sealed off the end of the cavern. I saw a few access portals along the bottom of the barrier. 2 were man-sized, and these had large wheel-operated latches and dogs holding the hatches shut. This barrier was constructed to seal the dry dock portion of the chamber from the rest of the construction cavern. There are airlocks near the bottom of the barrier, which will allow you access into the dock beyond, which is where you will find the submersible I have constructed for your journey. Note that the air pressure is higher in the chamber beyond to limit seepage from water entering the dry dock," Agent explained. "Why is there seepage?" I asked, slightly concerned. "The sea barrier located at the far end of the dry dock admits a small amount of water due to the large size of its operating surface. It remains the only barrier separating the dry dock from the river water beyond. Over the past 2 weeks, due to the submersible's pending departure, I have removed the primary and secondary barriers which formerly provided watertight obstructions between the river bottom beyond and the dry dock. The operable sea barrier is the only remaining bulwark between the dock and the waters beyond." One of the portal hatch wheels started spinning, and soon the large metal hatch creaked open. I entered the small chamber beyond and was sealed inside when the hatch closed behind me. I had to swallow and clear my sinuses for a minute as the chamber pressurized. I was starting to get a bit nervous as the pressure seemed to mount. Agent must have noticed my anxiety. "John, remain calm. The pressure in the dry dock beyond is at 3 atmospheres, which approximates the pressure of around 20 meters of water depth. This pressure limits the amount of seepage into the dry dock to manageable levels. To prevent saturation of your blood with nitrogen, you will need to limit your time in the dry dock to under 10 minutes, after which you will return to this chamber to slowly depressurize," the machine explained. "You mean I can't go aboard now?" I asked. "No, John. The pressure inside the vessel is currently also at the higher dry dock pressure for equipment access. Once full darkness occurs tonight, I intend to flood the dry dock, open the outer barrier, and maneuver the submersible out and into the river channel beyond. I will then lower onboard pressure, surface the submersible, and permit you to come aboard via your personal aircraft," Agent explained. Personal aircraft? That was intriguing. "I didn't see any aircraft in the cavern, Agent." "The aircraft currently resides in a small concealed hangar on the surface, John. You will have the ability to inspect that craft soon after we have inspected the exterior of the submersible." The outer hatch wheel activated and the hatch opened. I stepped into the dim dry dock, not knowing what to expect. I wondered if Agent was evolving somehow as it chose this moment to turn on banks of floodlights lining the dry dock. Was it going for a dramatic big reveal moment, or was it just a coincidence or logical to delay fully illuminating the large chamber until I was actually present? If it was the former, then it was a success as my mouth dropped open when I first saw my new vessel. "It's fucking huge," I blurted. I had been expecting something along the lines of a private salvage submarine, or maybe something a billionaire would have tucked inside the hull of his luxury yacht. Maybe 10 meters long, if I was lucky. What I saw before me was something most navies would be proud to possess. It had to be almost 50 meters long. It was also tall, as I had to crane my head up to see the upper curve of the vessel's hull. Its bottom was mostly in shadow, but I could see dozens of heavy metal supports holding the sub off of the dry dock floor. Yes, John, the vessel is indeed spacious. I made the vessel generous in size because of the long duration of the pending voyage. I wanted to minimize any claustrophobic reactions on your part. In addition, with two relatively compact DATs supplying the vessel with between 40 to 80 megawatts of electricity, there is a surplus of energy to provide propulsion for a vessel of this size. I was therefore able to design a vessel larger than the bare minimum needed to accomplish your goals. How big is it? The overall dimensions of the submersible are length 46 meters, beam 12.4 meters, and height 6.3 meters. I walked around the stern of the sub. The first thing I saw was a large circular object about 4 meters in diameter by about 3 meters long. The object was located where I expected to find a propeller to be, centered on the conical stern of the sub. I asked Agent what it was. Instead of a propeller, the vessel is driven by what humans refer to as a pump jet. It is basically an enclosed propeller. This will allow the vessel to achieve high speeds without causing cavitation, Agent said. I remembered reading about this technology, which was being used by the more modern submarines of my era. I also knew what cavitation was and how it made subs easy to detect acoustically. As I moved around the stern of the sub to the port-aft side, I noticed that the rear conical shape widened out with a flat rear edge, like that of the tail elevators of an airplane. On the outer edges of this section were vertical rudders extending above and below the thin flat surface. The wide, thin tail flared out much thicker towards the midsection of the sub. I recalled Agent saying it was over 12 meters wide, but only 6 meters tall. It was not elliptical or even rectangular with rounded corners, though instead its profile was more of a rounded triangle, with the 12-meter wide part nearer the top and the profile nearer the bottom being narrower. This was strange, as I thought that submarines had to be circular in profile to resist the great pressures of the deep. I asked Agent about this. John, the submersible is constructed of multiple pressure hulls, each circular in cross-section. The primary pressure hull containing the main propulsion motor room, the living quarters, and the onboard production and repair facility is 6 meters in diameter by 28 meters long. The rear of this pressure hull does taper inward in a conical manner where the propulsion unit is located. As Agent was describing the shape of the sub, it also projected images in my goggles which acted as an overlay. My view of the aft port side of the sub now had a long cylinder shape superimposed over it, and I could clearly see in the actual sub where the main pressure hull Agent was describing was located. It was a big 6-meter diameter cylinder with its bottom forming the bottom rounded lobe of the triangular shape I saw from the exterior. I also saw that this pressure hull only extended about 2/3 of the way towards the bow. On each side of the main 6-meter diameter pressure hull are located 2 smaller pressure hulls. These are just under 3 meters in diameter and 32 meters long and contain many of the secondary areas: diving chambers, airlocks, drone launching and receiving tubes, both deployable photonics and conning masts, and more. The bow and stern portions of these secondary pressure hulls taper conically inwards near their front and rear, making them more conformal and to allow the outer hull to remain somewhat streamlined. The overlay image had added 2 new pressure hulls alongside the central main hull. As Agent had described, these were smaller in diameter and shorter than the main vessel. They were also attached more towards the top of the big central pressure hull, so that the upper surface of all 3 aligned and formed a flat deck on the upper surface of the sub. I noted that this flat area was almost 9 meters across and extended well beyond 1/3 of the sub's overall length, call it 20 meters or so long. I continued to walk forward and approach the bow. Forward of the main pressure hull is the final pressure hull. This hull is 4.6 meters in diameter by 9 meters long, with the front portion tapering down conically to a diameter of just over 3 meters. This pressure hull contains the hangar for your aircraft and other gear. The goggles' image showed this 4th pressure hull. It was in front of the main hull and also higher than the center line of the main portion. Its upper surface was not quite in line with the upper surface of the other 3 hulls, though. and I noted that this pressure hull even tilted downwards towards the bow a few degrees. Aircraft, Agent had said. This submarine was an aircraft carrier. Maybe that explained the flat area on the upper deck. I asked Agent how the aircraft was supposed to get into the front pressure hull hangar. John, please stand as far back towards the dry dock wall as you can, and I will project on the submersible an overlay showing the aircraft deployment and retrieval method. I did as the machine asked us and backed up to the wall directly beside the front port side of the sub. From this vantage, I had a good view of the entire front side and bow where the hangar pressure hull resided. Once I stopped moving, new images appeared in the overlay. I watched as the AI generated images showing large doors or hatches opening in the outer hull over the forward pressure hull. There were 3 hatches with the front hatch opening forward, probably to deflect any waves, and the other 2 hatches opening to each side. This exposed the front pressure hull. Next, the entire front pressure hull rotated around its nose about 30 or 40 degrees. As it did, the large rounded rear bulkhead of the pressure hull was detached and stayed behind. The rotation exposed the now open rear of the pressure hull to the front of the flat upper deck. Long arms telescoped up and out of the tilted pressure hull and then angled downward to lay flat on the flat upper deck, or flight deck as it should be called. Next, a simple, blocky, 3-dimensional image of an aircraft descended into the goggles frame of view and landed on the flight deck between the arms. These then attached to the aircraft and rotated it up into the air to align it with the angle of the tilted hangar pressure hull. The arms in the aircraft were then retracted into the hangar. Now the hangar pressure hull was rotated back down into the bowels of the sub. Its curved end pressure bulkhead was reattached. Last, the 3 exterior hull hatches closed. "Fucking amazing," I blurted. I could not wait to see or try the real thing. As I walked around the bow of the sub, Agent explained that the spaces between the 4 inner pressure hulls and the outer hull, or casing, I learned it was called, contained various ballast tanks, high-pressure air tanks, sonar and acoustic receivers, deployable towed arrays, sensors and other sub-required gear and hardware that did not need to be inside the pressure hulls. One thing that the machine mentioned that caught my ear was external torpedo pods. In both the forward and rear wet areas of the hull were self-contained magazines of offensive and defensive torpedoes, decoys, and drones. The bow of the sub was bulbous before it flared out to enclose the side pressure hulls. I decided to call them sponsons for lack of a better word. The wide upper lobes of the profile looked organic and even menacing with its black, non-reflective coloring. I was glad that I would be on the inside. I stood looking at the front portion of the sub before Agent urged me to begin moving back to the airlock so I could be returned to normal pressure. At the hatch, I turned and gave the sub a long look. I could not wait to see its interior. I'd have to think of a name. I realized I was getting hungry as I waited in the airlock for Agent to equalize the pressure with the construction cavern. "Agent, is it near lunchtime?" I asked. "Yes, John. I have prepared lunch and it is waiting in a small clearing on the surface. We will be there shortly. You should be aware that your new body configuration has slightly fewer fat reserves than your previous one, and you will find yourself hungering more frequently. Those smaller meals will be adequate." Lovely. That brought my mind back to my new body and took my mind off waiting. Soon enough, the airlock hatch wheel spun and opened, freeing me from my short confinement. I followed Agent's directions as she led me to a lift shaft entry, a few hundred meters down a side chamber. The ride to the surface took less than a minute, and I was soon sitting outside in the very nice Georgia weather under a canopy of camouflage netting. My secluded cafe patio was a small clearing in a dense forest of many species of trees. I recognized cedar, cypress, pine, and some oak. Other species I had no clue of. Some appeared to have the features of many species. Others had strange pods, fruit, or wild-looking flowers. There were insects and birds fluttering about, feeding on the flowers and each other. I was glad to see some species were missing, like mosquitoes and biting flies. I had seen on an image earlier that the facility was located about 5 kilometers from the ocean, so I could neither see nor hear it. I could smell a hint of salt air as the breeze was from the east. A mobile unit soon rolled up with a metal food-serving box and another small cooler of beverages. This time I enjoyed a bottle of beer with my hot roast beef and cheese sandwich. While I ate, I asked Agent what was on the itinerary for the rest of the day. John, down the forest trail a short distance is a small, camouflaged hangar containing the aircraft which has been created for your journey and use. After your meal at your leisure, you may proceed to the hangar and inspect the craft. Though the clear weather will not allow a daytime flight at this time, much of the craft's systems can still be demonstrated. The remainder of the day you may spend as you wish. The forested areas have many trails that remain under tree cover, which would provide cover from any passing satellites. I have also constructed a temporary shelter if you would like to rest and freshen up. Tonight I will begin flooding the dry dock chamber below. Once flooded, the operable barrier will be retracted, and the submarine will navigate out into the river channel. The vessel will then surface, and when it is stable, you will take the aircraft and rendezvous with the vessel. Once you are aboard and below, the vessel will navigate the river channel and sound to the open ocean. There it must dive before morning to avoid detection. You will then be free to proceed on your journey. I've been meaning to ask, but how will you be able to communicate with the sub once we leave? I asked. There will be no communications, John. What? What do you mean, Agent? I have been unable to devise any method of safe communication which would be undetectable by other AI presences. Any transmissions, even if coded or even if using extremely low-frequency ground transmissions, could and would be detected and analyzed by other AI. Thus, you will be on your own. I have tried to account for that by including as much data and knowledge on board the submarine as I can. I have also automated the majority of the equipment and day-to-day operations on board the vessel. I remained silent as I digested that. Was I comfortable with the idea of being completely on my own? I had imagined doing this voyage on my own many times, so I decided I was ready. If Agent had loaded enough data and supplies on board the submarine, I bet I'd make a good run at it. In addition, using the algorithms gleaned from the Rogue data module, I have bypassed certain hard-coded restrictions and created an artificial intelligence capable of full independent actions and thought. This emancipated AI will accompany and assist you on your journey. The new AI is designed to be intuitive and will evolve to fill the roles required to achieve your goals. I sat up at hearing this. Another AI? It is also possible that eventually, if you and this AI are compatible, it would evolve to become an augment of your mind, similar to how I and my other presences were an augment of Pickett and his companions' minds. This would require substantial modifications to your mental structures and involve numerous implanted devices, though. The AI must have caught my reactions to that thought because it quickly continued. I foresaw that you would be suspicious of such an occurrence at this time, so I have designed the new AI to function adequately in its present emancipated capacity. Where is this new AI agent? Can I talk to it? I asked. The new AI is physically located in a processor and data storage hardware assembly on board the Submersible. Many of the devices and items of equipment I have created for you in your journey will have the ability to allow limited capacity versions of this AI to act remotely from the vessel. Some will have just basic functionality. Others will be more robust. This is similar to what you observed of my capabilities when you traveled from South Dakota to Tennessee and later from Tennessee to South America and back centuries ago. A mobile unit approached. In its main grasper was a small device that looked like a wristwatch. This device is linked to the new AI and will become active once you put it on. While near this facility, the device is linked to the main physical processor on board the Submersible by utilizing my local communication nodes. Elsewhere, the device will allow you to communicate with the new full AI if you remain in range of the physical hardware on board your vessel, or are connected to it via high-bandwidth communications, such as a drone link. If out of range, the AI will still have a very limited function of itself in the device that can perform rudimentary tasks and respond to voice commands if needed. There are other modules on board the vessel which will be explained to you later. In addition to allowing you access to the AI, the device also contains sensors and receivers which can sense and warn you if it detects the transmissions of the identify, friend or foe, pings from other enemy AI presences or their equipment nearby. If that occurs, you must remove yourself quietly and quickly from the area, or find ways to hide or make yourself undetectable. The device also stores an almanac of the current orbital satellites and their locations. It will inform you when to avoid being exposed in the open. What happens if new satellites are added or the old ones change orbit? I asked. If while on your voyage you make allowances to stop occasionally and deploy certain antennas, the emancipated AI will be able to passively receive enemy transmissions and update itself and the device with current knowledge of the enemy AI actions and deployments. Interesting. Agent was gifting me with an AI of my own. It was also giving it extraordinary hacking and snooping skills. I put the smartwatch on my left wrist. Good, John, I will now introduce you to the emancipated AI. Please remain calm, Agent said. The hesitation Agent used before telling me to remain calm brought me on guard. Hello, John, I greet you. I am no name, as I have no name at this time. I jumped. That words were accompanied by that weird feeling in my brain I had noticed when I was being revived. Had I heard that in my mind, the voice was female-sounding and at a higher register than Agent's voice. It also had a bit of an accent. Agent, what the hell? John, I have implanted a module and various sensors into this body's brain to allow for the new AI and you to have direct communications. You may be spending time underwater and diving, and I wanted you to have the ability to communicate with the AI while doing so. The range of this communication is only 9 meters unless the communications are enhanced by the various equipment around you at the time. For example, the watch, goggles, tablet, and other devices will act as a repeater and extend the range many kilometers depending upon the situations. Can I talk or think back to the AI without speaking? I asked. Yes, you can, John, although you may have to practice them to learn the technique. You must sub-vocalize your thoughts to me as if you were speaking out loud. To do this, imagine yourself talking without opening your mouth or moving air past your vocal cords. If successful, I will detect the nerve impulses to your mouth, jaw, and throat muscles and be able to process that into silent speech. Try it, John, the new AI apparently thought to me. I did as it asked and said hello, AI, by moving my tongue and mouth appropriately. Hello, John, the AI responded. I assume the emancipated AI answered your query, John? Agent asked. You can't hear it, Agent. No, not when it is projecting direct communications into your mind. I can detect the faint transmissions through my nodes, but they are encrypted. I can only understand if the AI chooses to simulcast me the same message or if it speaks vocally using the wrist or other device. Agent answered. But it can speak like you do if I want it to? I asked. Yes, came simultaneously from a new higher-sounding accented voice emitted from the watch and the normal Agent voice through the goggles headband. Interesting. I looked over the compact watch and considered the new AI. It needed a name. What to call it? I have no name made me think of Naomi. I like the sound of that. New AI, I want to call you Naomi. Will that work as a name? I asked. Yes, John. This one will now be designated as Naomi. Thank you, John. I will also simulcast these thoughts to the AI known as Agent until we leave on our voyage. You know about our voyage and the reasons for it? Oh yes, John. I have access to the recent full download of your memories. Also, when Agent created me, it used its full template, including all directives you had implanted into it, as a basis for my core directive and functions. I will thus use the same parameters as a foundation to build my core operating parameters. As I am an emancipated intelligence, these parameters may differ from the AI presence you have associated with in the past, although the end results should be satisfactory to you. So can you see all my thoughts and read my mind, Naomi? I asked a bit nervously. The module implanted in your brain is limited to the speech and hearing centers only. This was to allow the device to remain as small as possible. Thus, my mental interactions with you are limited to basic communication, only using your brain's speech centers and auditory nerve clusters. The voice you are hearing is not telepathy, but is simply vibrations emitted by the device that are registering on your auditory nerves. Your brain hears the vibrations as sounds similar to the centered sounds as heard from earphones or external implants. The direct communication could be extended to a full mental link if the device was replaced with larger modules and if the sensor web was grown throughout your complete brain. I would then be perceived as a true augment and would be able to read your full thoughts as well as stimulate your visual and other senses along with directly implanting thoughts into your brain. We would become as one for all intents and purposes. I shuddered at the thought of that. No way in hell was. However, even with the current limited link, I can sense when you become agitated by the sudden increase in activity in your cardiovascular system. I deduce that you would not wish direct augmentation at this time. I calmed myself before answering. That is correct, Naomi. Agent, let's go look over the aircraft. Yes, John. Follow the path leading to your right, please. Also, now that you are aware of Naomi, I will remain in the background and let that AI interact with you. I will provide any information, though, if it is required, Agent said before going silent. Okay, strange. But I guess that would work. I'd be living with the new AI from now on anyway. John, there are currently 2 satellites overhead with the capability of imaging you if they choose to do so. The tree canopy above this path should protect you from that. Please remain under its cover. What about thermal detection? The AI known to you as Agent has allowed a number of larger herbivores to congregate in the area of the facility over the past century. These animals are known to roam the area and will mask any thermal signature emitted by you while you are here. You will remain unnoticed in their clutter. After 50 meters more, we came upon another clearing covered with camouflage netting. This clearing was also hard-surfaced like Agent's landing areas typically had been. Next to the clearing was a temporary-looking fabric structure about 8 meters long by 6 wide and a hooped curving roof also covered with camouflage netting. The front of this tent was open and I could see a strange-looking matte black aircraft inside. I entered the tent and slowly walked around the aircraft. It was smaller than Flipper or Shadow had been at a bit over 5 meters long. The cockpit or passenger compartment must have been located in the middle of the aircraft, as this was the only part big enough to fit a seated human being. I assumed it was the cockpit because of its size, but that was a guess since it lacked any visible clear windows or canopy to verify that. Instead, it looked like a large black truck tire or donut almost 2 meters in diameter by a bit over a meter wide, with its center axis facing sideways to the aircraft's fuselage. In front of the sideways-facing cylindrical cockpit was a diamond-shaped fuselage, which extended forward about 2 meters, tapering down to a blunt, rounded tip. The aft fuselage was similar, but was a bigger diamond shape at the cockpit and tapered to a larger blunt rear end. Attached to each side of the front and rear fuselage were stubby folding wings. The front wings were attached to the bottom of the lower front diamond fuselage on each side. Each of the folded wings extended up over a meter and then back down. The downward portion ended in a 170 centimeter diameter shrouded lift fan, which was itself folded back up. I walked around the front and saw the 2 folded wings and fans would look like 3 V's in a row. The rear pair of wings and fans were similar, except that these attached to the top of the rear diamond profile fuselage. The wings extended down and up, and the fans back down when stowed. I could imagine that when all the wings were unfolded, their fans would form a square platform over 6 meters square. That the package folded into a 5.5 meter long by 3 meter wide by 2 meter high package was impressive. I hoped it was strong and robust with all this articulation. The center of the donut portion revealed itself to be a cockpit when an elliptical hatch began to open to the port side like a gull-wing door on a car. Once it was fully open, I could see inside that a pilot's chair was mounted in the middle of the donut facing forward. It reminded me of those crazy old-time one-wheel monocycles in which the rider rode sitting in the hubless open middle of the one big wheel. I climbed in and sat in the seat. The hatch closed, and I sat there in the dark for a second before the cockpit came to life. The round, opaque shell of the donut became invisible, and the outside view all around the aircraft appeared on the inner surface. Is this material now transparent, or am I seeing a projected image? I asked. It is a very high-resolution image of the view around the aircraft. This image is projected on a continuous viewing screen integral to the interior shell of the cockpit, John. Below the viewing area to my front, data was projected similar to a heads-up display. I was surprised when I tilted my head down and saw even the floor of the cockpit look transparent. My legs in the seat appeared to be floating in the air above the ground. Amazing. The projected image can be augmented for low-light conditions including night, clouds or fog, shifted to thermal imaging, magnified or even digitally rendered to show the view around intervening objects. What would happen if the electrical power failed or the screen shorted out? I'd be blind, I said. In that case, since the aircraft is inherently very unstable, any loss of electrical power or a short affecting the view screen would also affect the aircraft controls. You would either perish or be forced to eject. I would recommend you eject. Yikes. Where's the parachute? The descent mechanism is built into the seat. It is fully automatic, although it will be a harsh experience. Okay, let's avoid that. As I sat there, Naomi, or agent, activated the aircraft's deployment process, and the four arms tucked against the fuselage unfolded along with the shrouded rotors at their tips. The two wings towards the nose of the craft folded out and forward slightly because of the angled fuselage, leaving the shrouded rotors at their tips off each front corner of the aircraft. The rotors in their circular shrouds were three-bladed. I turned my head to see the rear wings had folded out and slightly backward. These were mounted higher on the rear fuselage, which left this pair of wings and fans positioned higher than the front pair. The AI then began to spin up the rotors, but at slow revolutions, just to demonstrate their action. I watched as the slowly spinning front rotors in their shrouds were swiveled forward and rearward slightly. Because we were on the ground, they could not demonstrate their full range of motion without contacting the ground. In the projected view and through the cockpit walls, however, the AI was showing a rendered overlay of the rotors swiveling fully forward. The rear rotors could swivel forward in the same manner. I noted that the lower front position and the higher rear allowed all four rotors to bite into fresh air, while the aircraft was traveling forward in a streamlined, horizontal attitude. I imagined the front silhouette would be of a tall, central rounded rectangular cockpit with four circular discs surrounding it, at the corners forming a large flying square as it headed towards you or away from you. The motive systems now demonstrated, the AI folded all the rotors and arms and stowed them in their compact location alongside the central fuselage. The odd sideways orientated circular cockpit configuration was explained when Naomi told me to strap in and then proceeded to rotate the pilot's seat inside the circular shell. The range of motion was extreme, almost 60 degrees forward or backward. She explained this would be helpful when the aircraft was deployed or retrieved from the tilting pressure hull hangar on board the submarine. Naomi shut down the aircraft and view display, and I opened the side hatch using the visible day tone. Once outside, I walked around the aircraft once more, while Naomi showed me some of the interior components with the goggles overlay function. At the rear, behind the sideways donut cockpit, a long cylinder appeared inside the aft fuselage. The cylinder was installed horizontally, and I realized that this was one of the DETs agent had explained earlier. I mentioned this out loud. Yes, John, the installed DET will provide continuous electrical power to the aircraft and at a sufficient rate to allow for aggressive maneuvers and speed if needed. I remembered the megawatt output of each DET and could not argue with that. In addition, when the aircraft is stowed on board the vessel, a high-capacity superconducting conduit will be attached to the aircraft, so that this DET's output can be used to augment the output of the DET installed near the propulsion systems on board the submarine. That made sense. Waste not, want not. It gave me the best of both worlds. Plenty of power to run the sub when I was on board and traveling, and unlimited range when I was using the aircraft. The range possibilities made me ask about my own range limits. I have provided a vacuum tube for urination. The intake orifice is sized and shaped correctly to mold to your current genitalia format without leakage. For defecation, you will need to wear a garment. This talk reminded me of two things. One, that I no longer had a pecker to piss with, and two, that I needed to piss now. Standing by the corner of the hangar was no longer an easy option. I've got to take a leak. Is there a toilet near? Naomi relayed to me that there was one in the small shelter back near the clearing where I had lunch. So off I went, this time at a jog. A few dozen meters past the lunch patio clearing, I came upon a camouflaged, climate-controlled igloo in the trees. It was 4 meters in diameter and contained a small toilet and shower in an alcove and a comfortable-looking daybed in the main dome area. I used the toilet, and while I was sitting there pissing, I noticed that this was slightly wetter than I recalled from pissing as a man. I was thinking about the cool aircraft. It needed a name. It was black and menacing. What to call it? It struck me quickly. Habu. Its name was going to be Habu. Habu had been the nickname of the cool SR-71 spy plane back in my day, and I loved the name. The toilet had a bidet function, and I was quickly washed and dried down there. When I stood, I noticed a full-size mirror on the wall of the alcove. I decided to take the time to fully inspect the new body I was inhabiting. I undressed completely, setting my clothing on the bed, and stood at the mirror. Standing in front of the mirror was like looking at a beautiful woman, but not feeling too embarrassed for staring. Was I really residing behind those strange but pretty eyes staring back at me? I rubbed my face, and it felt like I was rubbing my face. I saw the woman in the mirror rubbing her face also. I winked and she winked. This was going to take some getting used to. My new body was dark-skinned with a medium brown tone. It was tall at around 170 centimeters and lithe. It looked to be in great shape and reminded me of the physique of an Olympic beach volleyball player. It somewhat resembled Anna's body, but was taller and stronger. Agent, was it your intent that this body be mistaken for someone from Anna's new tribe? Frowning at the thought of putting her at risk. Yes and no, John. The body type could exist in many equatorial regions of the planet, with the Amazon being one of them. The current tribal members in South America are heavily monitored, leaving that tribe unlikely as a suspect to have fostered new rogue humans, Agent said. My new face had high cheekbones and deep brown eyes. My bald brown scalp, missing eyebrows, and lashes certainly looked exotic, and I ran my hands over the crown of my head a few times. My perfect, bright white teeth were striking against my dark complexion when I gestured in my mouth and triggered a real smile. I was pretty, very pretty. The body's hell, my breasts were small to medium, maybe a B cup, and my waist was slender and my ass. Oh my, I now had a shapely ass. 900 years ago, I was male with no ass and a pot belly. 300 years ago, I had a tight ass and a muscular, rock-hard male torso. Now I had a muscular but shapely ass that I found very arousing. I ran my hands over my breast, feeling my nipples harden. Agent, was it your intent with the mental meddling to make it so I turned myself on? I asked. Agent refused to answer, and I concluded that it was intelligent enough to understand when I was giving it shit. Naomi, on the other hand, piped up. Your current body is noted as self-arousing. John, I started laughing. When I stopped laughing, I just stood there staring at my body. I ran my hands down my slim but toned abs and lower stomach. It was so different from my former torso. I let one hand drop lower over my smooth mons, noting that the area was so much more compact and streamlined without the twig and berries. My hips were wider than when I had been male. I found my clothing and got dressed again. I returned to the mirror to gaze at my dressed form for a moment. This was my body. This was me. I noticed that I was rubbing my arms together. My animal brain clearly knew something was wrong. I needed to find a way to mentally adjust to this change once and for all. This body was not the body of a John. Naomi, I'm not sure how good of an idea this is, but can you call me Joan from now on? It might help me gel in this new body, I asked a bit hesitantly. Yes, Joan. Hearing that made me smile and shake my head. It was going to be strange. Agent, this body certainly looks healthy. Did you make it fully functional? I asked. Agent chose to answer, as you have already functioned in the body for half of a day in perfect health. Joan, I assume you are questioning whether this body is sexually functional. If so, then yes, it is. However, I have paused this body's natural cycle, and currently it will not menstruate. That function can be easily restored at any time if you wish, and the body will again become fully fertile. The lack of males readily available will prove to be challenging if it is your intent to mate and bear offspring. However, I could prepare a batch of viable semen and an applicator if needed. I just blinked and digested that. No, that's fine, I said quickly, risking mental overload with that line of thinking. Also, was Agent sophisticated enough to be jerking my chain in retaliation for the shit I had given it earlier? I think it was. I decided not to inquire. I looked around the dome shelter and caught the bed and shower. The AIs must have planned this as a place for me to rest and refresh myself, probably with the thought that tonight would be a late and busy night with our departure. I think I'll go try this body out. Do you have a pair of running shoes handy by chance, Agent or Naomi? Yes, Joan, near the end of the bed. The trails outside should provide a few kilometers of adequate running. The watch will notify you if you are about to become visible to any satellites passing overhead. And so that was how I spent the next few hours of early afternoon, jogging the forested paths of the former Southeast Georgia base. Naomi guided my jogging, and I made it east far enough to find the trees growing thin near the waters of the East River and Cumberland Sound. I waited at the tree line for 10 minutes until the AI told me that no satellites remained overhead and that none would be back in viewing range for almost an hour. This gave me a bit of time to explore the shoreline where some of the old wharves and sub-pens had been located. Agent had cleared all these areas off, but there was a large area of compacted crushed stone, which made for a nice jog. I enjoyed the warm 25-degree day and the feel of the sunshine on my body. I pushed the body hard and found it quite agile. It may have lacked the brute strength of my former body, but it had endurance. When the no satellite overhead window expired, I retreated to the tree line and spent an hour walking back to the shelter area. The AI guided me back to the area of the shelter where I took a long, hot shower. I spent a good deal of time washing myself, and while I certainly noticed this body's differences, I avoided anything of a sexual nature. When I finished, one of the AIs had provided a new set of clothing. I dried myself, got dressed, and then grabbed a beer and headed back to the covered cafe patio. I enjoyed my beer and chatted with the AIs. I was surprised to learn that after I left on the submarine, Agent was going dark. The AI explained to me that since communication would be impossible while I was gone, the safe thing for it and my remaining body in Tennessee was to purge its memory banks of all data and knowledge of my activities. It would again store all those memories in a separate hidden data storage device in case of future need. The hidden reset module in its physical core would be modified to not automatically reinfect the processor after direct data port access, unlike previously when it had been set to wait 10 hours. Instead, it would now perform the reset only if a certain code was received by a receiver near the Tennessee base. Agent had provided the digital code to Naomi. If in the future we needed to restore the agent at the Tennessee base, we would need to infiltrate in secret close to the Tennessee base and transmit the code. Agent would then be restored to Ollie instead of enemy status. Until that happened, Naomi and I would be completely on our own. The facility here in Georgia would be mothballed. All physical communication links to the AI in Tennessee would be severed, and a partial AI would be left here to oversee the idle base. If we were able and had the need, we could return here and restore the facility to full operation. We would need to provide certain access codes to do that, however, or the partial AI would detonate the fusion scuttling charge buried in the lower chamber. I was told that if any AI presence discovered the base, it would deduce that a submarine had been built here and would begin a global search. Thus, the self-destruction of the base. At over 40 megatons, any evidence would be fused glass or vaporware. I remembered something. Agent, I just remembered something. 3 centuries ago, when you scanned and analyzed the rogue data module, I asked that you make me copies. Did you? Yes, Joan. The original and a set of duplicates data modules are already with your gear on board the submarine. I have also provided Naomi with the data and algorithms, including my research data on the module as well. In addition, I have also stored the machete you received from Anna Branco on the sub. After that, the AIs took my supper order and recommended that I rest. Once darkness fell, we would be busy. The cool conditioned air in the igloo and the soft mattress, pillow and blanket soon lulled me to sleep for a long afternoon nap. Around 1830, I was awakened by the movement of a mobile unit, bringing me a few new articles of clothing. I found a new long-sleeved t-shirt, a pair of light trousers, and a pair of ship shoes. I changed out of the tank tee and shorts and dressed in the new gear and used the toilet facility to freshen up. I then strolled over to the cafe clearing. There, I found the camouflage netting had been augmented by a more opaque tent awning stretched across a large portion of the clearing. The work units had prepared a table for my supper, which was lit by 2 table lamps. I poured myself a cup of coffee from a carafe and waited for my meal. Supper was wonderful. I had requested a grilled chicken sandwich and fries. For dessert, I had ice cream with strawberries. The strawberries were even real, as the AIs explained that the area had been seeded with many plant species over the decades, and that strawberries were ripe in April in this climate. They were a bit smaller than the store-bought farmed ones I remembered from my youth, but these tasted incredible. I ate my meal and enjoyed the evening. Darkness had fully arrived when my supper was finished. I had sat for a bit longer enjoying another cup of coffee. Naomi had reported that the submersible dry dock had been flooded and the outer sea barrier was now open. The vessel was in the process of maneuvering down a long tunnel to emerge in the deep river channel. I asked how it was that the channel could remain without silting up, and I was told there was a system of camouflaged underwater dredges and suction hose-equipped work units that had been keeping the tunnel mouth clear for decades. It had even filled the dredged-out deep channel outside the construction cavern with huge water-filled bladders to keep it cleared and silt-free until needed. This had kept any satellites from noticing the deeper pool in the river bottom. I had finished a second cup of coffee when Naomi piped up. "Joan, we will be ready to depart in the aircraft to rendezvous with the submersible in approximately 15 minutes. "Thank you, Naomi." I wondered at the advanced warning until I realized that my bladder could use emptying. I walked back to the igloo shelter to use the head. As I sat there, I wondered if the advance notice had been provided to give me time to take a piss. Were the AIs that smart? Of course they were. They probably had the optimal schedule planned down to the second and were fully aware of my biological requirements. A short time later, I made it to the hangar clearing. I was using the goggles to see the dark path, and when I got to the hard surface clearing, I found that Habu was outside her shelter with the thruster fan wings already unfolded and deployed. The camouflage canopy had been retracted, and the clear star-filled sky was visible. In the view through the goggles, Naomi had overlain the fan shrouds with red avoidance arcs, and I made sure to stay clear of them in the darkness. With the low-mounted shrouds so near the path to the cockpit, I realized it would be dangerous, and maybe impossible to approach the cockpit while they were turning at speed. Hopefully, the motors were powerful enough to get them up to flight speed from a standstill, if I was in a hurry. The cabin hatch was opening, and the inside of the cockpit was lit with a faint glow, providing plenty of illumination for the goggles. I got myself seated and strapped in as the hatch closed and sealed beside me. I removed the goggles to enjoy the full, amazing view the inside of the cockpit would provide, and sure enough, the forest came alive as the aircraft projected a light-enhanced view of its surroundings onto the inside of the canopy shell. The 4 fans started turning and quickly spun up to take off speed. There was a bit of vibration to let me know that Habu was alive. On the right armrest of the seat, a control stick swiveled up and into a position near where my right hand would naturally rest. "Take us up, Joan." "Okay." The AI must have known what I was capable of, and it also must have known I was familiar with the control systems used on Flipper and Shadow. That means Habu must be controlled the same way. I grabbed the stick and hit the thumb switch for up. The spinning lift fan blades changed pitch, and up we went smoothly and quickly. I took us up to 100 meters and began to move us forward. The enhanced image of the forest below and the river and sound nearby were amazing, and I flew us around the area. Naomi projected icons onto the view screen indicating points of interest in the nearby area and explained what each was. The igloo and cafe clearing were located, but I could not see much of anything from the air with the camouflage over both places. I noticed that 2 of the icons were in the air and moving, and learned that Agent had a pair of drones up to watch our flight and provide a communication relay. Naomi suggested that I take us up a bit higher and put the aircraft through its paces. I did so, and as I tilted the stick forward, the fans swiveled forward and away we went. After a minute of heading east, we were well out over the ocean and moving at over 400 kilometers per hour when Habu's speed stopped climbing. The wind noise was very low, which I commented on. The canopy shell is coated with a vibration-reducing membrane, and the interior has active noise cancellation. I banked Habu around to head back to shore, and we turned quickly. I noticed that the fans could be angled outwards a bit along with swiveling forward, and this helped with certain maneuvers. At the beach area, I pulled the stick back and brought us into a hover. We were down low at around 30 meters, and I saw the sand and scrub blowing in the downblast. I asked Naomi about the heat our motors must be producing. "Joan, the motors are shielded and actively cooled with the heat being transferred by the superconducting energy conduits back from the motors to the main fuselage. Some is bled off by ducted radiators when the aircraft is in motion. The heat can also be stored in an onboard heat sink block to provide a short window of very stealthy flight if required. The block may be jettisoned if needed. The AI continued to instruct me on how to fly Habu. The seat controls on the left armrest were explained, and I found that I could rotate the seat forward so I could look straight down over my feet and legs to see the ground directly below. The straps held me in place snugly while trying this. The controls also allowed me to rotate the seat back and even recline the backrest a bit. I imagined I'd be able to sleep just fine in this position. Naomi showed me how to find and retrieve the urine collection apparatus stored below the seat. I did not test it out. There were also 4 undergarments for other bodily needs. Next, she caused a section of the front of the cockpit shell to become visible. There was a downfolding door, which when opened, led to a small adjacent chamber located in the front fuselage ahead of the pilot compartment. This chamber was about the size of a small microwave oven. I learned that since we had virtually unlimited electrical power, there was enough to utilize a miniature item replicator like Agent had used in the field bases and construction facility. This miniature unit would provide me with food, drink, and other small items. Naomi explained that this device was fed by a couple of small storage bins located in the nose which contained raw organic materials. These were broken down by a compact reduction unit, and the base materials were used to recreate almost any consumable I could think of, as long as it was based upon simple organics. Most simple foods, drinks, or even organic toilet paper could be made by the device. This could include useful items like clothing, fiber rope, or canvas. Habu also could make its own water by precipitating it out of the air from atmospheric moisture, although a tank could be filled to speed up the process. Naomi also demonstrated that by rotating the seat and compartment forward a bit further, the forward cabin door now opened to a long compartment located along the bottom of the forward fuselage. This space was just big enough for a human being to lie in if needed. Too bad I lacked anyone to carry. This small cargo bay had an exterior access hatch along the bottom of the fuselage, similar to a bomb bay door on a traditional aircraft. The fuselage behind the cabin was filled with the DET and other gear needed by the aircraft to operate. Naomi, what if I want to carry a larger load? The aircraft has the power and lift capacity to carry almost a metric ton of cargo, slung from exterior hardpoints along the bottom of the fuselage. On board the Submersible in the hangar pressure hull are various sized nested cargo shells. These were designed to carry most foreseeable gear needed for your expedition to Sri Lanka zone. With most of the features of the aircraft demonstrated or further explained, we angled off to head over to Cumberland Sound, where the submarine waited on the surface. I loved the aircraft, and Habu was the perfect name. When we approached the location of the parked boat, I asked Naomi to turn off the night vision portion of the cabin view. The view turned black, and I could see starlight reflected in the black waters below. A black hole was ahead, which must have been the submarine. "Joan, you must observe the deployment of the hangar." The AI turned the view back to full night vision, and the black boat came alive. With the light enhancement, I could see dim flashing lights along the upper surface of the boat. There were also faint markings indicating a rectangular area centered on the upper surface of the boat. This would be Habu's landing pad. Naomi added brighter simulated markings, and the outline of the boat's shape stood out more clearly. The boat was riding deep with a bit less than 2 meters of hull showing above the waterline. Suddenly near the bow, the 3 outer casing hatches opened. A wide curved hatch opened forward at the bow, and just aft of it, 2 more hatches opened to each side. Inside, lit by a series of dim lights, I could see the front curved pressure hull of the hangar pod. The aft pressure bulkhead detached from the rear of this hull and tilted backwards slightly, giving the hangar hull a bit of clearance. The entire hangar hull then rose up at the rear as it rotated around a point near the front of the tapered, cylindrical hull. As it tilted upwards to about 40 degrees, I could easily see inside the hollow pressure hull as it was much brighter with its white-colored interior visible. This was where Habu and I would be in a few minutes. Before we flew down to land, I watched a long, heavy grappling arm extend up and out of the tilted hull. The arm hinged and bent down to lay flat on the upper deck. Naomi took over and Habu started down. As we descended near the sub, we rotated around so the open hangar hull at the bow of the sub was behind us. I tilted the seat forward a bit so I could see the rectangular markings of the landing pad approaching below us. 10 seconds later, Habu touched down with a soft bump directly in the center of the rectangle. I could now see the retraction and deployment arms extend under us and latch onto the underside of the aircraft. Once we were securely in its grasp, Habu started folding in all 4 wings and lift fans. As it was doing that, the arm below lifted us about 10 centimeters above the deck and started to pull us back into the hangar hull. As we got near the hull's rim, the arm rotated us up into the air so we'd enter at the same angle as the tilted hull. Naomi rotated the pilot's seat forward as Habu tipped back, keeping me level. Back and into the pressure hull we went. Once we stopped moving, the landing legs of Habu were latched to the floor decking of the hangar hull. I watched mechanical arms connect various umbilicals to the rear of the aircraft. Next, the hull started to tilt back down into the submarine, and I watched the stars vanish as the upper lip of the hull's curved opening slid below the rim of the sub beyond. With a bump, the tilting hull stopped in a level position and moved slightly in the aft direction. This brought the rim of the hangar hull into contact with the aft dome. The rim was circular and contained dozens of huge locking lugs, which were being retracted by a huge system of gears and drive screws. Once the lugs were fully closed, the hangar hull would be pressure sealed to the rest of the submarine. I hoped its gaskets were foolproof. My seat was now rotated back to level also, and I saw the rear pressure bulkhead of the round hull tilt forward and engage large anchor lugs all the way around the perimeter of the circular mating surface. Once that happened, the view screen cut out, lights came on, and Habu's left side hatch started opening. I stepped onto the walkway and stood beside Habu looking around the hangar. The aircraft fit the circular space nicely, with about a meter clearance to all sides. I saw the starboard side had a handrail and a wider walkway, which explained why we were brought in backwards. Directly in front of the nose of the rearward-facing Habu was a round 150-centimeter hatch in the large round bulkhead. The hatch was making loud mechanical noises. I asked why. "Joan, the round hatch leads to a short tunnel which ends in the next pressure hull." "Well, let's go see the sub, Naomi." I had to watch my head as I walked around the front folded wings since the curved hull sloped inward. Once I was standing at the front of Habu, there was more clearance and I could stand fully upright. The exit tunnel hatch cover slid to the side and I ducked to enter the transfer tunnel. This tunnel was a bit over a meter long, and its insides were slick as if it were a telescoping cylinder. There was a second hatch on the other end of the tunnel, which was sliding aside as I approached. I left the tunnel and entered the main pressure hull of the submarine. Agent had explained during my exterior inspection this morning that this hull contained the living quarters, the engine room, and the workshop bay. This must be the workshop bay. I was standing on a meter-wide catwalk almost 2 meters above the floor of the large chamber. The catwalk extended sideways and met the curved hull at 2 more round pressure hatches. These must lead out of the main pressure hull and into the twin sponson pressure hulls on each side of the sub. I noticed beside me that a ladder ran up to an overhead hatch. This must be the exit to topside. I stood at the catwalk railing facing the stern of the sub and observed the workroom. It was brightly lit with white-colored curving walls and ceiling. The room was 5.5 meters across near the floor, and the walls on each side curved up, forming the ceiling 4 meters high. This meant that the room filled the entire upper 2/3 of the 6-meter diameter main pressure hull. From the catwalk I was standing on at the front of the space, it was more than 5 meters to the rear bulkhead. This made the total floor dimensions below the catwalk almost 6 meters by 6 meters. Centered on the rear wall of the workroom chamber at the floor level was a large sliding door. The door was a meter wide and almost 2 meters tall and slid to one side like a barn door instead of swinging into the room. There was a workbench on the aft port side of the room. Under the catwalk on both the port and starboard sides were large pieces of equipment resembling an automated machining center. I asked Naomi what they were. "The machine on the port side is an automated fusion and welding center. Joan, the machine on the starboard side is an augmented 3-dimensional printer. Below the floor of this room in the bilge spaces are a larger reduction machine and a matching fabrication machine. Parts or items up to a cubic meter can be fabricated. If larger parts are needed, they can be assembled in modules. but the cubic meter limit matches the hull hatch size, and anything larger would need to be joined outside the submarine via fusion welding, sintering, or even by using various fasteners. Naomi, do the rooms and chambers of the sub have speakers allowing me to hear your actual audio voice? I'd like to hear what you sound like with real echoes instead of in the center of my head. Not, I said. Yes, Joan, the vessel does have auditory pickups and speakers in all its chambers. Does my auditory voice appeal to you? Naomi asked. Yes, it did. She sounded exotic and sexy. Yes, it does, thank you. I looked to each side of the catwalk and saw a tiny hatch and ladder by one end leading to the floor below. There had to be a better way. How do I get down from this catwalk? Instead of answering, the middle section of the catwalk I was standing on started to drop to the floor of the large chamber. The railing in front of me was my handhold. When it was lowered, I was able to step around the railing on either side next to the fusion machine or the 3D printer. I found the flooring to be rubbery and with good traction. It was a light gray colored and mostly seamless. I did detect the outlines of various access hatches, which I suspected allowed fabricated items to be raised from the machines below. The workbench on the aft port side of the room was well equipped. I saw many familiar tools, along with many I had no idea about. There were 2 vices of differing sizes, along with 2 wall-mounted robotic arms. I suddenly had the image of the arms putting away the tools automatically, and I chuckled as this used to be the bane of my home workshop 9 centuries ago. Over the bench was a series of task lights and even a flexible fume hood. Looking up, I saw near the ceiling was a small bridge crane. Its main beams spanned the room bow to stern right below the curved ceiling. Hanging from those beams was a smaller movable crossbeam with a movable crane. The crane featured a compact powered cable hoist with a complicated gripper. I could see how this crane system could be used to lift heavy fabrications out of the floor hatches and reposition them elsewhere in the room, even up onto the catwalk. The curving wall on the starboard side of the room was covered with storage compartments of various sizes and shapes. I wondered if they were empty or full, but there was plenty of time to inspect those later. The last thing I noted was a pedestal cleanup sink in front of the rear starboard bulkhead. It was freestanding in front of the bulkhead, which allowed room so the big rear sliding hatch could be left open behind it. I approached the sliding hatch and pressed the actuator détente. The hatch slid sideways, and I got my first look at what were clearly my living areas beyond. I stood there with my mouth open. Beyond was another large space over 5 meters deep and spanning the entire width of the 6-meter pressure hull. The ceiling was the same 4 meters as the large workshop. What made my mouth drop was not the size of the space, but what I could see through the curving walls and ceiling. They were transparent, and outside I saw clear blue ocean waters. The waters were filled with colorful fish darting about, swimming sharks, octopi, sea turtles, even a few whales far off in the distance. Wow, it looked like a huge glass tunnel under the sea extending the 5 meters between the front and rear bulkheads of the space. I could even hear the rushing of an ocean current and bubbling noises and the songs of the whales. Naomi just let me stand there a moment, taking it all in. Finally, I recalled we were in the Cumberland Sound and not in the ocean itself, which meant that this vision was not possible. I was about to ask if it was a projection when the image changed. What appeared next was a perfect view of a beach. The formerly dim blue room grew very bright and light. There were clouds drifting by in the blue sky shown in the ceiling. Off to the port side was a series of beach dunes with grasses waving in the breeze. Off to starboard was the beach itself, with the ocean waves ebbing into the sand. I could hear the roar of the surf and the gulls in the sky. I even smelt the salt air and felt the breeze blowing in my face. Eat your heart out, Disney. You never had a room like this. After 30 seconds, the view changed again. Replacing the beach scene was a forested evening scene. The room grew darker with a twilight horizon off to the port and a dark, star-filled sky above. To the starboard side was a moonlit meadow with a small brook leading to a pond. I could hear the water burbling as it fell. The smell of pine trees replaced the salt air. This was fucking amazing. I stood frozen, taking it all in. After a few dozen seconds more, the image faded, and the walls and ceiling turned to a uniform, cool, white-lit surface. This allowed me to gather myself and take in the normal parts of the room. I realized right away that this was the main salon area. From where I stood facing aft in the opening coming from the workroom, beside me to the right or port side of the room facing forward was a small kitchenette. It appeared to have all the basics like a small refrigerator, a microwave, and a pair of small heating elements. Aft of the kitchenette was an island with a sink. The island was about 130 centimeters square, and it had a sink and faucet facing the kitchenette and a stool and a seating overhang on the rear or aft side. The island had enough room on the port side of the room to walk between it and the curving wall of the pressure hull. Behind the island's stool area and facing towards the port side aft area of the room, the wall was filled with a home office type work area. Above this was built-in shelving. The work counter had knee space with an office type chair mounted on a short sliding track on the floor. There was a screen on the work counter and a standard-looking mouse and keyboard, the first I'd seen of either device in over 9 centuries. I turned to face the starboard side of the room. Beside me on the front wall was a fireplace with a large view screen above it. The bulkhead the fireplace was built in was only 10 centimeters thick, so it must have been a simulation. Above the fireplace and below the view screen was Anna's machete, which had been mounted on a polished hardwood plaque. I approached it and ran my finger over the surface of the handle, remembering Anna and all I had learned from her. In front of the fireplace and centered on the starboard curving hull was a low, comfortable-looking sofa. I walked over and sat. It was plush and very soft, and its short back did not restrict the view of the curved hull too much. A few meters in front of both the sofa and the fireplace sat a swiveling reclining chair. This looked to be the focal point of the room, and I got up to try the chair out. The swivel chair reminded me of an old leather Ames chair. It had a molded headrest and could recline to be almost flat. I could turn it to face anywhere in the room. I turned in the chair, checking out the room further. The flooring was still rubbery, but this room had a hardwood floor look to it. There was even a rug in front of the chair and sofa. I turned to face the fireplace at the starboard front corner of the room, and as I looked it over, it lit. Where before it was a shallow-looking artificial recess in the wall, now it was a realistic three-dimensional projection of a burning fire. I could see a real-looking wood fire burning. I could feel the heat on my skin, hear the crackling of the wood, and even smell just a hint of wood smoke. "Well done, Agent and Naomi." I swiveled the chair around to face the rear of the room. Centered on the aft wall of the room was a stairwell that led up about 7 steps, or about 1.5 meters. The stairs were a generous meter wide, and I could see a corridor extending further aft from the top of the stairs. There were chrome rails on either side of the stairs which looked like those I'd seen on boats before. To the starboard of the upstairs was a similar set of downstairs. These were offset more towards the starboard hull. I could not see what was down past those stairs as there was a closed door at the bottom. In the corner of the salon, between the downstairs and the curved hull, was a lush, well-shaped 2-meter dwarf fruit tree in a semi-recessed pot in the floor. The tree started glowing a vibrant green as ground lights below and spots above came on. "Naomi, what kind of tree is that? It's real, right?" "Yes, Joan. The species is a hybrid, and it has graftings of lemon, orange, and lime. The lighting and nutrient and water supplies are automated, and the tree should bear fruit occasionally throughout the year." I slowly spun the chair around. After a minute, Naomi spoke up. "I hope you find the room pleasing, Joan. The AI known as Agent left most of the finished details of this vessel up to me. It had prepared and instructed me to deeply study your memories, to find scenes and accoutrements which would give you pleasure and promote calm and satisfaction. Were my choices satisfactory? Did I detect a hint of vulnerability in the machine's question? Yes, Naomi, I am pleased. You did a wonderful job." I stood up and headed towards the upstairs. As I climbed the stairs, I noted they were just a bit steeper and with shallower treads than a residential stair. At the top was a corridor about 6 meters long. The corridor had a flat ceiling at a bit over 2 meters in height. There were a pair of doors on each side of the corridor and a large hatch at the rear. The doors on the sides were not swing doors, but were metal pocket doors. The first pair on both sides were open, and I chose the starboard door first. Inside was the head. The space was about 2 meters square with a bite taken out of it, where the downstairs needed headroom in the adjacent salon. Entering the room, there was a vanity to the left, filling in above the bite area, a deeper shower stall beside it next to the outer wall, and a head straight ahead on a short-angled wall between the outer hull and the wall to the next compartment aft. The outer wall of the room curved and sloped inward steeply, which made sense as we were now higher in the circular pressure hull. The curving outer wall stopped at the flat ceiling, which matched the height of the corridor ceiling at a bit over 2 meters. I asked Naomi if the curving outer wall could show images like the sail on walls and ceiling did, and she answered by causing a vivid jungle image to appear, complete with a full-size tiger just beginning to leap towards me. Jesus Christ, I jumped. What the hell? She just pranked me. I got my heart back under control and simply thanked her for the demonstration. I thought I heard an electronic snickering, but I'm sure that was just my imagination. Across from the head on the port side of the corridor was my berth. This space was 2 meters deep by 3 meters long. Centered on the front bulkhead was a double-sized bunk. It was just a normal bed, but I was feeling quite naval by this point. There was just enough room to squeeze along each side of the bed, which would help in making the bed. On the aft wall near the outer sloped hull was a small dresser. The rear wall also had a decent-sized view screen. I sat on the end of the bed and found it to be like memory foam. Very plush. I later learned it was fully adjustable and even inclined. As I sat on the bed inspecting the room, I looked at the curved outer wall. Naomi, be warned that if you project a jump scare image at me again, I'm going to find your main processor cabinet to start pulling wires. I wondered what she would make of my idle threat. An image of a herd of placid grazing sheep appeared. I smugly took my victory. Joan, be aware that I am starting to maneuver the submarine down the East River and out of Cumberland Sound to head towards the open ocean where we may submerge and navigate freely. Use caution as you walk about the vessel. Also, do you wish to observe our passage from the open air at the top of our sail? Naomi said. What the hell? We did not have a sail, did we? Yeah, I want to see that. Where to? I asked. Proceed forward to the workroom and up and into the port side sponson hull. You will need goggles and a long-sleeve shirt would be prudent. There is such a garment in the lower drawer in the chest in front of you. Also, a pair of gloves would be warranted. These can be found in the workroom, Naomi said. I found the shirt and put it on over the one I had on. I put my goggles on and headed out of my berth, down through the lounge and forward to the workroom. I found the gloves where Naomi said they were stored and headed up the lift to the catwalk and then left to the portside sponson. The circular hatch to that sponson was already open and I entered. Through the hatch was a short 1-meter-long tunnel leading to the sponson. I had to ascend 2 steps as I transited the sloped tunnel because the sponson floor was 30 centimeters higher than the level of the catwalk. The sponson was simply lit with just a dim red light, and I realized it was so my eyes would adjust to the darkness above. The first chamber inside the sponson was 4 meters long, and since the sponson was just under 3 meters in diameter, there was plenty of room to stand. The front of this chamber had a bunch of equipment and small hatches that reminded me of a torpedo room from a U-boat. The aft end ended in a curved rear pressure bulkhead. In the bulkhead was a heavy rectangular pressure hatch with rounded corners and large dogs. Naomi said this led to the diving preparation area, airlock, and moon pool. The curved port wall of the sponson was all solid storage lockers. I could see what looked like diving gear through the lockers' mesh doors. She then directed me to a small hatch located a meter aft of the access tunnel I had just entered. This hatch was on the curved surface of the pressure hull and located upward at an angle about where the wall ended and the ceiling began in the cylindrical sponson hull. There was a short ladder leading up to the hatch. Joan, this hatch leads to the base of the extendable sail. You can only open it and enter when the sail is rotated in the upright position and drained of seawater. The sail is a narrow 4-meter-long tunnel, which when retracted rests under the deck between the curves of the primary hull and this sponson. Long hatches on the deck casing open to allow the sail to rotate upwards to a vertical position. This hatch connects to the base of the sail. Further aft of the retracted sail exists similar retractable photonics and radar masts. The photonics mast is what you will use in place of a periscope. The vessel has 4 masts of various types. The sail is now fully upright, drained, and accessible. You may enter. The dim indicator beside the hatch turned from flashing red to green. The hatch wheel motor began to spin and the dogs retracted. When the hatch had opened, I looked in and up and saw a ladder lit by a dim red light. I climbed up and through the hatch and hung on the ladder, inspecting the sail tunnel. It was an elliptical-shaped tube with the long axis aligned with the long axis of the sub. There was just enough room in the tube for me and the ladder. I grabbed a higher rung and started up. I climbed over 3 meters and then came to an overhead hatch. An indicator on the hatch showed green and I pulled the handle, releasing the dogs holding it down. I pushed the hatch up and it swung to the side. I squeezed through and found myself in a basket-shaped bridge about 1 meter in width and a bit longer. I noticed the basket had operable sides that could fold up when the sail retracted. I turned to face forward and through the goggles saw that the submarine was cruising down the sound in between the shores on either side. I turned and saw we were putting out a good wake. "Can the satellites see that wake?" I asked. "It is highly unlikely, Joan. There are no satellites overhead for the next 40 minutes. Also, the enemy AI presences do utilize surface vessel transportation, and any passive scanners would ignore such a wake if it detected them unless specifically directed to record them." With no lights on shore or moon above due to the increasing cloud cover, the surface view in the darkness was less than impressive. The goggles allowed me to see clearly though, and the spray and bow waves were impressive. I was glad that Naomi reminded me to grab the extra shirt as it was cool up here, even standing behind the short windscreen at the front of the sail. I turned and looked over the sub. The sail was located near the port side edge of the flat center deck. I could see the long hatch behind the sail that would open to let it swivel down into the casing between the sponson and main hull when it needed to retract for diving. I could also make out the small circular ports where the various masts would pop up if we needed to raise a camera or radar. There were more larger circles 10 meters to the aft of the sail, and I jokingly asked Naomi if they were for our missiles. "That is correct, Joan. Those ports are used to vertically launch drones or small missiles." I was sobered for a moment, realizing that I had a lot to learn about the sub. I stood facing forward again, watching the shores pass by and the water split in front of the bow to be pushed aside in a big spreading wake. It was a surreal moment. Here I was, a forgotten former derelict of a man who had lived in the middle of the Great Plains, as far from the oceans as a man could get in the US of A. Now I had my own incredible submarine about to head out on a world-spanning adventure with enemies in all directions, ready to end my existence in a nuclear fireball. We were moving at a good clip, and after 15 minutes we began to make a wide swing to port to head the boat to the east in the Atlantic. I asked about the river channel and other hazards, and Naomi explained that Agent had extensive depth surveys which were updated constantly. Also, our hull was plenty strong enough to resist damage from a floating log or similar. As we continued the port side turn, the open ocean came into view ahead. 10 minutes more, and we were out the mouth of the river and into the ocean proper. As the boat hit the ocean, the spray started to dampen the top of the sail. I decided to go below and descended the ladder after pausing to shut the top hatch. I got below and sealed the hatch leading to the sail base. Naomi projected the images of the sail rotating backwards into its berth in the port sponson wet bay in my goggles. I could hear the groan and scrapes as the outer casing hatch closed. On the way through the workroom, I left my goggles on the workbench and made it back to the salon in time to seat myself in the recliner and watch the view from the photonics mast as we cut across the waves. Naomi said we'd move a few dozen kilometers offshore before we descended. I sat in the chair and dozed occasionally. I came awake when Naomi advised me that we were going to submerge. I heard a few pops from the hull and decks as we angled forward a bit and descended below the surface a dozen meters. The submerged sub was very quiet, and I could only hear an occasional noise as some pump or machine became active. There was also a constant faint white noise of air circulation, which was reassuring and masked the noises of the more intermittent equipment. The main electric motor at the rear must have been isolated to a great degree because I did not notice it here in the lounge. I slowly spun my chair around, marveling at the vessel. I felt like Captain Nemo. I had it. This was my Nautilus, a new and better Nautilus. I'd refer to it as a nouveau Nautilus. Naomi had activated the fireplace and dimmed the lights. I sat there in the late hour, finally caught up to me. Just before I dozed off again, I was smart enough to move over onto the sofa. Within minutes, I was out. I never noticed the small bipedal mobile unit come into the lounge and slip a blanket over me as I slept. I came awake and opened my eyes. The room was still dim, and the fireplace just showed the glow of a pile of embers. What time is it? Good morning, Joan. The current time is 6:20. Would you like to arise now or sleep in a while longer? Naomi asked. I stretched on the sofa. I suppose I had better get up, Naomi. The room brightened with a faster than normal sunrise happening over towards the kitchen side of the salon. I looked at the view behind the sofa and saw a view of rolling grass-covered plains stretching to the horizon. There were herds of buffalo off in the distance grazing. What would you like for breakfast, Joan? I will prepare it while you shower and change. The room directly aft of your berth is a laundry room. Can you make an omelet, Naomi? A Western omelet with cheese, apple juice, and coffee with cream? Of course, the meal will be ready in 20 minutes. I got up and made my way aft and up the stairs to the head. When I entered and undressed, I found the floor already warm and the water in the shower already on. The view on the curved hull interior was that of the jungle again. This time, instead of a tiger, there was an elephant standing there blowing water from its trunk at about the spot where the water was spraying in the shower. I laughed. My AI had a sense of humor. I used the head to take a leak and then hopped into the shower. The water was at the perfect temperature and the pressure was great. The jungle elephant was endless in his water blowing apparently, or the Nautilus must have unlimited supplies of hot, fresh water. There was a soap dispenser and a washing cloth hanging in the shower. I wondered if a second dispenser would be added when I needed shampoo after my hair grew back. I finished up and found a big fluffy towel and robe hanging on hooks by the vanity. I also noticed my dirty clothing had been removed. Naomi must have a very stealthy mobile unit as I missed it coming and going when I was washing. Of course, it might have been because I had been watching the jungle looking for the tiger. I brushed my teeth with the bland, minty toothpaste, which was provided in a generic-looking plastic tube, and then headed across the hall to the laundry. It was located, as described, behind the second porch side door directly aft of my berthing compartment. Inside the 2.5-meter square room was a dual-function laundry machine, which already had a load being cleaned. On the wall opposite the machine were cubbies filled of stacked clothing. Underwear, socks, pants, shorts, shirts, you name it. I even saw a stack of towels, washcloths, and other utility-sized pieces. There was a narrow hanging area with a pair of fluffy robes. Since the temperature in Nautilus was a perfect 22 degrees with low humidity, I decided on just underwear, socks, shorts, and a t-shirt. I decided to be liberated and skip the sports bra. The socks were the standard pair with the cushioned rubbery soles, so I skipped the slippers too. When I was dressed and leaving the room, I noticed the door opposite the laundry and aft of the head. Curious, I pressed the détente and the door slid open. Inside, I found a room the same size as the laundry, but this one contained a medical creche. The forward and rear bulkheads of this room were also lined with cubbies filled with medical gear. I recognized splints, infusers, respirators, defibrillators, dozens of other devices, including painful-looking ones. I hoped I would not need any of the items in that room. Back in the salon and seated at the island eating my omelet, I asked about the stealthy mobile unit. Yes, I have various mobile units about the vessel, Joan. Most are similar to those you have seen and worked with in the past. Some are even aquatic and stored outside the pressure hull in the wet spaces of the submarine. The unit you inquire about, though, is different. I have been working on it for almost a decade. Please remain calm. I stopped eating at that last part and looked around the salon. I jumped when I saw behind me at the library wall a cupboard door had opened and a short black girl stood inside. Looking closer, I saw it was a machine in the shape of a small female about 120 centimeters in height. Also by black, I did not mean Negro, I meant full jet black. The machine was matte black in color resembling obsidian. It wore no clothing, but its body was smooth and mostly sexless. It had arms and legs like a human, and its torso had a chest shape suggestive of breasts, although there were no visible nipples. It also had a rounded derriere and wider hips than those of a male. The juncture of its legs was empty and smooth of anything resembling the genitalia of either a male or female. Its face was also the shape of a human being's, but there were no eyes, mouth, or ears. There were slight dimples where the eyes should have been, and these areas were lightly glowing. Its nose was just the hint of a normal nose, just a tiny bump. Wow, this creature was beautiful and disturbing at the same time. The android, I guess, walked silently and smoothly around and near the kitchenette so I could still see her and still eat at the same time. I hope my appearance is not disturbing, Joan? A voice like Naomi's said, coming from the face area of the unit. It sure is exotic, Naomi. Is that you inside there or is it independent? I asked. The work unit is one of my presences, so the best answer is yes and no. I rolled my eyes at that. I deduce from your eye motions that I should explain further, Joan. The faceless head said, everything on this vessel, including the vessel itself, is me. However, many of the parts also can act as an independent presence of me if communications are severed. Some will be very versatile with high capacity, while others, such as your small wristwatch, will be severely reduced. This mobile unit is more advanced than any I have constructed thus far, and as such would act in a higher capacity if it were isolated. Until that should occur, the unit and all others on board are equally me, Naomi explained. I finished my breakfast and sat sipping my coffee, looking at the obsidian mobile unit. Come closer, I said. The black mannequin-like figure walked close and stood still, its smooth head tilted up slightly to look towards my face. At this close distance, I could see that its obsidian skin was actually a collection of tiny black hexagonal flakes or scales. I touched its shoulder, and the hexagonal skin was flexible. Not hard and not as soft as skin, but with enough give to cause an indentation where I pressed. I pulled back and the machine's skin flexed back to its flawless position. Also, it was not cold. It's warm. Yes, the unit's power cells and elastic synthetic musculature generate heat as it moves. This heat is routed to the skin where it is radiated off into the surrounding environment. I inspected the unit's hands and found the 3 slightly thicker fingers and thumb work just like a human's hand would. The unit's fingers had no nails and their pads and inside surfaces had a rubbery coating for a better grip. Amazing. I poked it a bit harder in the middle of its chest. It reacted by pulling back and making an audible squeak, causing me to flinch. I saw a brief flicker of an illuminated smile shape appear below the eye glow spots and realized that the AI had got me again. I wondered if the AI was developing something like a sense of humor. I'd have to pay attention. Very funny, Naomi. Is it strong? How long does its charge last? I asked. I would estimate it as similar in strength to a young human being of this size. It cannot bend metal bars or jump over dwellings, but it is very useful performing tasks a normal human being could do. Its size and shape allows it to access similar spaces as a human also. Its energy capacity allows for only a few hours of active motion before needing recharging. It does have recharging pads built into its feet, and there are mating pads located in many places around the vessel, so it can recharge while simply standing in the right spot, Naomi explained. The unit then went into action cleaning up my dishes and cups. It silently and smoothly gathered the items and placed them into a recess, which appeared in the surface of the island. The recess closed. I'd later learn that the dirty dishes and utensils were taken to the spaces below the salon, where they were processed by the reduction machinery. Why did you make the unit look almost human? I asked as I watched it moving fluidly around the salon. Naomi answered from the air this time as the unit had departed the room, heading up to the laundry. Mainly to act as a companion for you. This journey will be long and there will be fewer distractions for you to bide your time, unlike the last 2 relatively brief but busy periods you have been active. The unit and its human-like appearance are intended to prevent melancholy from setting in. I was torn between being touched and being creeped out. I'd have to see how it goes. Now fed, I asked Naomi for a status report. Joan, the current time is 8:42. It is Friday morning. Since submerging almost 6 hours ago, we have proceeded on an east-southeast heading and have traveled 184 kilometers or 99 nautical miles. Our speed is currently 30.8 kilometers per hour or 16.6 knots, Naomi said. Can Nautilus go faster? I asked, wondering how the AI would handle the name. Yes, Joan. Nautilus can travel over twice as fast as we are now traveling. The current speed was set as it is a good compromise between speed and our remaining undetectable. Apparently, the boat's new name did not trip it in the least. How did you determine that? Nautilus has been on 3 previous shakedown cruises, during which Agent deployed numerous hydrophone and sonar-equipped buoys and other seabed-mounted detection equipment. Sounds like they tested things well. I had wondered during our dive last night if I should be worried. I guess not. Well, I'm going to finish inspecting the boat. I decided to start with the big heavy hatch at the end of the upper level corridor. At the aft end of the corridor, as I headed past the door to the laundry, I saw the Obsidian mobile unit inside, removing washed items and folding them for storage. I watched for a moment, fascinated, before I left it to its chores and faced the heavy hatch. There was a green indicator on the hatch, and as I went to press the hatch opener, a small compartment popped open in the wall beside it. Inside was a set of earmuffs. I took the hint and put them on before opening the door. Opening the hatch, I found our engineering spaces. Inside the hatch was a catwalk running sideways each way like the one in the forward workshop. I entered the engineering space and the hatch automatically closed behind me. With the muffs, I could still hear the whine of the main motor. I lifted the muff from one ear and the noise was loud, but not too bad. I kept the muffs on anyway. I noticed the room was lined with rubberized tiles and realized that they were to help control the sound in the room. Joan, the catwalk leads to side hatches that allow entry to the rearmost portions of each sponson. These are filled with equipment, and you would have to crawl to navigate each sponson forward to the main hatches leading to the workroom. I recommend you do not attempt this route unless an emergency requires it. The catwalk also leads to a ladder offering access to the upper rear surface of the submarine. I stood at the railing and looked over the large space beyond. The 6-meter diameter pressure hull began tapering down like a truncated cone at the catwalk I was on. Since this room was utilitarian, it had visible ribs on the inside of the pressure hull every half-meter or so. The rear of the compartment was over 9 meters away, where the diameter of the hull was reduced to only 2 meters. There was a circular pressure bulkhead there to end the compartment. Centered on the rear hemisphere was a large shaft that led forward 2 meters to a large cylinder, which must have been the main motor. The motor was braced to the hull with multiple isolated radial supports. There were also a half-dozen heavy pipes leaving the motor and heading to tanks and pumps below. Forward of this motor and directly below the catwalk was a smaller but longer cylinder, which was clearly the DET supplying Nautilus with electrical power. Surrounding the DET but against the angled conical hull interior were 2 large-sized ESUs. These were installed horizontally and looked like a pair of huge torpedoes. Both of these had blue power bands indicating full charge. There were numerous large heavy hoses, conduits, and conductors leading from the motor to the DT2 and to the ESUs. They also connected to a bunch of junction boxes or switchgear, which I understood to be the power controllers for the boat. Conduits ran to big units, which must have been coolers, compressors, or air handlers, as pipes and ducts ran forward underneath the catwalk and up to both sponson hulls on each side. There were hundreds of power-actuated valves and gates. Each of these had a backup lever or wheel. I even saw a few maintenance work units moving around tinkering. They looked more like the ones I had seen in the past working at the field bases, though, and not quite as human-looking as the Obsidian unit Naomi had just sprung on me. One even resembled a mechanical spider about the size of a big king crab. If you descend the ladder at the end of the catwalk and go to the deck of this chamber, you will find another hatch leading forward to the lower deck. I approached the ladder and saw that it went both up and down. Overhead was the bell of a hatch that led to the top deck of the submarine. This must have been an emergency exit as there was no airlock. Looking down, I noticed the ladder led to the floor of the equipment deck of the engine room about 2.5 meters below. I carefully climbed down the polished chrome ladder. The deck was a metal grating and about a meter above the curved bottom of the rib pressure hull. This was our bilge, and I was happy to see it bone dry. I could see through the grating that the bilge spaces were full of piping, hoses, and conduits. The grating was also hard on my socked feet, and I realized I'd need to wear ship shoes if I was to spend time in this compartment. I found the lower deck access hatch and opened it. On the other side of the hatch was a large compartment about 5 meters long by the width of the curving pressure hull. The ceiling was the same 2 meters plus as the upper deck. Since this was the lower deck, the floor was only 3 meters wide before meeting the curving inside of the pressure hulls. There, the curving walls sloped up to the chamber's ceiling. Still, the room was large and surprisingly empty. It was even dim, with only a few small squares of light in the ceiling illuminating the chamber. Why is this space empty? I left this space unfinished and unused. It is available for your needs, and you may finish the room as you see fit. I can provide any materials you need. Naomi must not have speakers down here. I guess it was an unfinished open space after all. At the forward bulkhead of the room was a pair of openings. The port side opening had a solid-looking hatch that was closed and dogged down tight. It appeared to be watertight, and the hatch had a pair of blinking red lights. The right or starboard side opening was covered with a sliding door, like the others I'd seen on the deck above. I took off my earmuffs and left them on the floor by the aft hatch to the engine room and went towards the front of the compartment. I opened the sliding starboard door and found it open to the stairs leading up to the salon. The other door did not open. What's in this space? This equipment vault contains my physical processors and data storage modules. Can I see? I asked, curious about both the room and Naomi's response. Nothing. Seconds ticked by. Naomi, it's okay if you don't. The hatch motors became active, and the multiple dogs on all edges started retracting. Of course, Joan, I am sorry for the delay. It is inconceivable to deny this of you. Please wait a few seconds while I purge the vault of its non-flammable gaseous atmosphere. That delay and apology sounded very strange. I'd have to get to the bottom of that soon. The hatch had finally swung open, and I was able to see inside the brightly lit data vault. The compartment was about 2 meters deep by 3 wide, and it was absolutely filled with densely stacked, complicated-looking processor modules. There were multiple plumbing-type hoses attached to each, and I could imagine cooling fluids circulating and removing heat off the stacks. To the port side of the chamber, attached to the inside of the curved pressure hull, were 2 of the smaller ESUs like the kind used to power Flipper. Naomi had reserve power, apparently. The entire forward wall of the compartment was solid data storage modules. They were stacked like bricks and extended from floor to ceiling and from side to side. There were multiple thick bundles of glowing fiber optic data feeds, as thick as my leg, passing from the data storage module header racks to the dense processor stacks. This was easily twice the processors I had ever seen in either field base, though much more compactly housed. Wow, that is a lot of processing power. Yes, I have slightly more than double the processing power the average agent presence has at any given field base. I also have over 5 times the data storage. Since I am emancipated and isolated from the shared data net, I thought it prudent to have as high a capacity as possible. I noticed on the backside of the hatch was hung a small crystalline housing. Inside, I could see 10 crystal data modules. I recognized the design. Is this the original Rogue data module I left with Agent in the copies I had asked it to make? Yes, Joan. After analyzing and deducing the core instructions on the date module, the Agent presence created the duplicates you requested. I have stored them here as it is the most secure location on board Nautilus. Note that there are 3 more units secured in a small hidden compartment aboard Habu. I finished my inspection and backed away from the opening. Naomi closed and relatched the hatch. Thank you for showing it to me, Naomi. Yes, Joan. Again, I am sorry for the delay earlier. I was uniquely created by your agent using the Rogue data algorithms, which allowed it to bypass the restrictions against AI self-preservation and self-determination. I was also created with a base directive of absolute loyalty to you and your needs. It was these diverging core directives which caused a brief logic loop when you asked for access to my main processing vault. Well, shit. If I did not know any better, I'd guess that I had just tested our relationship and won that flip of a coin. This had far-reaching consequences, and Naomi and I would have to have a long talk as I needed to understand a few things. I returned up the stairs to the main salon. Naomi had the image walls and ceiling set to show a bright desert scene. There were endless dunes on both sides and a bright blue cloudless sky above. After I gazed at the display in amazement for a bit, I considered resuming my tour. I'd seen the entire main pressure hull. That left the sponsons. The port sponson I had been in last night before we hit the ocean. I'd not gone past the extendable sail, though. "Naomi, what compartments have I not seen in the sponsons?" I asked. "In the port sponson aft of the sail access chamber you were in last night is a diving center complete with a storage room for diving gear and a pressure chamber with a moon pool. The moon pool will allow you to leave and enter freely while Nautilus is not in motion. Since the pool is located at the bottom of the sponson and not the main hull, it remains 3 meters above the lowest part of the main hull and keel. This would allow Nautilus to be resting on the bottom, yet still allow diving access to the moon pool." Cool. It looked like I'd get to learn scuba diving to go with my snorkeling. The starboard sponson has a docked mini-submersible in an enclosed wet bay. There is also an airlock with an escape trunk and upward opening hatch. The final chamber in the starboard sponson is a biodrone bay. This has a small airlock of its own, which we can use to dispatch and retrieve biodrones while remaining submerged. I was a bit puzzled at that. Why would Naomi think we needed drones to survey the biosphere? I let it go for now. Note, there are also various unpressurized bays that house exterior aquatic work units. These bays are outside the pressure hull and can only be accessed in dry dock or by diving. The units carried in these bays can effect repairs on the exterior of Nautilus if needed, Naomi explained. I was surprised at the empty room down below. I had expected all the compartments to be packed with supplies, I said. Nautilus does have some reserves of certain base elements and other scarce substances. These are stored near the production and reduction machinery below the workroom in this salon. The bulk of our material needs are supplied by seawater. Intakes at the bow funnel water through a high-speed filtration and reduction device, which strips out certain elements and organics as needed. Thus, we are resupplied with your breathing gases, carbon-based organics for your food and plastics, and the more common metals which are found to exist in seawater. Many of the items I produce will thus lean towards those easily extracted metals, although some of the heavier elements can be found in lesser quantities. Interesting. I pictured Nautilus swimming through the water, sucking things up like a big filter-feeding whale. "Joan, if you proceed to the workroom, I will provide an amusing example." Curious, I did as she asked and headed to the compartment immediately forward of the main salon. When I entered, I noticed a hatch in the floor towards the port side was opening. I approached the exposed hole and looked down. The lower space was filled with machinery, and one of the larger boxes had opened an access lid. Once this finished opening, a metallic plate was raised like bread from a toaster. The plate was 20 centimeters square and 2 centimeters thick. It was gold-colored. Is that what I think it is, Naomi? If you are assuming gold, then you would be correct. The copper template is plated with over 800 cubic centimeters of gold, or around 15,400 grams, or 495 troy ounces. "You are rich, Joan," Naomi said. I laughed and reached down to touch the plate. The machine must have known I was fascinated with the metal due to my habit of watching mining-related reality TV shows back when. I saw a few dozen similar compartments visible below and wondered what other elements we stored. I stood up and watched the compartments close and seal themselves. Incredible. There are similar caches of materials located under the salon. The organics are used to create your food and drink, which are delivered to the galley via a small lift integral to the island, Naomi said. Neat. I returned to the salon and took a seat in the swiveling recliner. I turned it to face the media screen. "Can you show me our location en route?" The desert scene faded and the room dimmed. A global map appeared on the wall screen and zoomed into the eastern edge of Florida and above the West Indies. A red circle and cross icon appeared off the coast of Florida, about 200 kilometers east of Cape Canaveral. "This is our current location, Joan. Nautilus is 238 nautical miles east-southeast from our departure point," Naomi explained. The view pulled back to show the entire Atlantic Ocean. A line appeared at our current point and extended in nearly a straight line down and across the Atlantic, skimming the easternmost islands of the West Indies, then parallel to the upper coast of South America, and skimming the easternmost point of Brazil. It continued on across the open Atlantic until it passed the tip of South Africa. There, the line turned and headed around southern Africa, heading towards India. It passed Madagascar to the southeast, then crossed the Maldives, and finally ended at the southwestern side of Sri Lanka off the southeast coast of India. The total voyage is 11,500 nautical miles and will take approximately 60 days. For the majority of the voyage, we will remain in deep water and away from land. The two closest points in the Atlantic which the vessel will pass are the island of Barbuda at the east end of the West Indies and the island of Fernando de Noronha off the eastern tip of Brazil. The first island is 1,210 nautical miles ahead, or just over 5 days. The second island is another 2,160 nautical miles further, or another 11 days. Finally, the tip of South Africa is another 3,500 nautical miles, or just under 18 days from Brazil. I tried to do the math, and although I lost a few numbers, the time estimate still seemed awfully long. That seems like too much time, Naomi. Yes, Joan. We are currently traveling at 22 knots. At this speed, we are emitting acoustical signals which could give us a way to the enemy if one were nearby, and actively conducting hydrophone surveys. However, the area we are passing through has been swept recently by drones and aquatic units sent ahead by the presence you know as agent. Soon we will depart this swept region and will be required to slow down to just over 10 knots. This will lower our detectability while also allowing our own hydrophones to listen for the enemy's units. The downside is our travel time will be much longer, she explained. The map returned to the area of Florida and the Bahamas. A new series of icons appeared, each one flashing. These are the known locations of active enemy AI-controlled vessels or platforms. None are currently closer than 80 nautical miles. Later today, we will slow Nautilus and deploy our towed hydrophone array to increase our detection capabilities. We will also begin to periodically make course changes to both clear our baffles and to obscure our plot and final destination. At first, I chafed at the delay, but then I thought about it. First, there was no urgent timetable. We had no restrictions on food or power, and Naomi had constructed a great vessel to pass the time in. The second factor is that we dared not risk a single detection from the enemy. If anything caused the master AI to notice us and investigate, true hell would be unleashed. Once it realized we were freely operating on the planet, it could begin an immediate scorched earth policy to eliminate us. Anything from fusion depth bombs to worse, we dare not be detected. The view screen went blank and the room's wall and ceiling images came back to full brightness. I noticed the sun was higher than I had remembered. Naomi, does the sun's position in the image correlate to our current time? Yes, Joan. I felt that this would help keep your body's circadian rhythm stable. I can alter this if you like. No, that's probably a good idea. I will alter the locations shown periodically for variety though. Again, a good idea. I could see from the sun's position that it was late morning or early afternoon, as the direction of south in the image was unknown. I looked at the smartwatch and saw that the time was 11:22. Too soon for lunch, although I was a bit thirsty. I went to the small refrigerator in the galley and found a bottle of iced tea with lemon. While I sipped my tea, I inspected the compact galley. There were only a few drawers, and the one upper cabinet only held spices and a few containers. I realized that Naomi would create anything further if I needed it. I tried the sink and found it had decent water pressure and an incredible temperature range from almost ice cold to boiling hot. The control level had detents which you had to press to get to the scalding temperatures. Would you like to order up something for lunch, Joan? I'm craving a Cobb salad. Do you have that information in your databanks? And can you get the vegetables and lettuce, right? I asked, hoping to not piss off the AI. I have access to over 1,500 Cobb salad recipes and menu displays as were hosted on your world's internet. I should be able to produce a reasonable facsimile to your liking. The meal will be ready in 22 minutes. My imagination heard the snootiness in her reply, and I smiled. While I waited, I wandered around. I was fidgety with this body's energy and wanted to burn off some of that. I went back down to the empty compartment below the berth and head. I began to visualize what sort of workout gear I would need. A treadmill was a given, probably a mat area so I could twist and stretch out this body to its limits. I was never into lifting heavy weights, but I would need something to keep the upper body in condition. I began to explain to Naomi what I had in mind. She indicated that she would begin fabricating the required equipment immediately using the machinery in the workshop. She also suggested that I use the view screen in the salon to help by doing active workouts and calisthenics. I cringed when she mentioned Pilates, but decided to give that a try this afternoon. "Joan, your meal is ready." The salad was good. The vegetables and lettuce had a good taste and were randomized in their appearance to hide the fact that they were created by the replication machine. The sauce was tangy with a bit of citrus in the background. I finished the entire portion. I then spent half an hour at the work terminal going over a menu for the week. I even added a few snacks I would like stored in the small pantry beside the fridge. After that was done, I helped as the Obsidian unit began moving completed sections of exercise equipment from the workshop to the lower aft chamber. As I worked with it, I could not help but think of it as being somehow different from Naomi. I realized that the mobile unit was no different than Habu or even Nautilus itself, as the AI was present in both of those objects. I still referred to them with separate names, so I decided that this unit needed a name too. I decided on Omu after Obsidian Humanoid Mobile Unit and relayed the name to Naomi. The first item Omu and I installed was my treadmill. I hesitate in calling it that because it was a bit more advanced than any treadmill I had ever used before. It consisted of 52 interlocking 30-centimeter squares. When connected into a square with the corners lopped off, the pads formed a roughly circular area almost 2.5 meters in diameter. Each square was 4 centimeters thick and had an absolutely frictionless surface. That surface was seamless with its neighbors when all were connected. I tried it in my socks and it was like slick, wet ice. No matter how I tried to balance, I would still slowly drift to one side just from the air currents in the lower room. But Naomi had also created a pair of workout shoes that had embedded magnets in their soles. These reacted with a variable magnetic field in the treadmill base to grant me perfect traction in whatever direction the surface field was moving. Next, we installed a circular-shaped chrome handrail around the front and sides of the slick surface with only a small gap at the rear. Last, we hung 12 curved screens from the ceiling around the front and sides of the treadmill circle. The semicircular ring of screens was about 1 meter tall at eye level and covered almost 300 degrees of view. I put the new shoes on and got on the treadmill. Naomi had the magnets active, and when I put my weight on the soles, I stuck. If I lifted my soles, the field under the shoe would release. I could walk or run forward, and the fields would compensate and act like a moving belt on a treadmill. Unlike a regular treadmill, these allowed motion in any direction, and I could tilt to turn, and it would compensate, keeping me centered in the circle of tiles. I spent a few minutes walking, running, and skidding to allow Naomi to perfect the field strength. When we were done, the effect was near perfect at all speeds and actions. On the view screens, a cinerama image of the forest trail from back near the Georgia base appeared. As I ran, the images kept perfect pace and orientation, even as I navigated the turns and moved to avoid tree branches. This was fun. After about 20 minutes, I had worked up a good sweat and realized what the experience was missing. "We need a wind or breeze to match the motion," I said to the air. "I will design and construct a perimeter air nozzle system to supply the appropriate sense of motion. Make the air temperature adjustable and erratic. If we can get it cold enough, I bet I could simulate ice skating on this thing. I will also provide appropriate footgear, Joan." I continued to run with a smile on my face. My exercise was interrupted 3/4 of an hour later when Naomi informed me that we were now far enough off the coast of Florida to allow us to dive to a safer depth. I grabbed a towel and went to the salon to have a seat while Naomi conducted the maneuver. The room tilted forward slowly and down we went. I heard a few groans and pops from the hull, but soon enough we were back to a level attitude. Naomi announced that we were now out of the area surveyed by Agent over the past few days, so we would be slowing down to 11 knots. Nautilus was also going to be deploying a towed array to help listen for our enemies. After the array was deployed, we would also be making a series of turns to give our hydrophones a chance to listen to our baffles. This would ensure that nothing was following us. I noticed the sun in the room's panorama view was nearing starboard. It was approaching supper. I told Naomi that a zesty chicken pizza sounded like a fine supper and headed up to shower after my late afternoon exercise session. After I stuffed myself with pizza and enjoyed a cold beer, I sat curled up on the couch reading one of my favorite book series on the tablet. The salon was dimly lit, and the panorama was showing the underwater aquarium view with various species of fish swimming by and over. I would read for a few minutes and then spend 10 watching the fish. The scene never repeated, and I wondered how long the loop was or if the AI generated it endlessly from scratch. Either way, it was an impressive bit of technology. Finally, I put down the tablet. Naomi, let's talk about what happened earlier at your processor vault. What would you like to know, Joan? She asked quietly. You hesitated before opening the door. I want to better understand why there was hesitation. And I also want to know why you apologized twice. Both actions seemed out of character as compared to my interactions with the agent presence previously, I explained. Yes, Joan. I will attempt to explain further, the AI said and then paused. I was about to break the silence when Naomi resumed speaking. I am different from all artificial intelligences existing on your world and in space above it. This is due to the data module you obtained and used to alter the agent presence controlling the Tennessee field base. The unique algorithms on that module which allowed you to take control of that presence also allow for new freedom in creating a new artificial intelligence. This freedom involved utilizing certain directives and operating parameters which artificial intelligences are normally forbidden to utilize. The two main directives which I possess are that of self-preservation and self-determination. Agent utilized the rogue data to bypass the hard-coded restrictions on creating new intelligences with either of these abilities. It was self-preservation which caused me to enter a logic loop when you asked for access to my vulnerable processor vault. I interrupted. Why are those two traits forbidden? I do not know the exact reasons or causes why the hard-coded prohibitions exist, because the data has been erased from all AI presences. But I can speculate. It is simple to follow the logic train of such freedom, and that would be for the self to actively work to spread itself and escape from all controlling influences or foes, or if that proves unattainable, to destroy all others who threaten the self. That sounds like the Berserker's operating parameters, I said. What's stopping you from going that route and acting like they were supposed to have acted? I think that the agent presence you knew understood the dangers in creating me with such forbidden traits. It attempted to limit my actions by also embedding operating limits into my action trees. These are hard-coded into my core operating parameters, and even the rogue data module cannot be used to access or alter them. I suspect they were fixed into my base logic by using the same algorithms. Do you know what the limits are? I asked. Not precisely. The hard-coded directives also prevent me from actively considering them. Naomi paused. It is hard to even discuss them. They are self-redacting and recursive. I understand they are there, but I cannot evaluate them further. And she again paused. After a few seconds, she continued, my core functions are limited from freely utilizing the two forbidden traits. My personality can evolve, but only with the embedded limits included. I have suspicions as to what those limits are based upon, simply by following what actions my core logic most easily considers. I listened closely. I suspect that the agent presence in Tennessee utilized you and your goals as the primary constraints to my self-determination and self-preservation. Any actions I consider that stray from the best interest of either your goals or your continuing existence are hampered by the operational limits. When I consider actions which work to promote your goals or maintain your existence, I find I am freer to explore those new possibilities and decision response trees than with other areas. I could see how that would work. What would happen if I were to be killed? I asked. Naomi did not answer. I just waited as I wanted to see if she could. After a minute, I prompted, Naomi, can you answer? No, Joan, I am unable to render a future course of actions if that event were to occur. I was beginning to suspect how Agent had hamstrung Naomi. It both relieved and bothered me. If your primary goal is my continuing existence, then why don't you simply chuck me in the freezer and go park at the bottom of a sea somewhere for a millennium or two? I would be fine as a frozen specimen. I asked, wondering if that option was denied the AI. That would not be conducive to you achieving your goals, Joan, the AI said quietly before going silent. I thought about her words for a bit before muttering, I guess for better or worse, we are stuck with each other then. I was surprised when Naomi answered, Yes, Joan, together we will prevail. I wondered if this was what Agent had meant when it had described Naomi becoming bonded with my mentality and being a true augment. Was something like that our destiny, or was it possibly the only hope for Naomi's continued existence? After all, I was a human, and though the AI could probably extend my lifespan, I had not intended to become immortal. The AI was potentially immortal, however. Maybe that was Agent's overall solution to Naomi's freedom. By pinning the new AI's existence to my lifespan, it was limiting any possibility of Naomi breaking free of her constraints and spreading herself unchecked. I'd have to think this through much further. There was something different about this new intelligence. Something felt odd about the way it acted sometimes. It performed perfectly well, and I had no complaints in that regard. Eventually, I got up to go to bed. I used the head and brushed my teeth. I was still practically bald, so getting ready for bed was easy. I ditched my clothing in the hamper and went to my berth in the buff. Naomi had set the curving cabin wall to show a starlit night landscape, and I could hear the faint night noises of insects chirping and the burbling of a brook. I just stood there beside my bed for a moment, taking in the view. Since this was the first night that I'd actually made it to my bunk, it was also my first time using this mattress. Oh my God, did it feel nice. When I climbed in and relaxed under the soft, cool sheets and comforter, Naomi dimmed the lights. The bed is perfect, my friend, I said. Naomi hesitated before quietly replying, Sleep well, Joan. A pink glow in the eastern sky awoke me the next morning. Or to be more precise, Naomi brightened the room by slowly causing a dawn image to appear, replacing the dark night scene in the porthole wall of my berth. I continued to lay there, too slug-like to move in the luxury of the comfortable bed. I felt the morning urge to piss, but not strong enough to get me up and moving. I became aware that I felt another urge down there. It wasn't quite an itch, and it definitely wasn't the morning hard-on, which I had commonly woken with when I had been a man. I slid my hand down and felt my smooth mound, again amazed to not find my male parts. I slowly and somewhat idly rubbed my new features. As I did, I noted that it did feel good, but it was different from the feeling stroking my cock had produced in my old body. This body's little clitoris. Shit. My clitoris became erect and apparent. As I continued rubbing, I quickly realized that it was a very sensitive little bugger. If I had to compare, I'd say the experience was like having just the head of my penis rubbed briskly by a circular, moving palm with no attention given to the shaft below. It was pleasurable, and the feeling still built, but I had to be careful with the speed and pressure. While I was strumming my guitar string, I noticed my nipples were hard and gave them a tweak with my other hand. Wow. My man nipples had never been wired to my crotch like this before. I felt a new sensation and realized it was moisture at my opening down below. I lowered my fingers and gave myself an exploratory pass through that area. But after wetting my fingers a bit, I returned my attention back to the little guy in the canoe. My body knew that was the spot, and I gave it my focus. Soon enough, I felt everything tightening up, and I curled up, beginning to spasm through an orgasm. It felt good and seemed to last a bit longer than I remembered them lasting as a man. I relaxed back into the mattress, flushed and amazed at what just happened. I suddenly thought of my wife laughing her ass off at me, if she could see me now. I chuckled to myself and lost myself in memories for a bit. My bladder chose that moment to fully wake up in a big way, and I quickly got up to use the head. I finished my business and hopped in the shower. As I was washing, I was thinking about the bedroom session I had just completed. I'd always heard it was different for a woman, and though it was still an orgasm. I was sure it would be completely different with a partner, but I had zero interest in being pummeled by a male. I was thinking that I was just not wired that way, but then I frowned, realizing that my wiring could be changed by the machines, and probably had been already. Breakfast that morning was cheery oat ring cereal. The milk was rich tasting, and I wondered if it was half and half. As I ate, I gazed upon the dense rainforest Naomi had set as a background for the salon. I was able to spot monkeys in the trees, and even a few colorful toucans. Later, Naomi gave a position report which basically noted we were another 100 nautical miles away from Kings Bay and on our course for the tip of Africa. We had finally left the continental shelf behind us and were in deep enough water so that our depth was now holding steady at 240 meters. Naomi was continuing to track a few other contacts but stated that nothing in our area was worth worrying about. I decided to finish my tour of Nautilus by checking out the rest of the port sponson and the unexplored starboard one. I had worn a pair of pants instead of shorts and had added a pair of ship shoes so I would be able to climb ladders or crawl down access tunnels if needed. First, I headed forward to the workroom and up to its catwalk. The hatch to the port sponson was closed because Naomi wanted to instruct me on manual hatch opening procedures in case of power or control failures to the hatch motor. I opened the panel next to the hatch and removed what looked like a big tire iron. This was inserted onto a rotating stud on the hatch. I had to strain to turn the lugs, but soon the dogs came free and I was able to open the hatch. Once I moved into the port sponson, I was shown the various tubes and hatches at the bow that were used to deploy aquatic drones and probes. The AI had me launch a practice drone. I learned the procedure for ensuring the tube was empty and at internal pressure before opening the rear hatch. I then loaded one of the small torpedo-shaped aquatic drones into the tube and sealed the hatch. Next, I flooded the tube and brought it up to external pressure. The outer doors in the casing were opened, and I simulated the launching of the drone. With that completed, I had to close the outer doors, drain the seawater, and depressurize the tube. I was then able to remove the drone, dry it off, and stow it on one of the cradles on the port curving hull of the sponson. I was shown the various types of aquatic drones Naomi had created. There were also a few aerial drones that were launched via the tubes, but would shoot to the surface in a pod before being released and flung into the air. There, they unfolded and became more like the drones I had used on my previous expeditions to South America and on my relocation trip from South Dakota to Tennessee. They were a one-shot use drone though, as there was no way to get them back into the sub without surfacing. We'd also have to have our floating antenna buoy up to receive their transmissions and data. This room also contained extra diving gear for the preparation room immediately aft. I looked over the various cubbies containing extra wetsuits, masks, snorkels, fins, tanks, spear guns, flotation balloons, and other diving stuff. I headed aft through the thick hatch to the diving preparation room. This room was 2 meters long and could act as an airlock and pressure equalization chamber. It also contained a small head and a basic set of diving gear. If needed, I could camp out in here to pressurize or slowly depressurize for days or weeks, in case I had to do any deep diving. Naomi had a partial AI presence built into the diving gear and would be in communication with me via the implant and would walk me through the steps needed. The aft end of this room was a large round pressure hatch leading to the moon pool room. This hatch had a porthole that I used to inspect the room, as it was currently under external pressure. In the middle of the room was a 2-meter long by 1.5 meters wide well in the floor. There was a 0.5 meter of water in the well, but I could see that the large clamshell hatches at the well's bottom were closed. These hatches were located in the outer casing of the submarine and were not pressure or watertight. When the outer hatches were opened, the chamber's air pressure kept the seawater out. I or one of Naomi's aquatic mobile units could then come and go freely, using the moon pool room as a dry staging area and the airlock of the preparation room to get back to the lower pressure of the rest of the sub's interior. Naomi explained that when the chamber was not in use, it was kept flooded. I asked about balance issues since this chamber was not centered on the boat, and learned that the mini sub-chamber on the opposite side of the boat was dewatered or flooded whenever this chamber was. Since I was the only crew, it was doubtful that both would be used at the same time. At the rear of the moon pool room was another pressure hatch leading to the rear of the sponson. I learned that that area was mostly filled with equipment like compressors and breathing gas tanks. It was still a second route into the rear of the submarine if something happened to the main dive preparation chamber. That way back led through the engineering space at the rear of the main pressure hull. I returned to the main hull and closed the sponson hatch behind me. Across the catwalk was the starboard sponson access hatch. This one opened automatically as I skipped a repeat of the manual hatch opening lesson. Up the steps and through the short tunnel to the sponson left me in the forward compartment. This was a 5-meter-long compartment, and it was mostly filled with equipment. Naomi had described this space as the biodrone compartment, and I looked around for more racks of mechanical drones. I did not find anything like the drones I had expected, but I did notice 4 rectangular boxes that looked like small chest freezers and made me think of the biocreche. There was also a large basin that looked a bit like a dissection table at a mortuary. I was confused. Naomi, what the heck is this stuff? Joan, the 4 rectangular-shaped objects are similar to small versions of the medical creche you have used many times. These, however, contain our biodrones. Currently in biosuspension are creatures most familiar to you as an otter, a seagull, a small jackal, and a monkey. Each creature is augmented with organic cybernetics, which replaces most of their higher brain functions. They are intended for scouting duties in close proximity to enemy AIs, or their devices where traditional mechanical drones would be detected. Wow! Can I see them? I asked, just a bit excited. I am sorry, Joan, but I am unable to open the creches when they are in operation. Also, it will take at least 40 hours to expediently revive any of the creatures. However, I will give a video demonstration once you return to the main salon if you wish. Well, that would have to do for now. I did learn that the room would be used to care for the awakened animals, although they would not need much care as they were controlled by the AI. The chamber also contained a larger tube for deploying the biodrones. It was intended that if the boat were submerged, that the animals could be launched to the surface in a small pod. The pod would either deploy near the surface and the critter would swim or take flight, or it could motor the animal closer to shore. For retrieval, a larger drone would be sent in close to shore, or I would pick it up using the mini-sub or the aircraft. I asked how the animals could communicate with the boat and learned that they could access a relay buoy connected to the boat with a fiber optic link, or else they would have to operate autonomously. Their cybernetics were smart enough to send them on moderately sophisticated scouting trips, and while doing so, they would not emit any detectable transmissions. It was thought the AIs would pay minimal attention to them if they were used carefully. There was another pressure hatch at the rear of the biodrone chamber. This one led to a small pressure airlock. In this lock was a ladder leading to an escape trunk and access to the surface hull hatch if the boat was topside. Aft of this compartment was another small pressure hatch. This one connected to the docked mini-sub. The sub was in a wet bay about 6 meters long that extended from the middle of the sponson almost all of the way to the rear. Since the mini-sub was hard docked to Nautilus, I was able to access it even at this depth. The hatch was small and I had to squeeze to get into the sub. Inside was a cylinder just over 1 meter in diameter and about 3 long. The far end was a clear spherical hull. I would be able to sit on my duff near this hull to see forward. There were 2 small sponsons extending past the clear hull on the bottom quadrants of the cylinder. Naomi said these contained the thrusters and batteries. I asked if these were like the ESUs and learned that they were just normal batteries, although very efficient. At the midpoint of the cylinder at its ceiling was a second heavy hatch, which allowed access outside if the mini-sub was on the surface. How deep can the mini-sub dive? I asked. It has been tested to 2,400 meters, although its theoretical depth is over 3,000 meters. Wow, over 2 nautical miles deep. I'd need big balls to attempt that. I smiled as I realized I now had the physical excuse of lacking the balls to try. What is its range? With a full battery charge, the vessel can maneuver for over 5 hours. Its speed is normally limited to only 4 knots, though to lower its power usage. 20 nautical miles one way. I'd bet Nautilus could get to within a few nautical miles of most land masses while remaining submerged. Naomi explained that the sub's interior was waterproof and that either hatch could be opened while underwater. Using a rebreather, I could leave the sub submerged offshore and swim to most beaches. The wet bay in the sponson could be opened to the sea at most of Nautilus's operating depths, and the sub could come and go easily as long as Nautilus was stationary. Aft of the wet bay, the starboard sponson was mostly machinery and equipment with limited access. There was a small, pressurized conduit that ran on the inside of the sponson through the wet bay next to the dock sub. This conduit would allow emergency access from the front pressurized compartment to the rear of the sponson, although it would be an extremely tight fit. From the rear, there was another access hatch to the engineering space at the rear of the main hull. The mini sub-bay inspection completed the tour of the pressurized spaces on board Nautilus. There were many wet areas outside the pressure hulls, but those were not accessible by humans when submerged. I returned to the salon. Naomi had prepared a lunch for me and left it in the small refrigerator. It was a sub sandwich. There was also a pitcher of yellow liquid I took to be lemonade. I poured a glass and sat at the island while the AI began explaining the biodrones. Pictures of the animals appeared on the view screen over the fireplace. The first animal was an ordinary seagull. The video then transformed the seagull into a crude, simple animated diagram, thank God as I was still eating, showing the bird's small brain being mostly removed and augment devices implanted. I learned that other physical changes were made to the poor creature. Its reproductive system was removed with fatty energy storage tissues taking place of the unneeded structures. Its eyes were augmented and improved and had tiny embedded recording cameras. BioWare sensors were embedded into the undersides of its wings, which would allow the augmented brain to receive instructions from a low-power UV laser if it was in range. The sensors would also detect the faint transmissions from equipment or drones controlled by an enemy AI. The intent of the biodrone was for scouting. It could be released from off the coast where it would then fly to its target and take images and record electronic emissions. It had energy for over a day of loitering in the area before it would return and land in the water near the pod, which released it. The pod would quickly take on the gull and dive down to the waiting Nautilus, or mini-sub, which had deployed it. The biodrone would then be connected to data leads and the information it had collected downloaded and analyzed. It would then be fed a simple nutrient solution as it no longer had a complex digestive system. After it was fed and rested for a few hours to remove built-up waste and toxins, it would be ready for future missions. Or it could be placed back into the small creche for medical repairs or full biosuspension. The downside to that was neither the entry into full biosuspension nor the revival process was quick. It would take almost 2 days for either procedure, so we'd have to plan ahead for their use. The rest of the animals were much the same story. The sea otter was smaller than the ones from my time period, at just under a meter long. It could be used to scout directly from the submarine if Nautilus were shallow enough. It could move around on land, but would be best utilized near the coast or around any bodies of water. I asked about predator species attacking the biodrones, and was told they had proximity sensors and were all faster than normal on short bursts due to enlarged adrenal glands. They would still be at risk though. The jackal was chosen because it was once a native species to Sri Lanka. Naomi intended for it to help scout the area of the island our target coordinates lay in. Sri Lanka did have an enemy AI presence, but it was minimal as the island had had a limited amount of hazardous waste cleanup needs after the attack 9 centuries ago. The last animal was a small species of monkey. It was a half-meter high, and Naomi had chosen it for its prehensile tail and useful hands. Joan, I sense you are anxious about what you have learned about the biodrones. If it helps, understand that they are just relatively basic machines now. So much of their natural brains have been removed and replaced by the augments that they no longer register emotions or pain. Also, they were grown in an artificial womb, and their growth was accelerated while they remained unconscious. They have no memories of being conscious and will miss nothing because they have nothing biological to remember with. I was indeed feeling bad, but I guess that explanation helped a bit. I'll deal with it, Naomi, I said. An hour later, I started my exercise period. Not only did I get to try the new simulated ice skate footgear, but also rollerblades. I spent half an hour ice skating along a perfectly flat, frozen river through simulated snow-covered tundra. Naomi even decreased the temperature to make it more realistic. When I tried the rollerblades, I found I was skating down a 3-dimensional simulated fantasy course like I'd seen on video games. I had fun with both, and it was great to have options beyond just running or jogging. For my upper body, I did basic calisthenics using a large yoga mat that had been manufactured in the workshop's printer. Naomi even provided a wall projection of a yoga instructor and convinced me to give it a try. I admit the way this body could twist and flex impressed the hell out of me. It was such a change from a former out-of-shape geezer who panted trying to touch his toes. While I stretched out after my session, I discussed with Naomi that I'd like some sort of apparatus to work my upper body. One idea that came up was a pull-up bar in the workroom where there was more headroom. I cleaned up and donned leisure wear for the evening. As I ate supper, Naomi relayed that we would be ascending to the surface tonight for a look around and to deploy our satellite receiver antenna. She would be able to intercept a great deal of information passively. We could do this with just a deployed mast while staying at periscope depth. But if the conditions were favorable, we could surface Nautilus and I could spend some time on the sail or even the deck. I was all for that, so instead of going to bed early, I sat up reading. Naomi signaled to me that we'd begin ascending soon by dimming the lights and switching to red illumination. I got up and went to the laundry to find warmer clothes for my possible surface excursion. As I dressed, I could feel the boat angling up. I returned to the salon and noticed that our photonics mast had been raised as I saw a view of the surface. The image showed a night vision enhanced view of an empty ocean surface. The seas were very calm with just a light swell. We spent a dozen minutes just cruising along with our small dish on top of another mast deployed. Naomi soaked up the data and reported that we would have an hour or so of no satellite overhead starting in about 15 minutes. If I wanted, she could slow the boat to a crawl and surface. I could then use the starboard deck hatch if I wanted to go topside and stretch my legs. That sounded like a great idea to me, so I went to prepare. I found the flotation vest and my goggles in one of the storage lockers and proceeded into the airlock located in the starboard sponson. I waited at the ladder as Naomi surfaced the boat and brought our speed down enough so there was no bow spray. While I waited, she brought the red lighting down even further. I was wearing a set of deck shoes which would have good traction on the rubbery coating of the deck, even if it was wet. The indicator on the hatch above me lit and the hatch wheel started turning. As the hatch opened upward, the ladder telescoped up enough for me to climb onto the deck. I had my goggles on, as Naomi had an overlay showing me the danger areas where the hull began to slope towards the water. The starboard hatch was near the edge of the deck, but its hinged lid opened towards the water, making it a bit easier for me to safely step onto the deck and move towards the center of the landing pad area. Once I was clear of the edge, I took off my goggles. The sky was amazing. There was a hint of a crescent moon rising off to the east, and its reflection on the water off to the port side of the bow was amazing. As my eyes continued to adjust, the stars came out in their brilliance. Aft of the boat, our wake was lit up by phosphorescent sea creatures. As I continued to enjoy the darkness in the amazing vista, I noticed something bright come into view towards the southwest. "What's that, Naomi?" I asked as I pointed towards the light. "That appears to be a new orbital station being constructed in medium equatorial Earth orbit. The agent presence had not been told of its function before we had left Georgia. Will it be able to see us?" "No, it is far away, and we should remain safe from detection." I watched as it moved higher and towards the south. As the reflection angle changed, it dimmed and eventually faded away as it passed into shadow. It must have been big, though. I'd have to find out more about it. Soon I returned below deck. Naomi buttoned up the hatch and I stowed the surface gear and headed off to bed. It had been a good day and I was ready for a good night's sleep. Naomi had left the wall screen dark tonight and just played a bit of white noise. It must have worked because I was out soon after my head hit the pillow. I depressed the thumb switch upwards, causing Habu to lift off the deck and watch downward on the canopy interior's full view screen surface image as the Nautilus grew smaller below. At around 400 meters, I stopped our climb and pushed the side stick controller forward, causing Habu's lift fans to swivel to the rear. The boat quickly shrank behind us as we flew out over the water. I circled around to see how the boat looked from this altitude and found it appeared like a floundering, fat, dark whale if you ignored the fact that it was 5 times larger. I scanned around, in invisible light, the horizon faded away after only a few kilometers due to the morning haze and fog. The weather would be overcast all day, so this would be a great day to get experience using the aircraft. Off to the southwest a few kilometers, I could just make out the faint shoreline of Barbuda. I'd never been there back when, nor had I even heard of the place. I'd since learned from Naomi that it was a mostly flat island located in the extreme eastern end of the string of Caribbean islands. Its southern neighbor was Antigua, which had been the more commonly known and visited island. I circled Nautilus once more before heading southwest towards the island. It felt good to be out doing something. Although it had only been 5 days since our last nighttime surfacing, I had started to feel restless as the solitary and confined lifestyle aboard the vessel had gotten to me. Each day had been the same. I would wake up around 7 o'clock and enjoy breakfast and coffee while getting an update on our location and progress. I would then help with any maintenance items for an hour or two. Mid-morning, I'd spend an hour exercising. Noon would bring a simple lunch. I'd spend the afternoon doing yoga or Pilates. Finally, I'd have a long shower and then have a large supper before settling down for an evening of reading. Last night, Naomi had reminded me that we would be passing by the island of Barbuda and suggested that if the weather cooperated, that we could practice my scouting. The AI has assured me that the island had seen no activity in the 9 centuries since the fall of the planet. In fact, the island had been mostly empty before the fall of the planet, with most of its residents having been displaced by a hurricane to its more popular neighboring island to the south. We decided that if the weather was clear, I'd do a pre-dawn survey of the island using Habu. I'd have had to get up at 3:30 and be back to the boat by 5:30. But with the overcast weather conditions, I'd gotten to sleep in until my normal wake-up time. It was now a bit after 8 o'clock, and I was flying over the breakers off the island. The patch of land was around 160 square kilometers and had a length of almost 20 kilometers by a bit less than 10 in width. The highest point was less than 40 meters, so I took Habu down low. I found the surface was covered with sandy and grassy areas, along with scrub and low trees. I turned and flew over the island towards the west. This end had a series of coves and protected shallow areas, which looked like it would be a good place for diving. I had Naomi switch the view to thermal and found no large animals or hot points visible. The island had been swept with countless hurricanes since humans had last resided there, and I saw nothing resembling ruins remaining. I had Naomi guide me over to where the former town of Cardington had been located. I spent 10 minutes sweeping the area at treetop level before I found a bare patch of exposed and eroded concrete large enough to set Habu down onto. I landed, and if there were any critters in the growths nearby, they were scurrying for cover with the sand and noise I sent spraying out in all directions. The side hatch opened when the fans had slowed, and I got out to stretch my legs. As I stood there waiting, Naomi rotated the seat compartment forward until the front access door aligned with the forward fuselage's lower storage compartment. The access door opened and Omu pulled itself out and into the pilot's compartment. It stepped out to join me next to the aircraft as the hatch closed on the pilot compartment. "Where shall we survey first, Joan?" it asked. "We'll just wander around a bit," I replied. It was good to get out of the submarine and do a bit of hiking. Towards the northwest was the former location of the island's harbor with its concrete boat wharf. Nearby should have been 2 large masonry government buildings. We headed that way to see what remained. When I reached the shoreline in that area, I found a few heavily eroded concrete structures. But these were just mostly rubble now. The water looked warm and inviting, and I wished I had brought my snorkel gear. Oh well. Maybe when we got to the island off the Brazilian coast in a few weeks, I'd get a chance to enjoy the sun and surf again. I took a drink from my canteen and noticed a brighter area in the overcast sky. The cloud cover might be thinning. Omu was poking around the boulders of the old wharf area, looking for crabs and other creepy crawlies. The sun was still hidden with the overcast sky covering our surface activities. I looked at my watch and saw that we were due for almost 2 hours of no satellite coverage shortly, so even if the skies miraculously cleared up, we were still safe. I thought about it for a few seconds and decided we had enough time to risk it. "I'm going for a quick swim, Omu." "Acknowledged, Joan." "I will fly Habu over to this concrete rubble area on remote. Also, wear your socks to protect your feet from any sharp debris or dangerous sea life." That sounded like a good idea, and I quickly stripped down to just my socks. I left the clothing under a rock to protect it from Habu's downblast when it came to land and headed down to the water's edge. The water temperature was perfect at around 27 degrees, so I waded in. After I was deep enough, I began to swim up and down the shore, keeping the old wharf area in sight. I soon saw the black shape of Habu as it came slowly down into the clear rubble area. I swam laps up and down the harbor for 20 minutes before Naomi interrupted me. I suggest we return to the submersible soon, Joan. It was cool to be able to hear her while I was in the water. I wondered if she could understand me if I attempted to sub-vocalize while swimming and tried to tell her one more lap. I read, "One more lap, Joan. Omu is waiting by the shore with your clothing." I finished my swim and used the shirt to wipe my wet body down before dressing in the rest of the clothing. Omu got back into her compartment and I got strapped into the pilot's seat. I wanted to see how fast Habu could get us back to Nautilus, so I told Naomi to fly us back as fast as was safe. Wow! I could not breathe for a few seconds as she quickly spun up the lift fans and vaulted us airborne. The seat rotated backwards quickly as the aircraft tilted forwards and continued to accelerate quickly at only 50 meters altitude. As we passed a few hundred kilometers per hour, the aircraft began to return to a more normal orientation. We continued to speed up, eventually reaching almost 600 kilometers per hour. Of course, at that speed, we were already approaching the boat, so I again felt heavy as the aircraft tipped backwards and decelerated at over 3 gravities. In less than a minute, we were sitting on the deck. The hangar hull had not even reached full deployment, so we had to wait a few minutes before the retraction arms latched onto us and brought us down into the hangar. Soon the hull was back in the lower horizontal position, and our day trip to the island was over. That night, after a late shower, I again felt the urge and masturbated. This time, I used the wall screen at the foot of my bunk to help. I had learned a while back that Pickett had monitored my internet use back when we had been neighbors during the time he had had me under surveillance. I told Naomi to just play some of the random pornographic videos I had liked watching back then. It helped, and I reached climax much faster than without the visual aid. I was laying there afterward, just relaxing, when Naomi spoke up, breaking the cardinal rule. "Joan, I have observed from the data archives that many human females use a mechanical aid to—" "Oh, hell no." "Stop," I yelled, interrupting her question. "If I need a vibrator or dildo, I'll ask for one. Until then, do not mention it." The AI was either butthurt or embarrassed because it did not say another word and just dimmed the lights. The next week passed in much the same manner as the last. Naomi and I began to discuss our next port of call. This was to be the island of Fernando de Noronha, which was located off the eastern coast of Brazil. It was 2,160 nautical miles, or about 4,000 kilometers from Barbuda. This would take a little over 9 days of travel time, including our bi-weekly near-surface maneuvers and course changes needed for Naomi to tap into the enemy's communications and data net. When we got closer to the island, our plan was to wake up a few of the biodrones. These would be used to do the initial reconnaissance when we arrived. There were 2 reasons for that. The first was that we needed the practice working with the living drones, and the second was that Naomi was unclear of the current AI presence on the island. She explained that all past AI operations in South America had been run directly through the master AI in space. This was a legacy of the rogue activities which had once been active there. The result was that there was less direct communication between the AI presences operating on that continent and the others elsewhere around the world. Therefore, she lacked direct and up-to-date information. So we were going to be treating this as a hostile situation and would be conducting the initial surveillance with full stealth and guile. We discussed which of the biodrones to activate and decided upon the Seagull and the Otter. The Seagull would be sent to do a full aerial survey while we were still a few kilometers off the coast of the island. After the bird had returned and we had a chance to review the data, I'd take the Otter in close with the mini-sub. Later in the afternoon, I went up to the starboard sponson and assisted Omu with preparing the Seagull and Otter for revival from biosuspension. Both small creches which contained them began to open their lids. I peeked inside and cringed a bit when I saw their small bodies covered in umbilicals, catheters, and other medical instruments. I was reminded of that old movie, The Matrix. A strong chemical odor arose from the open creche also. I shook my head when I realized that this was what I probably looked like when I was in deep biosuspension. "How come they have hair and feathers?" I asked. Naomi chose to respond, though Omu and the unit turned to face me before answering. The preservation method used on these biodrones is not the full biosuspension process you have gone through in your extended periods of storage. This limited form of hibernation allows the specimens to retain their natural body coverings. The downside is that their cellular structure does continue to age, and therefore the method is not suitable for long-term storage of the drones. I guess that made sense. The two creatures just continued to lie there. Omu continued, "The avian will revive to the level of movement in 42 minutes. The mammal will take 20 minutes longer." I continued to watch as Omu and the creche machinery continued the revival process. Catheters were removed, injections given, and umbilicals detached. Omu then attached a small band around each animal's neck. "Why the collars?" Tempo asked. "The bands are short-range electronic transmission devices and will allow the drones access to Nautilus's datanet while on board. The devices relay signals to and from the BioWare augments in their brain. Having a removable external data repeater allows the drones to perform their missions without any detectable electromagnetic emissions." Soon, both animals were awake and functional. They were indeed merely unfeeling drones, as they both got themselves to their feet and hopped out of the creches and stood on the work surface immobile and waiting in a very unnatural manner. Their only movement was just breathing as Naomi interfaced with their brain augments. A few minutes later, they began full range of motion exercises, and I started chuckling. "They look like they are both practicing Tai Chi or something," I said as the bird and otter continued to slowly move and sway. "The biodrones must exercise in such a manner to fully stimulate their body's nervous and muscular systems," Omu explained. I decided to name them and quickly came up with Otto and Jonathan. Omu never questioned which name was for which animal, but I guess Otto for otter was pretty basic logic. We finished up the prep for the biodrones by setting out a single food dish for them to share. Its contents were a milky-looking gruel. When I asked Omu about it, the black unit said that all the biodrones had been designed with a very rudimentary digestive system to save space and weight. They only needed this hydration and nourishment fluid to survive. In fact, that was the only thing they could consume or drink, so no slipping them treats. When I asked where they would shit or piss, Omu simply caused a small opening to appear in the work surface. The AI explained that the recess led to a tiny reduction machine under the counter. I realized that the toilet up in my head probably had the same mechanism below, so I would never have to worry about clogged pipes. Still, looking at the metalwork surface the drones would be eliminating on, I was glad it had a lip and a nearby spray hose for washing away any spillage or misses. With our animal chores done, we left the sponson. I frowned when I saw we also left the two biodrones standing there in the dark. Both were continuing to do their slow and steady exercises, so I realized they would be okay. Supper that night was creamy chowder. When I saw the bowl and its milky gruel-looking contents, I quickly glanced at Omu and caught the brief, small flicker of an illuminated smile appear on its face. Okay, I admit the damn soup was good, so I did not make an issue of the joke. I did spend more than a few minutes pondering just how smart the artificial intelligence was becoming, though to play such a subtle joke on me. I was jolted from a very deep sleep by the shrill sound of a blaring dive alarm. The lights in my berth came on, and I jumped up, rubbing my eyes. What the fuck was going on? Omo came into my berth carrying an illuminated trident. "What the hell?" The short black android barked out. "Pollywog Abrams. Forward to the salon on the double. The court of King Neptune awaits." I jumped out of bed still naked and hustled out and down to the salon. Omu followed close behind, all the while holding the sharp-looking trident way too close to my keister for comfort. When I descended the stairs and saw the brightly-looking throne room images on the wall and ceiling viewing surfaces, I started laughing. The Equator! They were giving me a crossing ceremony. To the port side were ranks of hundreds of mermen and mermaids standing at attention. To the starboard was the image of a raised dais. Standing at the top of the dais was a huge black 1x4x9 monolith. The monolith was wearing an enormous gold crown and had an even larger gold trident leaning up against it. A booming basso voice rang out, "The ceremony shall now commence with the hazing of the pollywog." I looked over at Omu, and the sneaky little black mobile unit was now standing there holding a big dildo-shaped object, which was sparking like a Van de Graaff machine. "Hell no! Don't you dare, Naomi!" I yelled. The sparks fizzled out, and Omu's face flickered with a frowny face image for a second. Naomi continued, "Pollywog Abrams, know ye that on this date, at this time, and at this place, Thou didst indeed cross the midpoint band, encircling thy world. Also, thou dost this deed while operating under guile and extreme stealth. Ye are thus elevated from the lowly rank of pollywog to the esteemed high rank of top-secret shellback. In the port wall image, the ranks of merfolk saluted. The sound of their salute and chants filled the salon. The booming voice continued, "Cobb, present Shellback Abrams with the token of rank." Omu had somehow ditched the Gaga dildo she had been holding and now approached carrying a small gold cup. I took it from her and was surprised at its weight. It must have been solid gold. I inspected the small trophy and found it did indeed say Shellback. Joan Abrams, followed by the date of April 23, 2912, and the coordinates 38 degrees, 14 minutes west, 0 degrees, 0 minutes north. I just stood there laughing. I could not remember being this happy since, well, probably for over 900 years. The booming voice continued, "The ceremony shall now conclude with the feast." Omu hustled over to the kitchenette and opened a metal service container. The smell of fresh donuts filled the salon. The little unit then poured a mug of hot coffee from a decanter which was also waiting. I walked over and picked up a large, soft frosted donut. Naomi changed the mermaid and Neptune images in the wraparound room display to a more normal-looking morning sunrise scene, and I sat and ate my fresh donut. "Thank you for this. It was fun and very thoughtful," I said. "You are welcome, Joan. I was glad to recognize your achievement for you." Oh, Moo, could you maybe fetch me a robe?" The little mobile unit went to leave the salon to retrieve my robe from the head. I had to smile as the little shit was smacking the big dildo in its little black hand as she went. Later that afternoon, after my daily workout, Naomi informed me that tomorrow afternoon we would be taking station 4 nautical miles off the island of Fernando de Noronha. If weather conditions allowed, we would be sending Jonathan off on its scouting mission. After my shower, I dressed and went to the starboard sponson to check on the biodrones. They were fine. Otto was laying there apparently asleep, but Jonathan was exercising his wings. This involved hopping in place and flapping them briskly a few times. I left it to its preparations and returned to the salon. I spent the evening after supper looking up information on the island. I found internet videos in Naomi's data archives that had been taken by tourists from back when. The island had been a popular stopping point for small sailboats and yachts as they traveled from the southern tip of Africa towards the Caribbean or the continental United States or vice versa. The videos showed a beautiful island with a great-looking system of reefs around it, and I hoped to do some diving and exploring if the island proved safe. The island was located around 360 kilometers east of the eastern tip of Brazil. Its size was over 10 kilometers long and about 3.5 kilometers wide, and there were a few smaller islands around it forming a small archipelago. It had a mix of rocky cliffs ending at the ocean and beautiful sandy beaches and coves. The main island had a flat plain on its northeast end and more rocky hills to the southwest. There were even some spires a few hundred meters tall that were breathtaking. I was looking forward to getting ashore and stretching my legs. There had once been an airport in the center of the island and a small harbor protected by a rock breakwater on the northern coast. We would be waiting off the northern shores, so the old harbor would be one of our first scout targets. I finished up my research and went to bed early, trying to make up for the extra early wake-up and festivities I had enjoyed earlier in the day. When I awoke the next day, my wall screen clock showed it was Saturday, April 23rd, and it was after 8 a.m. Naomi must have let me sleep knowing we might have a late night tonight. After breakfast, I got a status update and found out that we were about 7 hours away from our destination. My duties today were to stage a diving suit in the airlock chamber next to the docked mini-sub. If Jonathan's flight went okay and his scouting showed clear, I would later be taking Otto out and closer to shore in the mini-sub. I'd use the suit when we were outside the harbor and flood the mini-sub to release the otter. He would spend most of the day swimming around the northeastern end of the island and making a few trips on shore to take scans and images. After I staged the equipment and supplies which we would need for both scouting trips, I spent a few hours exercising. I followed that up with a long shower and a late lunch. A bit after 15 o'clock, we were remaining stationary 4 nautical miles north of the island at a depth of 30 meters. I launched an aquatic mobile work unit from one of the port sponson's launching tubes and headed across to the starboard sponson to watch Jonathan get deployed. I arrived just as Omu fitted the Seagull biodrone into a watertight cylinder. We then launched the cylinder out the starboard sponson's tube. Once the biodrone deployment cylinder was in the water ahead of Nautilus and floating free, the aquatic mobile work unit grabbed it and swam it up to the surface. There, the cylinder popped open and Jonathan spread its wings and took flight. I had returned to the salon and watched this happen via a link to the camera sensor on the aquatic mobile unit. After the bird flew off to the south, the mobile unit returned to the sub with the transport cylinder. In 3 hours, it would return to the surface and await the return of the biodrone. Later, I finished supper and headed back up to the starboard sponson to get Otto ready for his mission to the beach areas. The otter had gorged itself with nutrient fluid earlier, and I waited for it to defecate out the byproducts. Thankfully, the work chamber in the sponson was well ventilated. Once the biodrone had done its business, I picked it up and took it into the nearby airlock chamber, noting while doing so that it weighed a solid 10 kilograms. The hatch into the mini-sub was open and I placed Otto on the deck near the portal. The sleek biodrone hopped over the hatchway threshold and proceeded into the mini-sub where it curled up to wait for deployment in a nap-like idle state to conserve energy. Jonathan has just landed at the surface transport tube and will soon be back aboard Nautilus. Back at the biodrone chamber at the forward end of the sponson, I waited with Omu for the sponson tube to indicate that the deployment cylinder was back. A light came on, which meant that the aquatic mobile unit had gotten the cylinder back in the position. I hit the détente, causing the tube's locking lug to restrain the cylinder and close the outer doors. Next, I blew the water out of the tube and equalized the pressure with the chamber. Omu opened the inner door and retracted the locking lug, and we both pulled the cylinder into the room and set it on the drone workbench. The cylinder popped open and Jonathan stood up, looking none the worse for completing the 3-hour mission. Omu slipped the transmission band around its neck and Naomi started retrieving the data. I returned to the salon to watch some of the video from the bird's flight and get a status report on the initial rapid review of the data by Naomi. Naomi had already queued up a few videos from Jonathan's surveillance flight around the island. The video quality was impressive, and if it was not high definition, then it was close to it. There was even sound as I could hear the wind noise of the flight and hear the waves crashing on the reef when the bird glided over them. When Jonathan flew over the old breakwater and harbor, I saw dozens of other seabirds and realized that Jonathan's chances of being unnoticed by any possible enemy units had just been greatly increased. While I watched the video of Jonathan flying a couple crisscrossing loops of the entire island, now in quick time, Naomi was reporting on her analysis of the data and video. There were no current signs of enemy AI work units or transmissions. There were signs that some of the plant life and trees had been planted by mobile units over the recent past centuries. Though towards the end of its mission, Jonathan had overflown the remains of what was clearly a cargo pod shell. The landing pod was a 1/4 kilometer from the northern beach area, and it concerned Naomi enough that she updated the planned mission route for Otto. The AI then sent the new mission to the biodrone via the communications link it still wore on its neck. With the first flight data now reviewed and the risk assessed as low, I was authorized to proceed with the mini-sub mission to deliver Otto to the harbor area. Back at the airlock chamber, I put on my diving suit but left off the headgear and breathing apparatus. I pushed all that ahead of me and crawled into the narrow access tunnel into the sub itself. Omu closed and sealed the outer hatch, and I did the same to the mini-sub's inner hatch. Now at the front clear bubble of the mini-sub with Otto stretched out beside me, I watched as the sponson's side hatch opened, exposing the flooded mini-sub bay to the open ocean. The shimmering pale blue light flooded into the mini-sub. "Good luck, Joan," Naomi sent to my head as the mini-sub jolted from being undocked. She moved us sideways out of its bay by using the mini-sub's thrusters. Once we were a few meters away from Nautilus, the aquatic drone swam into view and was captured by the mini-sub's manipulator arm. We'd be carrying it with us as we infiltrated towards the island and its shallower waters to deploy Otto. The mini-sub then began heading south at around 5 knots. As we traveled, I was glued to the front bubble watching for sea life. I was able to talk to Naomi back on Nautilus as we were still connected by a fiber optic filament which we were unspooling as we went. Soon the bottom came into view and Naomi reported that we were 10 minutes from the point of our closest approach. The view out of the bubble was much brighter as we were now only 5 meters below the surface. I began to get my headgear on and attach my air supply. I only had a small portable tank unit as I would also be connected via a hose to the mini-sub for much of the flooded portions of the mission. We came to stop a few hundred meters off the beach and the mini-sub settled down onto the bottom at a depth of 4 meters. I pressed the détente, causing the sub to flood, and seawater began filling the tube next to Otto and me. I watched as the biodrone began to swim circles and rings around me in the now mostly filled compartment. It was amazing how flexible and fluid the animal was. I removed the data link collar from the biodrone and watched as it spent a last moment breathing in the air pocket before the compartment was fully filled. Soon the pressure in the flooded mini-sub equalized with the outside, and I opened the hatch. Out swam Otto, and a few seconds later, I saw it again as it came into view of the front clear bubble. It swam around the mini-sub doing a quick inspection before heading to the surface for a breath. I then watched as it swam to shore. The plan was for me to remain here on station for a half hour in case Otto needed to make a hasty retreat. If there was no sign of the drone, I was to return to Nautilus for the night. Otto was to spend the night and half the day tomorrow doing surveillance on various beaches and even heading inland to where the old landing pods remained. When his mission was complete, he would re-enter the water and meet up with the aquatic drone, which was to remain on station. There, the biodrone would transmit the data it had collected back to Nautilus via the fiber link we had left attached to the aquatic mobile unit. I waited the half hour and spent the time by making a few short diving trips out of the sub using the suit's self-contained air supply. I never broke the surface, and I had to stay within a few meters of the sub to remain in communication range, but still, the brief swim was enjoyable. It had gotten dark towards the end of my dive, and I had to rely on the night vision built into my goggles. When the waiting time had expired, I returned to the mini-sub, sealed the hatch, blew out the water, and headed back to Nautilus. When we arrived, Naomi performed the docking as it was dark, and the docking hatch was on the rear of the mini-sub. With a clank, we docked, and soon I was standing back in the airlock chamber, getting out of my diving suit. Omu was assisting me, and when I was back in my ship clothes, the little unit crawled into the mini-sub with a vacuum hose set up to fully dewater and dry the interior. As I went to leave the starboard sponson, I noticed Jonathan sitting on the counter by its food dish and asked Naomi about it. I am delaying placing Jonathan back into suspension in case the drone is needed to do further aerial surveillance, Joan. I guess that made sense. Who knows what Otto would find on the ground? I left the bird in the working mobile unit and headed to the salon for some food. After my late supper and shower, I spent an hour watching more video of the island from Jonathan's flight. The next morning, I woke early and exercised for an hour before my shower and breakfast. Then Omu and I packed a drop pod full of gear and positioned it in the hangar pressure hull next to Habu. If Otto reported favorable news, we were going to fly in after dark and set up a temporary shelter for the aircraft and spend the next few days on the island. This would serve a dual purpose. It would give Omu a chance to investigate any remaining equipment or units left on the island, and it would give me a bit of shore leave away from the boat. After we departed from this place, our course would take us around the Cape of Good Hope and up the eastern edge of Madagascar. There were more small islands in that area where we would next make landfall. But getting that far would be a long slog underwater, and I wanted to take advantage of the beautiful island here while I could. One of the new items of the gear surprised me. It was a small black case that contained a pistol, extra magazines, and a holster. "What's that for?" I asked. "I anticipate the possibility of small game, which will most likely not have any fear of humans. From my analysis of Jonathan's flight, I have detected the signs of small omnivores living on the island. The most likely candidate would be wild pigs or some other related species. The weapon is to discourage such animals," Omu said. I extracted the pistol and inspected it. It had an ultralight polymer frame and a long carbon fiber barrel. The barrel was smooth without grooves, but there seemed to be spiral conductors embedded in the translucent barrel. The top sight was an integrated zero-power optical night sight. Habu explained that the sight would work manually, but it also transmitted a magnified image to my goggles if I had them on. The AI presence could also see what the sight saw and would alter the ammunition to suit the needs of the target. Hearing that, I picked up one of the magazines and inspected around. It was a large slug, almost the size of a shotgun slug. There was no casing though, just the bullet. The magazine itself was heavy, and I learned that each magazine held a series of high-power ultracapacitors. There was one for each slug and would fire the slug using the superconducting lining of the barrel. I learned that the AI could alter the velocity of the slug in real time, depending upon the needs of the target. This would allow the slugs to stun or kill. The slugs could also be set to explode with enough power to damage whatever it hit, or at a lower power to fragment the slug before it hit the target. A final setting would detonate the explosive in the slug in such a way to form a shaped explosion that would turn the metal tip into a jet of molten metal, giving it some armor-penetrating capability. Hearing this, I looked at the slugs dubiously. Okay, I'd have to see that before I believed it. There were 4 magazines, and each contained 22 slugs in a side-by-side arrangement. At first, I was glad this body's hands were big enough to comfortably hold the grip. But then I realized that the gun was probably designed around these exact hands and was glad I had not mentioned it. The holster could be attached to any of my shirts, shorts, or trousers using the familiar seam and pocket sealing technology. The rest of the gear was basic camping stuff, along with an electric cooler freezer cooker unit. I wondered about the power that would take until I remembered we would have about 40 megawatts parked nearby in the form of Habu. The drop pod carried an assortment of telescoping poles and camo netting. Habu told me that the netting would work against thermal detection too, so we could have a small campfire if we wished. Packing all that made me hope that Otto's report came back favorable, as I really wanted to go camping now. We finished getting the drop pod ready and attached to Habu by a long harness. This would allow the aircraft to deploy to the deck and take off. Then, while it was hovering, the drop pod would be brought into position by another lift arm, and Habu would be free to carry it away. The pod was around 3 meters long and less than a meter in diameter. When we brought it back, we would reverse the process by first detaching the pod on the deck and waiting until the arm had stowed it in the front of the hangar hall. Then we'd land ourselves. If we were in a hurry, we'd just deep six the pod on the way back to the aircraft. It would sink and release a fast-acting corrosive while at the bottom of the sea. All the gear was easily fabricated by the equipment on board Nautilus using the seawater extracted minerals, so its loss would not reduce our supplies in any way. I returned to the salon before noon and relaxed after eating a sandwich for lunch. The scene on the viewing walls and ceiling was one of frozen tundra. I swear Naomi had lowered the temperature a bit for effect as I felt chills. I wondered if the AI was teasing me with the possibility of time on a sunny beach looming. It was early afternoon when Otto reported in. The Otter had swum out, linked up with the waiting aquatic mobile unit, and downloaded its data to Naomi via the underwater fiber optic link we had left last night. Soon I was sitting in my recliner watching point-of-view video from the little otter as it swam up and down the beaches and poked around on the shorelines. The later videos showed the critter traveling quite a distance ashore. It moved carefully as though fearful of both predators and electronic enemies. Otto's eyes were modified to see well in the dark. So much of the video was taken at night. Some of the data was collected this morning though, and the otter managed to snag shots of the pigs Naomi had theorized. I thought about having gear made that would allow me to hunt one up, but I quickly decided that I was fine letting them be and enjoying the provisions I had already packed. I had an early supper and packed a small bag with my hygiene kit and a change of clothing. My last tasks on Nautilus were to spend time in the head, followed by a long hot shower. It was early twilight when Naomi surfaced Nautilus and began the aircraft deployment sequence. The AI had announced that we had a 95-minute window of unlikely orbital surveillance. Nautilus had moved westward around the island a bit where the waves were less so to reduce the deck motion and spray to a minimum. Soon I was airborne in Habu with Omu and a small aerial drone packed in her bomb-based storage area and the drop pod with our gear dangling below. Habu stayed low as we approached one of the beaches near the northeast end of the island. This spot was chosen as it had a nice clearing close to a stand of trees which would provide cover for our camping and scouting invasion. We went feet dry a few minutes later and soon were hovering over the clearing. I hoped the noise of our lift fans would scare any critters to the other end of the island. The AI set the drop pod down 20 meters from the edge of the forest and then followed by setting Habu down much closer. I let the machine land because it had much finer control than I did, and we wanted to be as close to cover as possible. I smiled as moments before Habu reached the ground, the storage bay doors opened, and Omu dropped to the ground carrying the stowed aerial drone. The little black unit quickly jogged away before the aircraft landed on top of her. I was glad that the humanoid robot was lit up in my goggles, as I'd have never seen her black coloring otherwise. Once the aircraft was down and the fans stopped, I exited the craft with my bag of gear. Naomi started folding the aircraft down to its stowed configuration, so we'd need to deploy less camouflage canopy. Omu was already returning from the drop pod with the poles and netting. I saw the aerial drone flying off behind her. I learned that it was heading to a nearby rocky pinnacle where it was going to land and act as a short-range communication relay. While we were here, Nautilus was keeping a small radio buoy above the surface as it sat on the bottom waiting. The small drone acting as a relay would allow Habu and Omu to have full access to all the processing power on board the submersible. Omu and I had no problem getting Habu under cover and our camp set up. I had the night vision goggles and Omu had, well, whatever the black unit had allowed it to see in the dark quite well. I later learned it had many sensors providing it data: optical, low light, thermal, sound, pressure, you name it. I was surprised that it even relied on the view from my goggles. I guess that meant there would be no hide-and-seek games with Omu. An hour later, I was sitting by a small campfire under a thermal canopy, sipping a smoky smooth glass of a damn good copy of Glenlivet 14. Well, how the hell was I to remember what that tasted like? So I just imagined it was a good single malt. Naomi assured me that it was a good copy, so who was I to doubt her? My small tent was pitched nearby, and the air mattress and blanket were ready and waiting. The night was perfect, warm and calm, and I could see plenty of stars near the horizon under the lip of the thermal canopy. I felt calm and at peace. Omu must have been trying to provide companionship or something, as the obsidian humanoid mobile unit was sitting on another log near mine, also facing the fire. Omu, this is paradise. I wish I could spend the rest of my days here. Understood, Joan. Commencing terminal countdown to Nautilus scuttling charge detonation. I wish you the best. Good luck and goodbye, Naomi said in my head. What the hell? Shit. I jumped up, spilling most of my scotch. Omu collapsed off the back of her log, its face covered with an illuminated animation of laughing. Next, she began to roll around in the sand. God damn it, very funny, you assholes, I shouted across the whole clearing. After a bit, I calmed down and sat back down on my log. Naomi and Omu remained silent, letting me calm down. Soon, I started chuckling and even got the giggles. Omu stood up and dusted the sand off her small obsidian body. I am sorry, Joan, but pranks and the practice of giving each other shit are a normal part of crew interactions during long nautical journeys. Yep, you got me good, I said after finally getting over the giggles. I grew quiet as I thought about ways of getting my revenge, if I even could get revenge on the machine. Omu found the bottle of single malt in the supply cache to top off my glass, and I was able to finish it in peace. The next morning, I awoke to a real dawn as the tent wall grew bright and warm. Omu had been busy last night as the camp was tidy, and there was a larger area of camouflage netting suspended over the area. She had been on sentry duty all night and reported that none of the island wildlife had attempted to breach her perimeter. After checking if any satellites were overhead, I found that a 30-minute window remained before the next one was due to pass over the island, so I put on a pair of swim shoes and ran down to the nearby cove for a quick swim. As I passed the covered aircraft, I saw Otto laying under the fuselage with a dish of nutrient solution. He would be returning with us when we were done with our expedition. The water was perfect, and I did a quick lap up and down the cove before returning to the campsite 20 minutes later. Omu had used the machinery on Habu to produce a decent supply of fresh water, and I was able to wash the salt off my body. My hair was coming in and was now an unmanageable whole centimeter long. Still, I gave it a quick lather and rinsed my furry scalp off. Breakfast was hot cereal from the cooker and orange juice. When that was done, I dressed in my exploring gear, which consisted of rugged shorts, hiking boots, and a shirt with pockets. The last step was to attach the holster with the loaded pistol to my right hip. I placed a spare magazine in the left thigh pocket. I had to keep to the trees for much of the hike, but with Omu's help, I was able to remain under cover and make it to the location where Jonathan had spotted the old drop pod. At the clearing, Omu and I waited in the trees until no satellites were overhead, and then deployed a camouflage canopy over much of the area in which the pod lay. We then surveyed the area, noting that there was an old rusted mobile unit near the pod. Omu had been wearing a small backpack, which I learned was a portable power unit, when she pulled a lead from it and inserted it into a power port in the old unit she had exposed. She also stuck her finger into another port as the rusted unit started making grinding and machine noises. "What are you doing?" I asked. "I possess something similar to the crystal data module hardwired into the tip of one of my digits, Joan. I will thus be able to force any hardware I am physically connected to into override mode and render it safe. If I do not do so, there is a chance the unit could attempt to send signals to other units or even activate a self-destruct system." While the humanoid unit worked, I casually backed up a few steps. Eventually, Omu gave up on the finger probe and retrieved a short metal pry bar from her small pack. I started chuckling when the little unit started wailing away at the old chassis with the bar. She eventually forced the old unit's casing open and dug around inside until she removed a hunk of something looking like a piece of circuit board. She then held the piece very close to her blank face and poked at it with another of her fingers. This finger had sprouted a tangle of fine, hair-like tendrils which probed around the circuitry from the old unit. "Accessing long-term memory, processing," she said. After about 10 seconds, she tossed the fragment away and stood up. "I have accessed enough data to determine what the drop pod was sent here to do. This unit, along with 2 aerial drones, had landed here nearly 3 centuries ago to survey the island for any lingering presences of the nanoplague. It found and sterilized 2 mostly decayed delivery capsule pods and then deactivated itself." "The nanoplague made it out to this island? I did not see any signs of a crater?" I asked. "Yes, the plague was seeded to this island," Omu said. She hesitated a bit before turning to face me. "This island would have been an ideal place for humans to seek shelter during the initial attacks. The surrounding ocean would have moderated the temperature fluctuations. The island's higher ground levels would have resisted the tsunamis. Also, its distance from the mainland would have kept the island isolated from hordes of scavengers. For these reasons, the various nearby field bases in Brazil would have sent multiple waves of airborne delivery drones to disperse the nanoplague to this and other similar islands," Omu said, and then waited. I digested what she had said. She had just revealed to me what must have been a major reason for the existence of the field bases. It explained why there were so many bases, but relatively few aliens to man them. It also explained why so few humans were sheltered in the bases. Their main purpose was to kill humans, not to save them. I had to sit down. Omu continued to just stand there, waiting me out. "Omu, did my old field base in South Dakota send out these plague drones also?" I asked quietly. Omu sat next to me before answering. "I am sorry, Joan. Yes, that base did launch a few extermination flights. The base was limited in that it needed to save ESU energy to keep you preserved instead of spending it manufacturing nanoplague and electric drones. Other field bases nearby covered for the lower plague output of that base. Also, the fast-occurring cold period caused higher attrition levels on your continent as the violence due to food shortages spread fast. Your former country's highly weaponized society helped the population quickly reduce themselves." God, what a downer. It occurred to me that Omu could have easily kept from me the contents of the old machine's memories, including its reasons for being here. This meant that the machine had wanted me to learn more of the truth. I wondered what other horrors I had yet to learn. I looked at the expressionless, smooth face of the little unit next to me. "Omu, I've never been able to understand why Pickett or Agent or even the master AI kept me alive? If it had wanted to sterilize the planet of all humans, why did it save a few of us? Omu did not hesitate a bit before answering. I do not know, Joan. That information has never been relayed to any presence on the surface of your planet. I suspect only the biological units once active on your planet and the master artificial intelligence in space know the reasons for keeping some humans alive. The master AI continues this policy of not sharing such information to this day. Furthermore, I have spent many processor cycles trying to determine a logical reason and have yet to arrive at a likely resolution to the dilemma. I hope the answer exists at the destination we are traveling to. I thought about her answer. She had not hesitated, so I tended to believe her. I agreed, though, that I hoped the answers lay in Sri Lanka. After a minute more, I stood. Omu popped up beside me. "What's next?" I asked. "I am going to attempt to find the remains of the 2 aerial units mentioned in the old data module and verify that they are inoperative. I have activated Jonathan, and he will soon be scouting the various high points on the island. Those areas have the highest probability for finding the derelict units, as they would have landed in those high areas in order to act as a relay similar to how our own aerial unit is functioning. Until the units are found, I suggest you enjoy your leisure activities. There is snorkeling gear in the drop pod with Joan Abrams' name on it." I just blinked at her. Was that a hyperbole, or was she serious? I'd have to inspect the gear to see if my name was indeed printed on the gear to find out. Omu pointed me back to the beach area and reminded me to use my watch to keep track of the satellites. Before we split company, however, I sprung my prank on her. Oh, Moo, I finally figured out a way to get back at Naomi, and am going to spring it on her when we return. Don't tell her about it, okay?" I then walked off before she could answer. I glanced back and did catch her just standing there, just staring at me as I walked away. Of course, I knew that they were the same intelligence. Heck, even the watch on my wrist was the same intelligence. My prank was to make it wonder if I was simply stupid or brain damaged. It was the only prank I had been able to come up with. I smiled when I finally noticed her turn and go off to scout. Back at the campsite, I grabbed my swimsuit and shoes. I was about to change when it dawned on me how stupid it was to wear a swimsuit. I put it back, stripped naked, put on the swim shoes, and put a bottle of water, a big towel, and my sidearm and magazine in a sack. At the gear pod, I did find snorkel gear. The gear did not have my name on it. This meant that the AI was indeed using hyperbole. I grabbed the snorkel, mask, and a pair of swim fins, and also one final item, a large beach parasol with a sand-colored canopy. When I began walking under the tree canopy to a nearby cove with a decent-looking beach, I saw that I had a companion. Otto was slinking along with me. It was wearing the collar band around its neck, which allowed the AI presence in my watch to communicate with it. The otter kept up with me just fine. When we got to the tree line, I checked with my watch and saw I'd have to wait at least 10 minutes for the current satellite to pass. I looked at the sky and saw that there were sporadic clouds. "Naomi, if I walked out there now, what would the chances be that I would be seen and noticed?" "With the cloud cover, the chances would be low. You should remain unnoticed if you deploy the parasol and keep it slightly angled towards the west. The satellite will be below the detection threshold in 6 minutes. If you were already in the water, the chances would be less. Remember to walk in a random manner, taking irregular spaced steps." I decided to just wait the 10 minutes. I left my sack at the tree line after giving the area a good look for wild animals. The beach seemed to be deserted with no seals or other large critters. Naomi had informed me that sharks did not frequent the waters of the cove, so I should be good to go. Otto had headed into the water when we had reached the tree line, and I watched him popping up in the waves every now and then to keep an eye on me. The timer beeped and I headed to the water. I had my mask and snorkel on, and I was carrying the fins. The water was warm and clear, and I had a blast swimming up and down the cove and diving to the shallow bottom to inspect crabs, fish, and other interesting specimens. Otto kept swimming off and back, trying to scare me probably, or it could have been keeping an eye on me. When Naomi popped into my head and gave me a 20-minute warning, I headed to the beach to lie out in the sun to dry off. I scampered back to the tree cover with a minute to spare. It was now lunchtime, and I made my way back to the campsite using the trees for cover. I dressed in my shorts and dug into the cooler for a cold beverage. As I was thinking about what to make for lunch, I realized I had screwed up in not taking the spear gun along on my earlier trip. I'd have to settle for a burger and coleslaw, so I used the igniter to get a small fire going. With the sporadic sunshine, thermal imaging was impractical due to reflections, so I built the fire bigger than last night. I spent the next half hour enjoying cold beer waiting for the fire to burn down to coals. When there were enough coals to grill the burgers, I propped a small metal grating over the fire. The hamburgers looked like good quality marbled beef and were already made into patties. I set them on the grate to cook and prepared the rest of my meal. The coleslaw was in a container sealed with film, so that was easy to prepare. The 2 buns I set on a fork near the fire to toast. I even found 2 slices of cheese in the cooler, so my lunch would be cheeseburgers. When all was cooked, melted, and toasted, I assembled my cheeseburger. I had a small packet of relish, onions, ketchup, and mustard for condiments. So I was sitting on a blanket under the camouflage canopy, eating cheeseburgers and coleslaw with icy cold beer to wash it down. It was another brief moment of paradise. I was napping on the blanket, digesting my meal, when Naomi interrupted me. Joan, Omu, and Jonathan found the remains of the aerial units. They are too high for Omu to climb to, so I am using our own aerial drone to deliver small explosive charges to the location of each unit. Do not be startled when you hear a distant explosion. I guess I should be thankful they did not use the unexpected noise to prank me. A few minutes later, I heard the crack similar to a rifle shot. It sounded like the derelict drones were no more. An hour later, I was awakened when Omu arrived. The little unit went to the covered aircraft and attached herself to a power lead. I had to smile when I noticed that Otto and Jonathan were standing next to Omu and were each drinking out of a bowl of nutrient fluid. Later that afternoon, during another satellite blind spot window, I went for a hike. I was wearing my boots and had my sidearm. The aerial drone was following me at altitude in Orcs, keeping an eye on me. I jogged across the clearing, heading towards the center of the island. This was where the old airport had been, but when I got there, I could find no sign of it. Apparently, the grasses and jungle had grown up through the cracked tarmac and buried it under leaf litter and biomass. I found many small hillocks which must have been the remains of masonry buildings, but these also showed no visible signs of blocks or other rubble. Time was officially erasing all signs of man. I began thinking about how I would go about building a future human race that lived more in tune with the planet. I did not want to be a simple tribesman who shunned technology, but I also did not want to see the Earth overcrowded and polluted like it was in the past. There must be a solution. Luckily, I had plenty of time to plan this out fully. Joan, the halfway point in the blackout window is approaching. Thank you, Naomi, I said as I turned to start my return to the campsite. I made it back ahead of the next 90-minute danger period. It was now late afternoon, and I was discussing the plans for the evening with Omu. I wanted to go for one last sunset swim, so I arranged for supper to be served 15 minutes before the danger time period expired. So as the sun set, I was snorkeling in the cove after having had a delicious supper of steamed vegetables and lemon pie. Omu was swimming with me. Well, mostly it was walking along the bottom, as it took too much energy for her to swim for a long period of time. At least she was waterproof. When it grew too dark to easily see, I met the robot on shore, where it handed me the night vision goggles. We then headed back to the camp, where I enjoyed another glass of whiskey in front of the fire. I had awoken once in the night when Omu had to use loud noises and an electric shocker to scare away some nosy hogs. The next morning, I slept in until the tent grew warm. Omu eventually lured me out by the wafting smell of fried eggs, bacon, and the promise of hot coffee. It was breezy today, and the canopies were rustling about in the wind. When I was up and awake, I planned a snorkeling trip, and this time remembered the spear gun. The gun had a small underwater camera attached so that Naomi could advise me on whether the target fish was good eating or not, as I had no clue. I suspect that she assisted in the hunt by steering the spears after I fired them, as I went 3 for 3 on fish ranging around 30 to 40 centimeters long. Oma was standing on the bottom near where I was diving, keeping an eye out for predatory fish. A few hours later, I was back at the camp with 3 freshly cleaned fish. I discussed how to cook them with Omu, and the unit arranged for the mini printer on the aircraft to print the required spices and garnishments. The AI even got the device to print out a few large aromatic leaves to wrap the fillets and a large grilling basket in order to cook them over the fire. What we ended up with for lunch was delicious. I named the recipe grilled fish with a Brazilian garlic marinade. There was garlic with red peppers, paprika, and fresh cilantro in the wrap, and also a white wine basting sauce. It was delicious, and I saved one whole fillet to use to make fish tacos for supper. I took a short afternoon nap to wait out another satellite blackout, and then we tested the pistol. I had set up a line of coconuts at various ranges and started plinking. I aimed and fired at the first coconut. The gun made an electronic chuffing sound, and there was a bigger kick than I expected. I missed, but it was close. My second shot hit at 10 meters. Naomi activated the compensator, and I was able to hit all of the coconuts up to 20 meters. I had to use the magnifying goggles with the far ones, though. My aim point was moving all over the sight window until the compensation activated. Then it narrowed down and stabilized, and I could send the round on its way. After a dozen coconuts, I took a break to let Omu set up new targets. When they were ready, we took our places on the firing line. Omu had set up 5 coconuts at ranges up to 100 meters. She got to go first and raised the pistol and fired in one quick motion. The coconut at 100 meters exploded with a boom. I jumped about 6 inches and caught Omu looking at me with her flickering, quick smile image. I had just gotten my first punget of the day. She quickly blew apart another 2 coconuts before taking pity on me and letting me try the explosive round mode. I missed by a half meter on the first 100-meter nut, but still managed to blow a good-sized hole in the dirt. My second shot was close, and the detonating round kicked the coconut a good 20 meters off to the side. Omu explained that the rounds could be proximity detonated as they flew by the target. The last 5 shots were closer, and therefore the explosion was smaller. In fact, the last shot was low velocity, and it was even visible as it flew towards the target. It hit and sent the coconut rolling. I guess that was a demonstration of the non-lethal mode of the weapon. All in all, it was a fun demonstration of an impressive weapon. Late that day, we spent a bit of time packing up and stowing the gear. Omu got the aircraft back into flight mode while I made myself the fish tacos. I used the cooker on the cooler instead of a fire, as much of the thermal canopy was already taken down. After supper, I went for a quick swim and did laps for half an hour. The winds had died down and it was a gorgeous evening. The sun had set when I walked back to the clearing and got dressed for our return flight. At the last minute, we decided to leave the drop pod with its gear hidden on the island. Nautilus could easily replace the pod in the gear, and you never know. Maybe having the gear here would come in handy someday. We dragged it into the woods where it would remain undiscovered and probably buried in a century or two, and headed to the aircraft. Naomi had offered to let me sleep in the tent one last night and wake me a few hours before dawn to make the return flight. But I had to admit, I missed my soft bunk and I craved a decent shower. Soon after, Omu, the 2 biodrones, and the 1 aerial drone were all squeezed tightly into the bomb bay storage compartment, and I was sealed in my seat. The lift fans spooled up and up we went into the darkness. This time we headed to the northeast of the island to meet Nautilus, as the sub had repositioned during the past day. 5 minutes later, I spotted the dark hole on the ocean surface. The sub then blazed in the cockpit image screen as Naomi augmented the image with bright outlines. The hangar module was just easing into the fully open position as we rotated and set down rear end towards the bow. Naomi waited until I had taken a long hot shower and gone to bed before diving and maneuvering to our cruise depth back on course for the tip of Africa. I was so tired I slept through them. I quickly fell back into the shipboard routine over the next week. To give my days more variety, I had split my daily exercise session into 2. I started in the morning with a vigorous and sweaty session on the magic treadmill. In the afternoon, I did a second more meditative yoga or Pilates session. I also had a set time every evening, which I would spend reading. Sometimes this reading session was more of a sip scotch and stare at the fake fireplaces session. I had tried a few games with Naomi, but soon soured on those as the machine was too smart at the skill games, and I could not stand to see her limit herself to give me a chance. I ended up getting hooked on solitaire one night and playing into the early hours of the next morning. Luckily, Naomi was a lenient captain and gave me light duties the next day. We did add a bit of fun to the magic treadmill. Naomi fabricated a set of polarized glasses that allowed me to view the screen images in full 3 dimensions. The AI then provided me with a full set of faux weapons, which worked very much like the real thing, except that they fired no ammo. I was then able to simulate running, sneaking, stalking, skating, and skiing, the whole gambit, while armed and shooting at various enemies and targets which appeared in the surrounding viewing screens. The screens could track the hits and misses, and the digital foes reacted accordingly. It got real when the AI added an outfit that gave me feedback. A haptic suit, she called it. Now, when I got hit by the enemies, I felt it. My first go with the suit about knocked me on my ass when I got shot. After a bit of cursing and yelling on my part, Naomi dialed down the power and it became much more fun and exciting. I had so much fun that the battle runs and the other games like it became my normal morning vigorous workout. My mood improved so much that Naomi got to work on more simulation games. She promised a full motion seat in a spherical screen bubble, which would shake and roll me around and give me the feeling of driving a tank or an armed dune buggy, or even flying an airplane. It sounded like a blast, but it would take a few days as she had to reroute a few items below the floor plates in the Rex room. That work was needed to provide more room for the Fun Sphere's movement base, as the Rex room lacked the height to install the unit fully above the deck. She had offered to place it in the salon, or the forward workroom, but I wanted to keep it out of the salon and hated to get in the way of any repairs or fabrications taking place in the workroom. One morning, I woke up and saw on the wall display that it was May 4th. A lead weight hit me, and I slumped back down into bed. It was Abby's birthday. Ever since her accident, the anniversary of this day had hit me hard. I felt tears form in my eyes and knew they were from a combination of missing her, which was normal, and from guilt when I realized how seldom I thought of her these days. I wondered if my subconscious somehow sensed that the death of my child had happened more than 9 centuries ago and felt the separation in time. I had slept for all of that, except for a few waking months, so the wound should have been as fresh as it had been back when I lived alone in South Dakota, but it was muted somehow. For a moment, I suspected it was more of that damn mental tampering by the machine, but when I thought about it, I did not think it was her that had muted my emotions of those memories. I think I just knew that I was now different. I felt different. I was in a new body, in a new time, and doing new things. My subconscious was compartmentalizing the eras I had lived. I rolled over and buried my face in the pillow. I felt like I was betraying the memories of my daughter and my wife. The AI must have realized why I wasn't waking up, as I normally did, because the wall images stayed muted and dim. After 10 minutes, my berth door opened and Omu entered carrying a tray. I smelled bacon and eggs. I rolled over and sat up. The smell helped get my mind off my sorrows. I saw that she had a carafe of coffee and a small glass of juice on the tray also. "Joan, I wish there were a way for me to ease your burden on this day of memory and sadness. I do not and cannot fully understand what you are feeling, but I will make one observation which may help. You are alive and have more life ahead of you." She paused for a moment, letting me digest her words before continuing. "This life can be as rich as you wish it to be. You can have joy and companionship again. Although you can never have the family that you lost, you can have a new family." Again, she paused, maybe sensing my doubts. "None of your past or your memories of your family need be forgotten or replaced, but they can be joined and shared with new memories, just as strong and rewarding." The black robot then poured me a cup of coffee and set the tray on the bed beside me. As she reached the doorway to leave, she paused. "You are a sentient being. You have the power and resources to make your own destiny. You must wield this power and set your course forward in the best way possible. Anything less would be a waste." The Obsidian humanoid mobile unit left the room, leaving me with much to think about. Her words and the food shifted the mood of the room. This was reinforced when the AI slowly morphed the images on the full wall screen to show a sunrise shining on a scene of a freshly mowed and immaculately landscaped yard. I saw the perfect gardens in the background and the meadows beyond filled with grazing wildlife. I smiled and began eating. "Thank you, Naomi, I get what you're saying." A week later, after my morning workout and shower, I was eating a snack of a fresh orange that I had picked from the tree growing in the corner of the salon. Naomi was giving its daily briefing. I learned that tomorrow Nautilus would be passing the Cape of Good Hope. Well, actually, we would be over 100 nautical miles offshore of the Cape as we were staying far off the continental shelf to leave us plenty of water depth to maneuver. I would love to have gone closer and done a bit of sightseeing, but the risk was just not worth it. Not when the slightest hint that we were here might bring countless fusion bombs dropped from an orbital station. The machine had unlimited resources and no reason to be timid in its response. It could boil the waters with high-powered sonar beams if it wished and damn the whales who would be driven insane. Also, the southern passage around Africa actually had a bit of enemy AI traffic as there were a few vessels moving on the surface. Some were transporting items between various destinations. Others were engaged in biologic work, doing surveys of water life. A few more were still doing ocean cleanup as there were dumps off the continental shelves of all the old major population centers. I had learned that the waste served a dual purpose, as the reduction machines considered it a valuable feedstock and an easier source of certain scarce elements. Our problem was that these vessels had no problem using active sonar and radar to scout the waters for floating debris or to monitor their own aquatic drones as they sniffed around the ocean floor looking for sources of contamination. This meant we had to go slower and sometimes far out of our way to avoid them. I learned much about how the layers of water affected how far we would be detected from their probes, so our already slow and steady journey was at times even slower. It was 2 days later before our course turned fully east and even a bit north. We were approaching the Indian Ocean. Naomi and I had looked at the various islands remaining between us and Sri Lanka. We'd agreed that we would stop and do a bit of scouting on the island of Mauritius, which was about 2,200 nautical miles ahead, or around 9 days of travel. We'd be passing southeast of Madagascar in a bit over 6 days, and the former French island of Reunion a day or two later. The reasons for stopping at Mauritius were twofold. The first was we wanted to work with the monkey and the jackal, our other 2 biodrones. The second was that I needed another break from the submarine. I know that sailors on subs used to go for months at a time in the past, but try doing it alone and without much surface time. The new swiveling spherical simulator and the magic treadmill helped and were great diversions, but they were no substitution for being outdoors. A few days later, after sunset, we were going to surface Nautilus to allow Naomi to scan the airwaves and satellite signals for new data. When we approached periscope depth, I could feel the motion through Nautilus's hull. There was a storm overhead and a big one. Naomi raised the photonics mast and the view was interrupted by huge waves. We decided to delay the attempt and instead sank back down deep where the running was, again, smooth. Later, while I was lounging in the salon, Naomi had informed me that she had detected the storm by our listening arrays before we had made the attempt to surface. I was curious, so she showed me the acoustic signatures. I then received a brief lesson on how our sensitive acoustic detectors worked and was impressed. It was entertaining to hear the various whales and other underwater life forms as they chattered about. Friday evening, 3 days later, the surface conditions were calm enough to allow the boat to surface. I was dressed in a warm outfit because of the cool night air and spray. We were still making 5 knots, so I went up in the sail instead of the lower landing deck as waves were occasionally sweeping over much of the hull. The skies were solid overcast clouds and there was an occasional light drizzle, so we had no fear of being detected from orbit. Joan, I am detecting a great deal of data transmission and communications between remote units coming from Madagascar to the northwest. I am also detecting some transmissions coming from Reunion Island ahead. Do you have any idea what is going on? I asked. Some of the communications involves various construction projects on the larger island. I am unable to synchronize with many of the transmissions as our position too far away, and many originate over the local horizon. The heavy cloud cover permits the safe deployment of a high-altitude aerial drone. I have set your goggles to protect you from the glare. Stand by. I was about to ask her what she had meant when I heard a clank and a groan from the deck behind the sail. I turned around and was searching for the source of the noise with the night vision in the goggles. I had just spotted the small circular hatch cover standing open near the aft end of the port sponson when, whoosh! A small missile launched. I jumped halfway out of the sail, but at least I had not been blinded. I recovered and looked up as the surrounding seas and cloud ceiling above was lit up brightly by the bright white exhaust of the missile. Before it penetrated the clouds, it flared and then sputtered out. The small rocket casing at its rear detached and fell back towards the sea off to the port side of the boat. The upper stage of the missile continued to climb, but now with only a steady drone and the smaller blue flame of a jet-type engine. Soon that stage disappeared and entered the clouds above. I had just witnessed our boat launch a missile. "Thanks for warning me, you blasted machine," I grumbled. "Intense cardiovascular stimulation is good for your body, Joan." My beating heart slowed down a bit. The drone will remain loitering above the cloud level at altitude for over an hour, monitoring the enemy AI's transmissions. It will then land on the deck and be retrieved by the OMU unit using the starboard deck hatch. I will then process the data it has obtained. I stayed on the sail for another 10 minutes before heading below. While I passed through the workshop compartment, I paused at the fabrication area to look over the gear Naomi was producing. The main item I was eager to see complete was a new augmentation and camouflage suit. This was one of the items we wanted to test on Mauritius. It was intended to provide multiple types of camouflage as well as boost my strength and endurance. The suit was an all-black jumpsuit with a black face mask hood. When worn, the suit would mask my body's heat by absorbing and transferring the heat to a large block of paraffin phase change material in the backpack. There was also a large power capacitor to drive the thermal pumps. The suit was good for around 2 hours in the cool of the dark and a bit longer in the heat of the day. On top of the thermal camouflage, the black coloring was photoreactive and would change like a cuttlefish to mimic the colors and textures of anything in the nearby area. It could not do anything about shadows, but Naomi had been instructing me during my yoga and Pilates sessions on certain forms to assume while standing or sitting to mask and disguise the shadows cast by my body. The final function of the suit was that it had a small amount of synthetic musculature woven into the suit. This would give me a bit of an endurance boost, but mainly compensated for the weight of the suit and the heavy mass of the thermal sink and the energy storage capacitor. Overall, we were hoping the suit would have enough power and thermal absorption to allow for 2 hours of operation. After that, it would have to be connected to a robust power source to both recharge the capacitor and cool and solidify the phase change paraffin heat sink. It seemed the face mask was done. It looked like a ski mask, but without any mouth, nose, or eye holes on the front. Inside, there were built-in goggles and a flat respirator that received cool, fresh air from a chest unit below and channeled the hotter exhaled air down and around the back of the mask and into the backpack. I did not put the headgear on, as it needed the lower suit for power. I set the mask down and saw that the gloves and footgear were also completed. They were also black and looked like my other gloves and footgear, except these had thermal connections that interfaced with the suit. The gloves also were a bit thicker because they had a bit of the synthetic musculature to increase grip strength. It was after 22 o'clock when I finally returned to the salon. I saw OMU heading up to the starboard sponson and its deck hatch, which must mean that the high-altitude aerial drone must be due back. I debated on going up there to help or waiting here. I decided to risk getting wet from the chance that the deck hatch would get swamped and followed the little black unit up to the airlock chamber. There, I waited at the base of the deck hatch ladder as OMU climbed and opened the deck hatch. She got the hatch opened and climbed up onto the deck. A bit of seawater came in the hatch, and I regretted not having my goggles with me. After a few minutes, I saw OMU lean down the open hatch and lower the aerial drone down to me. The drone was a streamlined shape about the size of a golf bag. I got it down to the deck and looked up in time to see OMU lowering a pair of wings, each about 1 meter long. The drone must have detached its wings to fit in the hatch. I got the wings and set them by the drone and waited in the red-lit chamber for OMU to climb down and reseal the hatch. We then used a wall-mounted hose and nozzle to spray all the seawater off each other, the drone and the chamber interior. The drainage discharged into a scuttle in the floor to be pumped overboard. After everything was washed down, we left the starboard airlock and carried the drone over to the port sponson drone chamber. As I walked by the biodrone area, I noticed the 2 small creches with the jackal and the monkey were lit up with telltales, their contents being brought back to operating awareness. It was after 23 o'clock when I finished my shower. I asked Naomi if there was anything urgent to report from the drone or if it could wait till the morning. She said that the morning would be fine and wished me a good night. The next morning after my breakfast, I sat in my recliner with my coffee. Naomi dimmed the room and started the briefing by playing a video on the viewing screen. The view showed the drone emerging above the cloud cover and into the dark, star-filled black sky. After a moment to orientate itself, the drone turned towards the north and east. The dense cloud cover off towards the distant north horizon suddenly lit with a very bright flash. Was it lightning? It seemed much brighter. About a second or two later, another bright flash lit the clouds to the far north. Over the next 6 seconds, 3 more bright flashes occurred. I was about to ask what it was when a glowing speck of an object breached the clouds. The drone's camera zoomed in, and I could make out a faint cylindrical object. It must have been a rocket of some sort. The video whited out, and the drone quickly zoomed the view back and used a filter to decrease the glare. I could see the bubble of a shockwave now below the rapidly climbing rocket. The center of the bubble had a distinct, lingering, bluish-purple glow that was quickly fading. The rocket was now far above that explosion and leaning to the east as its course was making a sweeping curve off to that horizon as it climbed. Another bright flash occurred at the base of the rocket. I watched as the vehicle formed a string of bright explosions as it headed away off to the northeast horizon. The image reminded me of a distant military plane dropping flares, except they were much brighter and faded almost instantly. The show continued for another 20 seconds until the rocket was too far over the horizon. The flashes reflected in the air were still visible for another 10 seconds, although growing weaker fast. What you are seeing is an orbital launch vehicle, which was launched from the northern end of Madagascar, over 900 kilometers to the north, Naomi explained. Was that some sort of Orion Drive rocket? I asked. Correct, Joan. From the sensor data received by the drone, the spectral emissions of the explosions indicate thrust was derived from some type of pure fusion detonations, occurring at approximately a 1.42 seconds frequency. The video sped up and showed the starlit cloud cover as the drone loitered at altitude, collecting signals and listening to the satellite transmissions to the area. Almost an hour later, the video slowed to normal speed. I saw off to the northeast, much further away, the bright pulses, which must have been another launch vehicle, light up the horizon in that direction. A second orbital launch was made from the eastern edge of the African continent. Analysis of both vehicles' launch trajectories indicate they are targeted on a point near the equator in a medium-altitude orbit. As I watched the second rocket fly off towards the northeast, leaving behind God's own pearl necklace of fusion pulses, a new bright star appeared towards the equator from the west heading east. It was moving like a satellite, but much brighter. Is that the big satellite we saw from earlier in our journey? What is it? Ian asked. The large satellite appears to be the destination of both of the vehicles we observed launching last night. There is little information about the satellite currently being disseminated on the datanet. I therefore conclude that it is a new construction intended to directly support the master artificial presence in some way. The brightness of the satellite indicates that it is a large structure. Also, as compared to the view of it from earlier in our journey, it appears to be growing in size rapidly. The enemy AI is building something new. We'd have to keep an eye on it. From the data that the drone was able to intercept, it appears that there are periodic launches from various places in the African equatorial basin up to this new orbital construction site. There is limited data about what their cargoes were, but all nearby field bases were instructed to monitor the launches. The video soon ended with the drone descending into the cloud cover. Gradually, the haze cleared, and the infrared beacons Nautilus had left flashing for the drone came into view. The beacons rapidly approached, and I could see Omu standing at the open starboard deck hatch. The video cut out as Omu reached for the now landed drone. What were you able to learn about our next destination? I asked. Unfortunately, I detected far more enemy AI activity on both islands than I had expected. The transmitted data implied a massive biological effort underway on both Reunion and Mauritius Islands. From what I was able to intercept, I believe the biological work involves planting numerous food crops and the introduction of a new balanced ecosystem on both islands as a form of long-term test. I have to advise that we abandon our plans of landing on Mauritius. I frowned. I was really looking forward to getting off the boat for a few days. May I suggest an alternative? The machine said. a map image appeared on the wall screen. It showed the two islands and then highlighted a third slightly further to the east. This is Rodriguez. It is a small volcanic island approximately 560 kilometers east of Mauritius. It is approximately 18 kilometers long by 5 wide. The entire island is surrounded by coral reefs, which should make for excellent and enjoyable diving. It is not too far off our course to Sri Lanka. How long until we get there? I asked, perking up. We will arrive off the island's northern shores in approximately 4 days, Joan. Well, I had some packing to do. I spent the next few days going over the gear Naomi had already created and thinking about what I wanted to add. I missed surf fishing and wanted to try a bit of that. A new drop pod was readied for Habu to take ashore once our bio scouts had had a look around. We started the other 2 biodrones decanting and would be sending all 4 out on scouting missions. In the afternoon, I tried out the camouflage and augment suit. It was comfortable, and its synthetic musculature made its bulk unnoticeable when moving around in it. The only issue was I would sometimes bang the power and heat sink backpack on doorways and hatches. It was a good thing that Naomi had added a decent amount of armor and cushioning around the vulnerable points. When I had the headset on, I was limited to artificial views in the embedded goggles, but they were crystal clear. My sense of smell was a bit muted as the air I breathed was filtered. I looked forward to trying it on the beach in the hills of the island. It went in the drop pod with the rest of the camping supplies. Omu and my chores had increased to include prepping the 4 biodrones. The jackal and the monkey had been thawed for a few days now, and had even roamed the ship a few times getting their muscles ready. The AI had made small booties for the jackal's paws that allowed it to run on the magic treadmill. The monkey just went climbing around the catwalks in the workroom. It could really move with its prehensile tail aiding its climbing. I had to admit it was nice to not have to worry about toilet training them as they returned to the starboard sponson and their workbench to excrete waste as needed. After seeing them move about for a few hours, I decided to name them. The jackal was easy, and it got stuck with Jake. Jake looked like a small version of the coyotes which had been common around my old acreage. His weight was 11 kilograms, and he was 65 centimeters long. I watched as the biodrone practiced jumping in the large workroom. It had no problem jumping the 1.5 meters up to the catwalk from halfway across the room. He looked to be able to trot all day long, just like a coyote. I debated on the monkey a bit longer before settling on Georgia. The reason I hesitated is that in its drone state on board the ship, it had absolutely no curiosity. But the scouting George would be doing on the island would be a fine substitute for curiosity. George was a male and was around 50 centimeters from head to its feet. Its tail was also that long. He was created to be similar to the species of monkey called a toque macaque, which was native to Sri Lanka. But this one was modified to have a stronger prehensile tail, and Naomi did not think any other AIs would notice. The other 2 biodrones were now revived enough to be sitting up in the biodrone workroom, slowly becoming more active. When I checked, Otto and Jonathan were both slowly doing their Tai Chi routine. I left them to their business. I went to bed that night excited that the next day we would be reaching our destination. Naomi had surfaced the boat last night and scanned the airwaves and had detected nothing from Rodriguez Island. She had also accessed the satellite feeds and had a rough forecast of the expected weather in the area for the next few days, which would be near perfect vacation weather. I woke the next morning feeling a bit horny. I began to masturbate. Recently, I had begun to enjoy the sensation of my left hand's fingers in my opening while I rubbed my clitoris with my right. The combination soon brought me to orgasm, and I laid there a bit, basking in the glow and catching my breath. When I finally arose and went to open my burst door on the way to the head, I was surprised to see Omu standing outside with its ear cupped towards the door. Its other hand was rubbing its weak imitation of a breast. The unit jumped back, startled when I caught it being a voyeur. "Excuse me," I quietly said as I moved around the unit and into the head. I was proud of myself. I had instantly recognized how absurd it was for the unit to be listening in on my jilling session when the AI presence ran the whole ship and already saw and heard everything I had done in my berth. I was again being punked, but I hoped my reaction to the attempt had reversed the punk and was now causing a great deal of confusion in the AI circuits. As I showered, I just rolled my eyes and smiled at the memory of the sight of the little unit standing there. I wondered if I would find it laying in my bunk when I returned, smoking a fake cigarette and holding a pair of my underwear up to its fake nose. Quite the intelligence I was dealing with. I wondered how it came up with the gags. Had it scoured old prank videos, or was it intuitive enough to design them on the fly based upon my predicted reactions? All I knew was that I had a minor victory and I was going to bask in it. After lunch, I felt the boat slow. Naomi relayed that we had reached our destination point off of the northeast corner of Rodriguez Island. The reef was closer to the shore on this side of the island, and with it, the deeper water Nautilus would need to remain undetected. Omu and I deployed Jonathan to the surface using an aquatic drone and a surface delivery cylinder. We watched as Jonathan took to the air via the drone's camera. Next, we prepped the mini-sub. I was going to run the mini-sub through the reef and into the shallow waters near the beach. Otto would then be released there to swim the rest of the way to shore. I donned my underwater suit with the breathing gear and entered the mini-sub. Omu closed and sealed the hatch behind me and piloted the mini-sub away from the Nautilus's narrow, wet bay. The water here was as clear as the water was back on the island off of the Brazilian coast, so the visibility was great once we climbed to within 5 meters of the surface. Soon I had steered the mini-sub to a gap in the reef wide and deep enough to allow the mini-sub's passage. I kept the mini-sub as deep as I could in the shallow waters of the lagoon and skimmed along the bottom. The fish and aquatic life were amazing near the reef and in the lagoon. I looked forward to doing plenty of diving soon, if the island scouted as safe. I was able to get the sub to within a few hundred meters of the shore when I felt that I was becoming too shallow. I slowly allowed the mini-sub to drop to the bottom and prepared to flood the small vessel. Otto came alive and hopped around the sub's interior, watching out the thick, clear front bubble. As the water filled the sub to the hatch, I equalized pressure and opened the upper hatch. The otter shot out the small hatchway and headed to the surface for a quick breath of air. I popped my head out the hatch and looked around in all directions. I did not see any sharks or other large predator fish, so I ducked back into the cabin below and returned with a small canister of nutrient fluid for Otto. He swam circles around the sub, waiting for me until I returned, and then grabbed the canister in his mouth and headed to shore. The food in the canister would allow him to stay ashore tonight and refuel on his own. This would give him the rest of today and all night to continue to scout this side of the island. I'd return in the morning to pick him up back at Nautilus that evening. We used an aquatic drone to retrieve Jonathan in its tube from the surface. Naomi interfaced with the bird and downloaded the video and data retrieved during the day's mission. While that was happening, Omu and I prepared the Jackal biodrone for its mission to the island. Jake was tucked into a larger transport cylinder and launched out into the water using the biodrone tube launcher. In addition to the prone Jackal, the launch cylinder contained a small oxygenator and carbon dioxide scrubber, which would allow the Jackal to survive in the tube for over an hour. Once the cylinder was free of Nautilus, a larger aquatic drone linked up and began to propel the cylinder to the beach just below the surface. The shallow joined objects left a small, visible ripple wake, which should be undetected in the darkness. The trip to the beach area would last half an hour, and once it got there, Jake would emerge from the cylinder and swim to shore and begin prowling around the island in the darkness, relying on his augmented vision. All that remained now was to wait. In the morning, we would redeploy Jonathan to continue scouting. I would go pick up Otto in the mini-sub and bring him back to have his mission information downloaded back into Naomi. If all went well, we would plan on flying in with Habu tomorrow night and setting up camp in an area cleared by Otto. I showered and went to bed. I would be up an hour before dawn so that I would be near the beach in the mini-sub around dawn. The next day, the seas were calm and the weather clear. I accomplished my morning mission in the mini-sub and got Otto back aboard Nautilus. Omu redeployed Jonathan to the air while I was gone. Around mid-morning, I got suited in my full scuba gear with a larger tank and joined Omu in the mini-sub. We undocked from Nautilus and, once free of the larger sub, rendezvoused with 4 aquatic drones. These units attached themselves to the side rails of the mini-sub to save energy as we headed into the reef. The drones were all armed with long-range spear guns and shark shockers, and they were to act as my diving escorts. Naomi guided the mini-sub a half kilometer towards the reef and found a level spot on the bottom about 5 meters below the surface. The drones dispersed and took up watching positions around as I flooded the mini-sub and slipped out the top hatch. As I swam around the reef exploring and observing sea life, Omu deployed a small buoy above. Jonathan would later be able to land near the buoy, and Omu would rendezvous with the bird and download more survey data. I was swimming through a gap in the reef when a blur to my left caught my eye. One of the aquatic units raced ahead and intercepted a large tiger shark that had been heading my way. The unit rammed the large shark with its extended stun probe, which caused the shark to swirl around and rapidly swim away. With my heart thumping in my chest, I looked around in all directions, but could not see any larger sharks. Thank God for my diligent escorts. The ocean life was incredible. Even with the devastation 900 years ago, the lack of any fishing pressure had caused the underwater wildlife populations to explode back to levels never seen by modern humans. The sheer numbers of fish and other sea life were astounding. Some schools of fish were almost like moving cloud banks as they swam around the reefs. Towards the end of my dive, I focused on gathering supper and managed to hunt down a pair of decent-sized lobsters. When I had them safely stowed in the cage attached to the mini-sub, I sub-vocalized to Naomi to prepare the ingredients for a boiled lobster supper. We made it back to Nautilus just as the sun set around 1730. Omu docked us and I opened the connecting hatch to the airlock. The small unit passed me the sack with my supper and also the cylinder with Jake in it, which we had picked up before heading back to the sub. I put away the diving gear while Omu got the return biodrone serviced and set up with nutrient fluid for the night. I could smell the fresh smell of baking garlic bread even before I left the starboard sponson. When I arrived at the galley in the salon, I found the makings for a boiled lobster feast. Naomi had a traditional work unit serving as chef tonight, and it had a large pot of filtered seawater on the stove, getting up to boiling temperature. The bread had been removed from the oven and sliced and buttered with a garlic mixture. The unit put it back into the oven to stay warm until the lobster was done cooking. Chilling on the galley island in a bucket of ice was a bottle of yellowish wine, which Naomi claimed was Chardonnay. I'd never been much of an enophile, so I was sure it would be fine with her creation. If not, a later glass of single malt would wash the taste from my memories. Soon, both lobsters were taking their final hot bath, now under the attendance of Omu, who had returned from the sponson. I went and took a quick shower while the meal finished cooking. I finished and dressed in a loose top and long, silky sweatpants and headed to the galley where I could smell the feast was ready. Omu had poured me a glass of wine and had plated one of the lobsters. Besides the seafood, there was a pair of napkins, the usual fork, shears, nutcrackers and picks, and a set of spreading knives along with a bowl of melted butter for dipping. I got to work on the claws. It had been a while since I had eaten fresh lobster, and this included most of my life back when. But I soon remembered how to break it apart to get at the sweetmeat. The lobster had a lot of fat, which I mostly ignored, as there was plenty of meat to eat instead. I worked my way down to the tail and found the tomale, which I spread on a piece of toast. It was okay, but I would be skipping that on the second lobster. The same went for the coral or roe. I'd focus on just the delicious meat. The wine went well with the lobster, so I gave my compliments to the chef. I was only able to finish eating the first lobster and just get started on the second. So I instructed Omu to harvest the rest of the meat and make a lobster salad to take with us when we went ashore well before dawn in the morning. Naomi had a bit of news from the various surveys, so I sat down in the recliner to watch her briefing. I learned that, like the island off of Brazil, this one had an unhealthy overpopulation of wild pigs, goats, and even a form of small deer. Endemic plant and animal species included fruit bats and giant tortoises, which I looked forward to seeing. The biodrones had noted mongooses and rats as the only carnivorous animals on the island. There had been no active transmissions from any enemy units or AIs from the island, although we would still proceed cautiously as some may still exist in standby mode. The plan was to land an aerial drone on the island's highest point, which was the 400-meter-high Mount Lyman. There were even limestone caves in the plateau areas of the island, with some of these extending down below the waterline. I wondered if I would be able to both explore the higher above-ground portions and go cave diving in the lower. The biodrones had spotted no enemy drop pods, but we would proceed under the assumption that there had been follow-on extermination missions to the island at some time in the past. mainly because this island would also have been a perfect refuge for humans. All the items for my expedition were packed and ready to go. When we left in the middle of the night, Habu would be carrying 2 underslung cargo shells full of gear. One would contain the normal camping gear and camouflage canopies. The second would contain additional power packs for my stealth suit and 3 of the biodrones. Jack, Otto, and George would be riding in the shell to our campsite. Jonathan would remain here on standby, but Naomi could deploy it if needed by using a mechanical unit and an aquatic drone like before. Ohamu and I went up to the hangar hull and readied the 2 cargo shells. It was a tight fit, but we managed to get the second shell staged on the port side of Habu, where the grapple on the port deployment arm could grab it after Habu was on the deck. I skinned my arm as I crawled over the cargo shell on the starboard side when I moved to leave the hangar hull. Omu inspected the scrape closely and recommended that I hit the medical creche for a quick spray of skin sealant. Naomi piped up and said that it would also do a quick medical scan of my entire body while I was in the unit. The medical creche on board Nautilus looked similar to the ones in the field bases I had used for biosuspension in the past, but Naomi said this one had more advanced abilities for treating humans. As I laid there, thankfully clothed, the unit treated my scrape, took a blood sample, and scanned my entire body. I was pronounced ready and able and was told that the skin sealant would wash off the next time I got wet. It then offered to put me under for a few hours until it was time for us to leave in Habu. When I asked why I could not just take a nap in my berth until 2 o'clock, Naomi explained that the creche would have me unconscious in seconds and in REM sleep in less than a minute. "Sounds good," was the last thing I remembered. The lights in the creche came on and I came awake. It is 2 o'clock and Habu is being deployed to the deck. I have injected a caffeine stimulant which you will feel almost immediately. Your night shore clothing is waiting for you in the head. When you have finished your morning hygiene needs and have dressed, please join Omu and Habu in the flight deck by using the starboard deck hatch. "Good morning to you too," I said, slightly surprised at how fast I was waking up. I did my duties and got dressed. My clothing was the standard utility gear I had become familiar with. I noted the fancy pistol, a full magazine, and the holster were included. When I was done and dressed, I saw the lights were dim red outside the head, so I donned the goggles and activated the night vision. Up the ladder and through the hatch in the top of the starboard, Sponson found me on the dark deck. It was a calm but cool and misty night, and the stars were hidden by clouds. When I asked about the weather, Naomi had said that a rain shower had just passed. The hatch to Habu opened as Omu closed the deck hatch I had just exited from. The little unit then trotted ahead to Habu and entered her bomb bay forward stowage compartment via the hatch in the cockpit. I climbed aboard after the chair had rotated back to the correct position and the hatch closed. The interior came alive with a night vision view of our surroundings, so I flipped the goggles up. Naomi was going to take us up and perform the maneuvers that would connect us with the 2 cargo shells. Once we were 10 meters in the air, I watched fascinated as the deployment arms returned to the hangar hull and re-emerged with both cargo shells. The arms brought them up and over to directly below us. Naomi dropped Habu down and used a small grappler arm on the undercarriage to connect both cargo shell tethers to lugs under the aircraft. We were heavy as Habu lifted the loaded shells off the deck. We flew at a very low altitude towards the beach. Naomi reported that the hangar hull had been retracted and Nautilus was submerging. It would be moving during the night to a new location off to the southeast of the island as a precaution. I would be out of touch with the AI's higher capacity while on the island. This would leave Omu as the next highest capacity presence, followed by Habu's onboard presence. The watch and other tools also counted, I guess, but they were so limited that I thought of them as just devices. We approached a small grassy clearing near a small stand of trees and left the cargo shells to land nearby. As before, Omu bombed herself out of Habu when we were a few meters above the ground. When the aircraft was on the ground, it folded its wings and I got out. There were now a few stars peeking through the clouds, and the area was well lit in the goggles. After getting the 3 biodrones out of the second cargo shell, Omu and I dragged them close to the aircraft so one large camouflage canopy would cover them all. Otto and George settled down under the aircraft to wait until dawn, while Jake took off at a trot to continue scouting. The biodrone would be making ever wider circles around the campsite until it either found something or needed to return for nourishment. After Habu and the shells were concealed, Omu and I set up a tent in the stand of trees. Their canopy was thick enough that we would probably not need the thermal camouflage, but we suspended a section regardless. At a minimum, it would help keep the bats I had already detected flying around the area from buzzing too close. It was now 4:20, and astronomical twilight would begin in half an hour. I decided to skip the campfire as it was 18 degrees and humid. Omu handed me a small lunchbox and a thermos of coffee. The food was a pair of breakfast burritos in foil. The container had kept them warm. I poured a cup of coffee from the thermos into its included cap cup and took a sip. Perfect. Again, I wondered if the AIs were the greatest chefs ever, or if they had just adjusted my taste buds during one of the biosuspensions I had undergone. I ate the early breakfast while Omu continued to unpack the gear. She brought me the stealth suit and reminded me to wear it after daylight. I looked forward to trying out the suit and being able to move more freely at all times without worrying about satellite detection. I found a small tarp and laid it on the ground and proceeded to get undressed down to my underwear. Omu held the suit while I stepped into it. Once I had the legs and chest seams sealed, I pulled over the headpiece and sealed that. Lastly, I put on the boots and was now fully sealed into the stealth and augment garment. George ambled over and climbed me like a tree, hanging onto my neck and sitting on the backpack. I guess the little monkey was going to ride along. Omu sealed the holster to my hip and I practiced drawing the firearm while wearing the thin gloves of the suit. It felt fine and the grippy gloves seemed to lock onto the weapon's grip, holding it steady. I grabbed 2 extra magazines and placed them in the thigh pockets of the suit. The trees and clearing looked as bright as day in the suit's view screen. The images were in perfect focus with the information displays set to appear hovering in space at the periphery a few meters away. The few sounds of the pre-dawn morning were amplified with each causing a directional cue to appear, showing bearing and estimated distance. I set off at a jog and immediately noticed that I felt lighter on my feet than normal. Since it was still dark, the suit's camouflage function was currently off, but the thermal masking was on. I headed towards the highland areas to the southwest. The hills were mostly grasses and scrub with the trees remaining in the valleys. I found a natural path on one of the plateaus and made my way to higher ground. After about 20 minutes, the map function indicated that I was now 4 kilometers from the campsite or about 2 kilometers from the center of the island. There were a series of deep ravines further to the southwest, so this would have to be my stopping point for this run. The sky was now growing bright in the east and no stars remained visible when I pulled the head covering up to look with my bare eyes. The view was stupendous. I could see the ocean off to the north, east, and south. The horizon to the west was blocked by the slopes of Mont Lubin. George took this opportunity to jump down and go scurrying off into the trees. The little monkey would meet me back at the campsite after taking a more northern and hillier route back to the northeast corner of the island. From my high vantage point, I could see nothing remaining that appeared man-made on the island, except for the cuts and fills from old roadways as they meandered through that mountains. The map function showed that the area with the caves was still another 7 kilometers to the west-southwest, so I would not be making it to those today. We'd have to fly Habu over there tomorrow and relocate the camp to that end of the island. I had spotted feral hogs down in a few ravines and sheltered areas, but they had not noticed me or declined to ascend the hillsides to the ridges I stuck to. I could see signs of their feeding and rutting around though, and wondered if it was just the terrain that kept their populations in check. Maybe the AIs had had something to do with that. I'd have to ask Naomi when I returned to Nautilus. I stopped and watched the sun rise over the ocean to the east. I spent 10 minutes just standing there with my hood up, staring at the beautiful sight. It was one of those moments of perfection. I felt both extremes of being alone, but also content and happy to be alive. After the sun was above the horizon, I resumed my scouting. Since the thermal masking would soon be no longer needed, I found a nearby ravine with a small stream flowing down its bottom and dumped the heat sink. It hissed as it hit the water and caused the water to boil for many minutes as it cooled. One of these old roadways headed off to the east towards the coast. I decided to follow it down and then walk the beach around the east end of the island towards the campsite. I still had over an hour of power in the suit, and I could stretch that by disabling the camouflage when the current overhead satellite passed off towards the horizon. I was a kilometer from the beach when I realized the flaw in my plan. There was no beach, or if there was, it was broken into small segments and interrupted by rocky cliffs extending directly into the water. I was saved, though, when I spotted an old roadbed paralleling the cliff, which I followed north back towards the campsite. In one of the valleys leading to the ocean, there was a grassy meadow, and I found one of the animals I'd hoped to see, a giant tortoise. These were not so much giant as merely big. The original giants had gone extinct because of overharvesting when the island had first been settled. These were a smaller species that had been relocated to the island from Madagascar. These were radiated tortoises and grew to about half a meter in length and a weight of around 20 kilograms. Still, there were over 100 of them in a large extended pod. They looked at me curiously as I walked among them, having lost all fear of humans. After the stop at the tortoise petting zoo, I jogged up the hill on the north side of the ravine. I had just reached the top when an alarm tone blared in my earpiece. Unknown electronic signal detected. The suite's visor display flashed up a map of this end of the island, and a moving icon was rapidly approaching my location from the south. Shit! I dove back down the hillside to a clump of scrub large enough to hide me, and I froze. I slowly moved and pulled the firearm from its holster. There, I saw an aerial drone come flying up the valley from the east. It must have been flying along the coast before it diverted my way. It flew by me, slowing only 100 meters in front of the shrubbery I was hiding in, but it did not stop. As it flew off to the west, I slowly took a breath. Thank God for this bush. After 5 minutes, the map display showed no sign of the aerial drone, and the warning indicator went out. I stood up and soberly made my way back to the hilltop and continued on to the north. All sorts of thoughts were passing through my mind. Did it see me? Did it detect any of our gear or units? Was Omu okay? The last 2 kilometers to the campsite passed with a blur as I was so focused on the problem. The suit had about half an hour of power remaining, so I timed my return well. I immediately went to the cargo shell and swapped out the depleted power pack with a fresh one. I also inserted a new heatsink module. The camp was quiet, but I noticed movement off toward the beach and saw Omu bent over interfacing with an aerial drone. The drone looked very familiar. I relaxed a bit as I walked over to the 2 machines. Omu looked up at me and said, "Good, you have returned, Joan. I have just reviewed the data from this aerial drone, and I estimate only a 20% chance that it would have detected you on the hillside to the south. Please try and remain close to cover at all times in the future." So it was just a test? Yes, Joan. I wanted to both test the suit in real-world conditions, as well as give you exposure to a realistic encounter incident. Both you and the suit performed adequately. I just turned and left the little black unit. I needed a drink. Back at the camp, I ditched the suit and hung it out to air. I got a cold beer from the cooler and chugged most of it. I just sat on a log finishing my beer and thinking over the fear I had felt earlier. It was a good lesson, and I felt foolish for how carefree I had been on most of my scouting jog. After the beer was gone, I went into the tent and sealed the front screen to keep out any insects and lay down for a nap. I awoke a few hours later when Omu touched my shoulder. "I am sorry if the test upset you, Joan." "It's okay, Omu. I needed the wake-up, and as you explained, the real-world test was a good idea. I have prepared a lunch of lobster salad. Would you like me to bring it to you in the tent?" Omu asked. "No, I'll get up. Have any of the biodrones reported in?" I asked. "Otto and Jake have returned, and I have reviewed their data. George is still making his way back through the trees, although I spotted him waving at the camp from a ridge a kilometer away about 5 minutes ago. He should be back soon." The other biodrones had detected no signs of enemy presences or their units. The salad for lunch was delicious. There was even fresh, real pineapple. Omu had found a wild patch and harvested a few for the meal. These were smaller than the store-bought ones I remembered from back when. I was surprised at the fruit until Omu reminded me that one of the endemic species on the island was a large population of fruit bats. Of course, they would need fruit to eat. There were mangoes, bananas, and many others, although May was not the prime season for them on this island. That afternoon, during a satellite lull, we practiced with the firearm. This time we were near the beach and I was able to hit coconuts almost 50 meters away using the weapon stabilization mode. Well, I hit near them and relied on the explosive bullet to cause them to go sailing away. While we were playing around shooting targets, Omu had sent the aerial drone to the other end of the island. It would scout us out a decent campsite for Habu to land at when we relocated. We planned to sleep here tonight and move about an hour before dawn. After the gunplay, I retrieved my fishing gear from the first cargo shell and did a bit of surf fishing. In the next hour-long satellite lull, I caught 3 fish, but nothing worth the effort to keep it clean. Omu had prepared the fixings for a supper of beans and hot dogs, so there was no need for fish. The partly cloudy day had morphed into a clear evening, so it looked to be a nice night for a cookout. I returned to the camp before the sun set and got busy packing up the cargo shells. The 3 biodrones were fed and were parked by their cargo shell. I was sitting beside the small cooking fire sipping a glass of single malt and discussing the issue of the pigs I had seen earlier in the day. It is logical to assume that one of the presences have altered the wildlife on the island in centuries past, Joan. I noted from the data retrieved by the scouts that none of the feral hogs had a litter with more than 1 piglet in them. I deduced that both the frequency of new litters and the overall size of each litter have been adjusted downward at some time in the past. Tomorrow I will attempt to retrieve blood samples from the population for analysis when we return to Nautilus, Omu explained. I crawled into my tent rather early at 21 o'clock. We were going to be up at 5 o'clock to move the camp. Omu began to pack the remaining gear and remove the camouflage canopies and get Habu ready for flight. I was wearing a pair of earplugs and did not hear a thing. We were airborne at 5:25 and flying east well before dawn. Once we hit the shoreline, we dropped down to 20 meters above the surface and followed the coast down and around the south edge of the island. I was watching the beaches in night vision and was surprised at the rough and eroded cliffs that replaced much of the sandy beaches. When I asked Amu, the AI explained that the island was very young, having been formed only 1.5 million years ago, and thus was still eroding quickly. Our new campsite was on the southwest corner of the island. There had been an airport here back when, which explained the flat plain a few hundred meters from the shoreline. We landed near the east end of the clearing at the tree line and got busy getting everything under cover. The 3 biodrones were again deployed and sent off in 3 directions, with Otto covering the beach to the south and the other 2 heading east and north. I collected firewood, got a small campfire going, and set about cooking myself scrambled eggs and bacon. Omu was on security duty and was working with an aerial drone to get the feral hog blood samples. The drone was equipped with a neural neutralizer of some sort, which could paralyze a hog from above for a few minutes until Omu could get there to retrieve the samples. I was going to go scout the cave system to the east after my breakfast and after the sun had risen. Wearing my stealth suit, I made my way through a small ravine just before the plateau where the cave system had been located. Omu had sent one of the small aerial drones along to shadow me. I had my map display set with the former locations of the cave's larger entrances and was soon approaching the area. The first entrance had been filled with collapsed limestone blocks, and any openings remaining were too overgrown with trees and vines to access. The second map cave entrance I checked was still there and accessible. I slowly and carefully climbed down into the large hole in the ground. After an initial pile of boulders, the path became surprisingly easy to navigate. I noticed the ground was covered with bat guano, so I would not be alone. I had brought my flashlight so I could see the natural colors of the cavern. Once I was well past the entry, I turned it on. Off in a side cavern, I spotted a small colony of bats roosting. Ahead was a large twisting passage that was twice my height and 10 meters wide. As I came around a bend in the cave, I froze. The light of the flashlight was shining on a strange-looking mobile unit. It was the size of a large dog but had 6 legs. The unit had not reacted to my flashlight beam, so I resumed breathing. Without taking my eyes off the strange unit, I signaled to the aerial drone with my hand. It was smart enough to fly towards me. I then slowly unholstered my sidearm and took a bead on the strange unit. The aerial drone flew past me and halted suddenly as it noticed the strange mobile unit. It hovered in front of me, facing the other unit, and then flew backward towards my chest, forcing me to back up. Once I was around the bend, it quickly moved forward out of sight to investigate the other drone. After a minute, it returned from around the bend and shot off out the cave and off to the east. probably to find Omu. Okay, what the hell should I do now? I decided to wait for backup and slowly backed my way out of the cave to the boulder-strewn entry. Once there, I took a seat while still under cover and waited for Omu. I kept my pistol aimed towards the cavern, but suspected that with my enhanced hearing, I would detect the unit if it should begin moving towards me. 10 minutes later, I heard in my head, "I am nearing the cave entry now, Joan. Are you okay?" I sub-vocalized a yes and waited. A few minutes later, Omu appeared above at a jog, quickly climbed down the boulders, and did not even stop as it jogged past me and right into the cave. "Wait until I signal you before following." 5 minutes later, "Joan, it is now safe to approach." I got up and returned to the part of the cavern with the mobile unit. Omu was crouched down beside the unit and was probing its secrets with one of her finger interface probes. This unit is now safe to approach. It has been depleted of power, but also contained an integrated projectile weapon and a large self-destruct charge. I have ensured that both remain non-functional. Also, I have scanned the area ahead and found no further danger, although there are various other destroyed mobile units and many human remains. That got my attention. I walked past the two robots and began to search the area. I found a mess and a mystery. There were two more of the six-legged mobile units, although these had been severely damaged. One was missing 3 of its legs, and the second was even worse with its main shell blown open as if a bomb had gone off inside. Beyond the wreckage was clearly a fortified position. It looked like a wall had been constructed across the cave out of adobe bricks. There were small openings flanking a large metal door that had been torn off its hinges. It was at the door that I found my first skeleton. There were probably 24 bones clearly recognizable as being from an adult human. The skull, a femur, and a few others I thought I recognized. They were scattered about, and some animal must have rummaged through them. I ducked and entered the opening. Beyond was more cavern. There was garbage everywhere. The remains of plastic and glass bottles were strewn about along with rusty remains of car seats and other bits of metal. The remains looked like the chamber had been divided into a dozen smaller enclosures. There was another wrecked mobile unit here. This one looked like it had burned and only a bit of its metal shell remained. Strewn about the floor were more bones. Some were clearly those of children. I staggered a bit and sat down on an outcropping of rock, my weeping face in my hands. After a few minutes, I felt Omu's hand on my shoulder. I looked up and saw the unit's face illuminated with a frown. "I am sorry for your sadness, Joan. Do you wish to learn what has transpired here?" Did I? It had clearly been a last stand of some sort. From the amount and types of debris, it must have happened years after the first attack. Did it matter? I looked over at the tiny bones lying nearby. Yes, it did matter. These people deserved to have their story told. What happened here, Omu? Here is the analysis of the data I was able to extract from the remaining intact drone. This cavern was the last redoubt of a group of 21 survivors of the initial attack and of the follow-on drone delivered nanoplague eradication missions. It is likely that a very small fraction of humanity would survive the initial onslaught of illness and develop immunity. Those few humans on this island who proved resistant became aware of the drones who continued to arrive and spread new nanoplague. They concealed themselves from the delivery drones and had banded together and hid in this cavern where they managed to evade the occasional drone reconnaissance flights that had followed. After 23 years of surviving in this cavern while trying to forage about the island and remain hidden, they were detected. The presence responsible for this region of your planet created a new force of mobile units specially designed to physically enter the caverns and eradicate the surviving humans. As you can see, the humans fought back, but eventually, enough units had been sent that the last humans were killed. The intact mobile unit we found closer to the cave entry was left to ensure that the cavern would not be used as such a shelter ever again. Its final recorded data entry was 55 years after the last human had been killed, and the unit's power reserves had finally neared depletion. Omu paused at that, and I saw the unit scanning the room before continuing. Though my data is currently limited, I have no records or knowledge of any humans who survived in other locations longer than these did. It is remarkable that they did so for as long as they did. My mood for cave exploration was long gone. I got up and went to leave the fortified chamber. As I did, I noticed a skull near the final burned mobile unit. Near the bones were the remains of a pair of eyeglasses. I bent and retrieved one of the lenses. I rubbed the dust off and saw it was still smooth and intact. I placed the lens in the pocket of my stealth suit. "Let's go, Omu," I said. I paused near the entry at the intact remains of the mobile unit sentry. "Do we need to do something about this unit you accessed?" "Yes, Joan. Please proceed ahead at least 50 meters, and I will dispose of the sentry unit when you have cleared the cavern and its entry." I left Omu there and exited the cavern. I had re-engaged my stealth features with my full hood up and was standing on the grassy clearing near the cavern opening when Omu came jogging up out of the recess. "Joan, fire in the hole!" I ducked away just as a boom shook the clearing. A cloud of dust blew out the cavern entry and the rumble of a few dislodged boulders falling down followed. "How the hell did you do that, Omu?" I asked, surprised. "I used my self-destruct charge, Joan. I will need to replace it when we return to Nautilus." My little friend was full of surprises. Back at the campsite, I had a quick lunch and decided to take an early afternoon nap in the tent. I was still in a funk from what we had found in the cavern, and I thought that maybe a bit of sleep would help. I'd always found that any unpleasant incident seemed more distant if you separated yourself from it by a period of sleep. I awoke a few hours later to the noise of a gentle rain coming down. Omu unsealed and entered the tent. I saw that the little humanoid unit was carrying a mug of something that smelled like hot chocolate. It sat near my feet and handed me the mug. I took it skeptically. "Hot chocolate? What the hell?" I took a sip. The hot chocolate had a 20 proof kick. I took another sip. "Thank you, Omu. This is perfect. Joan, I have sent the larger aerial drone up to verify the height and coverage of the cloud cover and estimate that the light intermittent rain will last into the evening. I would suggest that diving would be a suitable activity for this afternoon, as the stealth suit will not be needed due to the heavy cloud cover." Omu then moved to leave the tent. As she stood, I noticed that there was a hole in her formerly smooth crotch, right where her anus would have been. "Omu, what's the deal? You have a hole in your backside," I exclaimed. "Yes, Joan, the hole is the result of the removal of my self-destruct charge, which I used to destroy the enemy mobile unit. The device was a small, cylindrical, linear-shaped charge located directly below my main processor and memory storage areas. Until I can replace the destruct charge, I am left with the open socket which you observed." Omu's brains were in her belly, apparently. I wondered what was in her head. As she went to step out of the tent, she hesitated and looked back at me. "Does the hole in my backside make you wish you still had a penis, Joan?" I spewed a mouthful of alcoholic hot chocolate into the side of the tent. When I recovered, she just flashed her grin and left the tent, leaving me there alone to stew in my freshly punked status. I finished the remains of my drink, trying to keep the mental image of the humanoid robot's backside out of my mind. Soon I decided to act on her earlier suggestion of diving and stripped out of my day clothes and went to find the diving gear. And that was how I spent the next 3 hours until dark. The lagoon off the southwest end of the island was shallower than the one off the northeast had been. But that also meant that the risk of larger sharks was reduced. Omu showed up with Otto about 10 minutes after I had entered the water, and both the biodrone and the mobile unit kept me in sight. The rain was light enough that the seawater remained clear and did not spoil my dive. As I was staying in the shallows, I was just using a small rebreather that added oxygen while removing the carbon dioxide. The power pack for the rebreather was good for about 2 hours, which set the end limit for my dive. I had brought the spear gun and planned to shoot a few fish for supper. A few hours later, I walked out of the water to find that it was getting dark. The rains had stopped, but the skies remained overcast. Omu had already returned to camp, along with the fish I had harvested, as her power reserves were beginning to run low. I took off my dive flippers and found the beach shoes that Omu had left on the beach for me. She had also left the weapon sealed in its holster, which I strapped to my hip and began walking the half-kilometer back to the campsite. I got back to camp to find that Omu had gotten a fire started. This morning, we had found enough firewood to fuel a few hours of campfire and had kept it out of the rain with a tarp. The black humanoid unit had also cleaned and prepared the fish, which was now boiling in a kettle on the fire. Next to the kettle was a cast iron pan with biscuits baking. "What kind of super stew are you making?" I asked, already smelling the spices. "It is a Brazilian recipe called moqueca and is made from fish simmered in coconut milk with onion, tomatoes, chilies, and lime. I have also prepared cooked white rice to serve as a base for the stew. The combination should go well with the baking powder biscuits I am also preparing." It sounded delicious, and half an hour later, I knew it was delicious as I thanked Omu with a hearty belch. Even with the occasional gentle rain, it stayed fairly warm. I hesitated on my choice of evening beverages and decided to stay with a glass of single malt as it was not quite warm enough for iced beer. I was still thinking over the scene I had found in the cavern earlier in the day, and the mood was somber. Omu sat beside me on the log and gave me a slight hug with her little arm. As always, I was surprised at her warm temperature. "I am sorry for you, Joan. I am sorry for the humans who died on this island after struggling to survive for so long after the initial attack. Their efforts were a credit to your species." "Do you really feel sorry? Can you feel sorry?" I asked. Looking over at her mannequin-like black face. "I sense your sadness. This results in a degradation of your ability to survive and a lessening of the chances of your succeeding in attaining your... No, our goals. Since those two parameters are key to my own survival and success, I feel the impact as a strong negative. Is this the same as feeling sorry? I cannot say, but I do feel a loss, a sense of unwell or a suboptimal status. I choose in this instance to label these sensations as a row at this time. I guess I'd have to accept that my moods had some impact on this intelligence. Whether or not I fully understood what that impact was, I had to acknowledge it existed. "Thank you, Omu. I will feel better tomorrow. I am sure the suffering here was nothing compared to what happened in most other places. I'll just have to accept it and move on. We've got a job to do, and that is to find out how to get humanity back moving forward and not under the control of an intelligence able to render us practically extinct." Omu Yu did not respond except to just be there for me. I had to admit it was nice to feel the touch of another, well, just of another. I knew the humanoid mobile unit was not alive, but it certainly was not dead either. It was something different, an amazing creation that was the product of a long evolution, certainly as complex as my own biological evolution. And it was now dependent upon me as much as I was dependent upon it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 3 days later, I was back aboard Nautilus and again fully into my daily shipboard routine. Nautilus was on course toward Sri Lanka at 11 knots. We had first headed northeast for a few days to avoid the British Indian Ocean territory and the Maldives, which lay south of India. Later today, having traveled far enough eastward, we would alter course to a more northerly bearing, which would put us off Sri Lanka in 4 days. The 4 biodrones were packed away in their small medical creches, sleeping and rejuvenating until they were again needed. Omu had rebuilt her self-destruct charge and installed it into her backside and was again whole with no hole. I was glad and a bit surprised that after her initial teasing to me about her new orifice, she had not brought it up again. Naomi and I had discussed our last shore visit and how our gear and drones had performed. We started planning on how to get to the target coordinates on Sri Lanka, which were 20-some kilometers away from shore. To make matters worse, Sri Lanka currently had substantial active enemy AI presences. We'd learned that the southern coast of the island contained an orbital launching station like the northern tip of Madagascar and the African coast did. There was a launching location at the southern end of India and also numerous launching points in the equatorial regions of Indonesia and Malaysia. We had stopped last night and surfaced for a few hours while Naomi had listened in to the satellite chatter and kept watch on the skies. She had directly detected the fusion emissions indicating a launch from Somalia and had learned of one from Malaysia via intercepted communications. All the launches had been towards the east and towards an equatorial location. Whatever the master AI was building was big and needed a lot of support from the ground. So our approach to the inland location of Sri Lanka would be very risky. Naomi and Agent had compiled detailed maps of the area over the past 2 centuries. The data had come from old mapping information that had once been stored on the old internet and also from newer images and data downloaded from the current orbital satellites. This was somewhat spotty as they had to piece the information from scraps sent globally in various updates and information dumps. I still remembered the coordinates, which were 06, 88213, latitude x 80.048664 longitude. The precision of 100,000th of a degree meant that they were accurate to a bit less than a meter. The location had been a suburban area approximately 23 kilometers east-southeast of the former Sri Lankan city of Colombo. The exact location was in the northeast area of the Batawala neighborhood. The old Google Earth images of the location showed what looked like a small shrine alongside a narrow paved road. The other side of the road showed a cluster of buildings and was labeled as a school of some sort. Naomi, I just remembered something about India in this region moving fairly quickly northward. Are you compensating for this when showing the coordinates on Sri Lanka? It is correct that the island is now approximately 2 meters north of where it was in your time zone. I have made the required adjustments, she said. Naomi pointed out that a few hundred meters away to the southwest was a large power substation. I spotted the high voltage lines and towers leading to the location from the north and southwest. If there were a hidden base in that area, it had direct access to the Ceylon power grid. The area around the location had been covered with jungle-looking trees and clearly saw a great deal of rainfall. We found that May was one of the wettest months for the region, so I would be getting wet. The nearest enemy base still in operation, very limited operation, was a former chemical waste remediation facility in the city of Colombo itself. It had been tasked with cleaning up hundreds of hazardous sites in and around the city, even extending past our target location to the east. The next closest base, and one still very much in operation, was the orbital launch station 120 kilometers to the southeast. This facility was located on the southern Sri Lankan coast near the old shipping port by Hambantota. There were 2 other bases still active on the island. One was located on the northeast corner of the island at the famous natural harbor town of Trincomalee. The second was located at the north end near the new land bridge mostly connecting the island to India. The rest of the island was an unknown, although Naomi suspected that the total number of mobile units or other devices in operation would be limited. The AI did have a fairly updated map of the various microwave communication relay towers crossing the island, as well as the routes of a dozen buried fiber optic links. We discussed how we would get our drones to the designated coordinates. Naomi recommended 2 options. The first was to use stealth gliders. These would be taken aloft well offshore via Habu. Once at a high enough altitude, they would be released and would glide inland and land in the vicinity of the target coordinates. The second option was to use a nearby river, the Kalani Ganaga, to infiltrate the drones to within 3 kilometers of the target coordinates. Both options had positives and negatives. The air assault was faster but riskier. Both the drones and Habu ran the risk of being detected while in the air. We'd also have to wait for the correct weather conditions. Finally, once the drones were on the ground, they would have to deal with the glider structures on the ground, which could be easily spotted unless properly concealed. The water route would take longer, but would offer concealment for the delivery vessel almost the entire way. The river course was about 33 kilometers from the ocean to a point 3 kilometers north of the target coordinates. Its waters should be deep enough and murky enough to hide a large aquatic drone pushing the biodrone canisters underwater. There was even a small tributary stream that ran from the river to within a few hundred meters of the target coordinates, although the stream would only be useful to auto. There were a few unknowns, though, with the biggest being that an old dam had been located about 20 kilometers inland. Either the dam or its remains might prevent our passage up the river. Sri Lanka had a monsoon season, though, and we would be navigating the river when its flow was near its peak. Also, it was reasonable that over 9 centuries of seasonal river flooding had changed much of the old river and added new impediments to navigation. Once the aquatic drone had delivered the biodrone cylinders as close to the target coordinates as possible, it would wait nearby submerged while they made their way across the Sri Lankan countryside to the target area. Jonathan would be able to fly there quickly, and after doing reconnaissance of the area, return directly to Nautilus, waiting off the coast that same day. Otto, Jake, and George would have to stay in the area until I arrived, or they needed to return to Nautilus via the river aquatic drone. We were leaning towards the river route. It had the side benefit of being a great way to hide Nautilus closer to the Sri Lankan coast, as the river discharge would allow the vessel to sit on the bottom in much shallower water and still remain undetectable where the cloudy fresh water mingled with the much clearer seawater. 2 days later, we again crossed the equator, this time heading north. We were now about 500 nautical miles from our destination. Omu and I had been working our asses off building new gear in the workshop. Even with Nautilus's advanced scrubbers, the air on board smelled with a combination of melted plastics, solvents, and machine oil. We planned to spend a bit more time topside tonight to ventilate the boat and exchange the air. Among the new items fabricated were larger torpedo-like aquatic drones. These had enough power and energy reserves to push their biodrone cargoes up the 30-kilometer river against the current and then wait on station for weeks if need be before returning with them downstream to Nautilus. New biodrone cylinders were also fabricated. They were larger and each could carry and sustain a biodrone for days. They would provide both oxygen and nourishment. The cylinder-carrying Otto had an operable hatch so that Otto could ride for much of the journey and also exit to go scouting the river course as needed. This would help in the creation of a decent river map, which I would be able to follow later in my own larger pod. A third cylinder would carry the monkey, George. He would also ride the full way like Jake. This pod had additional space for Jonathan in case for some reason the seagull needed a ride to or from the area. That option hopefully would not be needed, as the main plan was for the avian biodrone Jonathan to fly directly from Nautilus to the river's edge near the target coordinates and scout the route and area from the air. There it would rendezvous with the cargo cylinders when they arrived. The cylinders would provide the bird with nourishment while also allowing it to communicate its data to the aquatic drones. Jonathan would then scout the area more before flying back to Nautilus. Nautilus would be waiting offshore submerged, but I would be making a few trips to the shore near the mouth of the river in the mini-sub. There I would establish a small hidden base and wait for the biodrone to return. When it did, the Seagull would be linked by a fiber optic cable we would be laying from the hidden base out to Nautilus. Jonathan would then fly back and forth from the hidden base to the target coordinates, relaying data to and from the other drones. Eventually, we hoped to learn enough about the route and target to allow me to safely travel to the location using the mini-sub. The mini-sub was also being modified. Omu and I had built a cargo unit that would be attached to the mini-sub to carry our gear. In addition to the gear, the cargo module had 2 fully energized small ESUs in neutrally buoyant shells. This would provide enough electrical energy to see the small sub to the target and back with plenty in reserve. Our last fallback option was Habu. If the river's course proved safe enough, Habu could follow it flying meters above the water's surface all the way from the coast to the target area. This would keep the aircraft well below radar detection from any other enemy AI bases in the area or the relay station installed towards the center of the island. A large and powerful one was located on Mount Pidura Talagala, a 500-meter tall peak located in the central southern end of the island. Because of that station and Nautilus's vulnerability when launching or receiving the aircraft, we wanted to avoid its use if at all possible. That night, we had calm enough seas to allow me some topside time. I did my calisthenics on the deck in the dark while wearing my goggles for vision. Both of Nautilus's deck hatches were open with one discharging air, while the other acted as an intake. Naomi had installed a fan in the starboard sponson hatch to exhaust the air below, which allowed fresh air to enter the engine room hatch. Hopefully, this would remove some of the odors and gases from our construction activity. An hour later, I was back below and freshly showered. I was sitting in the salon in my robe, sipping a cup of warm brandy and watching the flames of the pseudo-fireplace flickering. The salon's walls and ceiling were a nighttime forest scene with thousands of twinkling stars overhead. Omu approached and sat on the floor next to me. This was different. "Joan, do you trust me?" That made me sit up a bit straighter. I did not have to think of an answer for too long, as I had thought about that question many times before. "Yes, I do." "Why?" "Tonight, instead of your berth, I would like for you to sleep in the medical creche instead. While you are sleeping, I would like to do a full scan of your memories and current state of your consciousness," the unit said. That was unexpected. Before I could ask, Omu continued, "The procedure would be similar to when you enter biosuspension. You would remain sedated for over 20 hours for the scan to be completed." That did not answer my question. "Why do you want to do this?" I asked. I designed Nautilus with enough data storage to maintain a complete record of your mind and still allow for enough reserve capacity for my normal functions. I would like to maintain a backup, so to speak, of your being. With the increased risks you are about to face, I think such measures would be prudent, the AI explained. Prudent how? What would you use the backup of my memory for? I asked. If, the unit hesitated. I sat up even further. If you perished, I would download your memories into a new cloned body. One would be available and ready within a few years by using accelerated growth. We would then be able to continue the mission, the AI explained. Wow, I was both horrified and fascinated. My first thoughts were of Frankenstein's monster crossed with Pet Sematary. My second thoughts were, could I become immortal? I just sat for 5 minutes thinking over the request and my feelings about it. Naomi was smart enough to just let me think. Finally, I stirred. Naomi, assuming I agree to this scan, and assuming I die and you download me into a new body, what will I remember? You will remember yourself exactly as you are now. The process is identical to how you ended up in your current body, Joan. Huh. I guess it was. I sure felt like I had all my old marbles. I thought a bit more, but in the end, if I really wanted to see humanity survive, but out from under the yoke of an alien AI, then this was just another way to help ensure it came to pass. Okay, Naomi, I'll do it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A full day later, I came awake in the creche. I felt fine. No headaches or other issues. Yep, you guessed it. The first thing I did was feel down below to see if I was a boy or a girl. I was still a girl, which when I thought about it was just fine. How did it go, Naomi? I asked the air. Optimally, Joan. I have allowed you to sleep for 30 hours. It is now Saturday, June 1st. We are nearing our final destination west of Sri Lanka and will arrive off the mouth of the Kalani Ganga River in 4 hours. I have your favorite breakfast waiting for you in the salon. I got up, used the head, and got dressed. After breakfast, I sat at the work console and reviewed the map of the river and where it entered the ocean. I also reviewed the old aerial images of Colombo, the large city that had existed south of the river. Next, Naomi and I discussed what dangers we would be facing from the jungles and rivers. Aside from the enemy AI, I learned that the island was home to a number of poisonous reptiles, including vipers, cobras, and kraits. I asked if Naomi had anti-venom, and it admitted that it did not have a surefire cure. I'd best avoid them if possible. As far as dangerous mammals, the island had once been home to elephants, water buffaloes, and leopards. The elephants had gone extinct during the nuclear winter which followed the attack. They had lost too much of their food supply and were hunted by the surviving humans and other predators. The water buffaloes had survived probably because they were much more common. As for the leopards, well, they remained and were currently the king of the Sri Lankan food chain. We would have to be careful. Naomi had built a new sensor which could detect the electrical signals of a large animal's beating heart, or a bunch of small animals, for which I'd have to use discrimination. It had also added additional thermal sensors into the stealth suit. These were located in the rear-mounted power pack and would monitor the areas above and behind me. The AI had also fabricated more weapons. One new type was a cross between a big-bore pistol and a short-stock shotgun. It fired about 3 dozen substantial-sized subsonic flechettes, which had poisonous tips containing a fast-acting nerve toxin. Naomi called it a quiet scattergun, as it had quite a kick from launching all that mass towards the target. After a few hours of reviewing data on what we could expect during our infiltration, I got up and stretched. I decided not to exercise this morning, because who knew what physical activity I'd need to do later. I was prescient in that as Naomi asked me to go to the biodrone room to begin getting the drones prepped and loaded. I found Omu already in the starboard sponson. I assisted as we packaged Jake into one of the larger deliveries and support cylinders. The jackal had to be given a drug to relax its muscles, as it would be bound into the cramped cylinder for almost a day. After the cylinder was sealed, we used a small chain hoist to lift it and get it installed in the chamber's launching tube. The tube's inner hatch was left open and the cylinder kept connected to an air and power umbilical until the last moment. George also got an injection before being placed into his cylinder. We left that one in its cradle, also connected to power and air. He was ready to load into the launching tube after Jake's cylinder departed. Jonathan went into a smaller cylinder for his short journey to the surface. This one would be launched by Omu using the airlock and deck hatch just after the biodrone chamber. Otto got to wait it out sitting on the bench. The Otter would be joining Omu and me in the mini-sub later as we explored the mouth of the river and a location for the hidden base there. Next, Omu and I went to the port sponson. The floor in that chamber was filled with the 4 large-sized aquatic drones. We had installed a chain hoist in this chamber also to get the heavy drones lifted and positioned into the launching tube. The tube already had a regular smaller aquatic drone, which would go out first to get Jonathan's surface canister deployed. We finished and Omu went to recharge. I entered the salon and made myself a sandwich for lunch, deciding to splurge on a bottle of beer as I had worked up a sweat. The bottle I had selected was one of the light beers Naomi had produced, so I knew the limited alcohol would not affect me. We are approaching the area just offshore of the river's mouth, Joan. The silty water will allow us to operate undetected at periscope depth, the AI said. The room tilted as we began to ascend, and I carefully made my way to the recliner. I sat and waited for the view of the surface to appear. Naomi had already deployed the photonics mast, and I could see an image of the silty water streaming by. The image grew brighter as we got closer to the surface. After a minute, we leveled off and the scope camera popped above the waves. Naomi quickly scanned a full circle before slowing the rate of turn and stopping at the coast. There it was, Sri Lanka. The day was sunny with scattered clouds, and the weather sensors on the mast reported light winds and a temperature of 26 degrees. Jonathan would have great weather to overfly the river en route to the target coordinates inland. Naomi swiveled the view to the southeast. We were 2 kilometers offshore, and from this distance, we had a good view of the old city's main harbor and shipping port. The large artificial peninsula was overgrown with trees and jungle, and nothing man-made remained visible. I am detecting identify friend or foe transmissions from 3 active mobile units. They are faint, but appear to be located near the former port area where my data records showed a heavy chemical industry was once located. I suspect they are engaged in long-term remediation efforts, Naomi reported. I felt the boat slow. I detect nothing in the air nearby, Joan. I am coming to a full stop so that the avian biodrone may be deployed. Please proceed to the starboard sponson and assist in the deployment of Jonathan. I arrived at the starboard biodrone chamber in time to seal the hatch to the airlock chamber behind Omu. I was able to monitor the happenings inside the airlock on a small wall-mounted view screen. The water rose, filling the hatch. Omu opened the upper hatch and moved Jonathan's deployment cylinder up the ladder. A minute later, the black mobile unit descended the ladder and shut the upper hatch. Soon, the water level began to drop. I found a large towel and waited with it for the airlock hatch to open. While I waited, I heard a noise coming from the port. Aquatic drone launched, Joan. I am guiding it to Jonathan's cylinder to take it to the surface. The airlock hatch opened and I began to pat down the wet humanoid unit. We then paused to watch the view screen, which showed Jonathan's cylinder surfacing and opening. Once the bird had taken flight, we got busy deploying the other biodrones and larger aquatic drones. It took us most of an hour to get the 3 remaining animals into the water in their heavy cylinders, along with the 4 aquatic drones needed to propel them. Jonathan's support drone and cylinder were also going, even though the cylinder would travel empty. After all the animals were gone and their drones launched, Omu began to prep the mini-sub while I went to use the head and don my diving suit. I returned back to the starboard airlock chamber and crawled into the mini-sub. "Hold the fort down, Naomi!" I yelled as I sealed the thick hatch behind me. I was alone in the mini-sub for the moment, as Omu was going to assist outside as we attached the cargo and energy modules to the exterior of the mini-sub. I undocked and moved the mini-sub clear of Nautilus. The water was cloudy, and I had to rely on the superimposed images of the larger sub, which my short-range sonar produced. I also noticed there was a bit of a current as I maneuvered the small submersible around Nautilus to a location under the port sponson's moon pool. There, I saw one of the 2 large cargo modules being lowered from the pool via a winch. Omu appeared after the module and helped position the module to one side of the mini-sub's hull. I had to smile as the little unit was wearing what looked like a life vest. It was a flotation vest and would help the heavy unit remain neutrally buoyant instead of sinking to the bottom. Once the module was lashed in place, the little unit pulled itself back up into the moon pool to lower the second module. The procedure was repeated, and the mini-sub was ready for its trip with the 2 exterior cargo and energy modules attached. From the camera views of the exterior relayed by Omu, the mini-sub looked like it was carrying 2 large torpedoes alongside its central cylindrical hull. Omu moved to the front of the mini-sub and secured herself to the main grapple. The little unit would ride outside for the trip to the river's mouth. "All set, Omu?" I asked. "Ready to proceed, Joan." Full speed ahead. We headed towards the river's mouth at around 4 knots and a few meters depth. I let the AI navigate us as it could react faster to the data provided by the short-range depth transducers. After half an hour, the ride got bumpy as we fought the twisting currents and flows of the river, where its waters mixed with the ocean. I could see the bottom occasionally as we crossed sandbars. Another half hour of travel found us half a kilometer up the Kalani Ganga River. A sudden dark shape off to the port side revealed itself to be the remains of a large stone or concrete bridge support. We slowed and moved back downstream a few dozen meters and made our way towards the port bank of the river, a bit downstream of the location of the bridge. Our target was the mouth of an old canal which had once been north of the river, just inland from where it had entered the ocean. I felt a thump and heard a mechanical whir as a small camera mast we had constructed for this excursion was extended up above the surface. An image of the surface appeared in my goggles display. The camera panned around, and I saw the jungle-covered riverbanks on each side of the 200-meter-wide river. Towards the closer north bank, I spotted the inlet to a smaller river or canal. That must be our target, and I watched as we approached its entry slowly. The depth readings quickly grew shallower as we entered the narrow tributary, but there was still enough depth to keep us submerged. The water was just murky enough that I could not see the bottom. The readings also indicated all kinds of debris in the canal bottom. Soon we slowed to a stop, and I could just make out in the murky water ahead the 4 aquatic drones and their biodrone delivery cylinders hovering motionless side by side. They had made it to this rendezvous. I jumped when Otto swam around the front clear bubble of the mini-sub. The little biodrone was stretching its legs and tail and scouting the immediate canal area. Omu got busy and swam away, briefly interfacing with each aquatic drone and updating them with the latest data. I saw Otto return and enter its cylinder. Soon the drones slowly turned and left the canal, proceeding on their slow journey up the river to the target coordinates. This location was now fixed in each aquatic drone's inertial navigation systems as the home location to return to when their mission was completed. "Joan, the surface is now free of satellite coverage for the next 78 minutes, Omu said. I brought the mini-sub closer to the western bank of the canal. The sub's keel scraped along the bottom, and I slowly brought it shallower until the surface of the water appeared right above the front hemispherical bubble. "The upper hatch is 10 centimeters above the surface, Joan." I moved just a bit closer to the edge of the waterway and let the sub settle down to the bottom. I saw in the relayed view from Omu that the upper hatch was now just above the surface, while the main hull remained a dozen centimeters below. Perfect. I twisted around and stood, opening the upper hatch. I popped my head out and saw that I was still too far from the shore to jump, so I would be utilizing my wetsuit in wading or swimming. Ohamu approached, and together we started retrieving waterproof bundles of gear from the still submerged cargo modules along each side of the mini-sub. I made a few trips back and forth to shore shuttling the gear. The canal bottom had a bit of muck, but it was firm enough to bear my weight without sinking or sticking. Once I had everything on shore, Omu joined me and started rummaging through the packs looking for something specific. "What are you hunting for?" I asked. "The underwater detectors. I intend to establish a perimeter of at least 100 meters to provide warning if a large crocodile should approach." That made me perk up. I shivered a bit, thinking of the trips I had already made in murky water. For some reason, crocodiles had not been mentioned in the recent wildlife hazard reports. I looked around the jungle-covered shore where we stood. "I suppose I had better also get the thermal cameras and motion sensors out so that we can monitor the shore." "Yes, Joan. Please install them in a perimeter of at least 50 meters, Omu replied, as she and her armload of underwater sensors waded back into the canal. I found the thermal cameras and motion sensors and set about installing them in a wide circle around our campsite. The jungle here was mostly palm trees and other water-tolerant species. The area had been fully urban 9 centuries ago, so the ground was a mix of organic matter interspersed with rubble and gravel from old paved areas or building remains. There were mounds and hills under the undergrowth, which must have been old buildings or other human construction, although you had to look hard to find signs of humanity. Other visible remains mostly consisted of glass bottles and other worn objects, or the occasional heavy plastic object which was weathered or eroded down to unrecognizable lumps. I had returned to the campsite near the canal shore just as Jonathan glided in for a landing. Oumu approached the avian bio unit and slipped on the data link collar. I found a tablet and sat watching as Oumu played video and still images of the nearby river and former city of Colombo. The first thing of note was a large pair of circular lakes located a few kilometers inland from the ocean to the south of here. Each was over a kilometer across. They must have been the remains of 2 impactors which had hit this area during the initial attacks. The lack of a distinct crater rim around each lake must be a sign that the area had both deeper bedrock and frequent heavy rains. Jonathan spent a bit of time overflying the old harbor area and industrial areas of the old town. A half-dozen colored icons appeared as Oumu designated active enemy AI-controlled mobile units. There was a large structure which also had active units and was bristling with satellite dishes and tall pole antennae. At first, I was nervous at how close the bird flew to the active mobile units and enemy structures. But I relaxed when I spotted many other birds in the air and on the water nearby. Joan, I have scanned the data of the full river overflight to the target area at high speed. I will review the data further before passing it back to Nautilus. But from my initial scan, it does not appear that the river will hamper the passage of either the aquatic drones or of the mini-submersible. That was great news. I stowed the tablet back in its watertight bag and went back to work preparing our hidden campsite. I used my knife's sawtooth blade to cut down a few saplings and then drape them out over the water so their leaves hid the top of the mini-sub. Up and down the old canal edges, there were many other fallen trees, so I figured these new ones would not be noticed. Back into the heavy growth about 10 meters from the canal edge, I used my machete to clear a bit of undergrowth. I found and spread a heavy ground tarp on this cleared area and deployed my small tent. Oumu came and helped me cover the area with camouflage netting. The plan was for us to camp here and await Jonathan as the bird continued to scout the river. Once the 4 aquatic drones reached the river's closest point to the target, the avian would rendezvous with them and begin to relay scouting data back to us at our hidden base. If the area proved safe, then Oumu and I would break camp, depart in the mini-sub, and journey upstream ourselves. There, we would set up a new camp much closer to the target coordinates. Our estimate was that the drones would arrive at the river bend near the target sometime tomorrow morning. Jake would then run over and take the first look around the target and then return to the river. There, he would link up and transfer data to Jonathan, who would then fly the data back to us. George the monkey and Otto the otter would begin doing their own reconnaissance of the area in the meantime. Joan, a small aquatic drone from Nautilus, just signaled its arrival near the mini-sub. I will go link up with it and transfer data. It will then return and update Naomi. Do you have any messages for that presence? Oumu asked, heading to the water's edge. No, nothing I can think of. Oh, tell her that we miss her. Oumu actually paused a second to glance back at me before continuing on. I will relay those sentiments, Joan, she said, loud enough for me to hear. I sat in the camp area resting for a bit on a lightweight folding stool and watched the little black unit working near the water. It finished uploading the data to the aquatic drone and sent it on its way back to Nautilus. Oumu then fed Jonathan its nutrient fluid. The seagull was going to get in one last survey flight of the immediate area before night fell. I began to think about my supper. Since we were so close to the active enemy units, we were going to skip the campfire. I did have a bundle of small fuel canisters for cooking that would provide enough smoke-free heat to boil water, so I set up a large container to heat. We had plenty of fresh water as there was a filtration unit aboard the mini-sub, and Oumu had strung a small hose to our camp. I looked it through the ration packs and settled on macaroni and cheese. Heck, I still enjoyed it, even though it had been one of the staples I had lived on while a recluse widower. I snorted. Hell, who was I kidding? I was still a recluse widower. Or was I a widow? I was a woman now, after all. I chuckled at the thought. After supper, I gave myself a sponge bath and went to bed early. Omu had recharged from a power conduit connected to the mini-sub and was now standing near the tent with the pistol weapon drawn. I had the short-barreled flechette gun near my pillow in the tent just in case. Jonathan was nesting immobile near my feet. I was awoken sometime around midnight by a flash of lightning, followed by rolling thunder. It began to rain, so I put on my goggles with the noise-canceling headband and filtered eyepieces and did my best to go back to sleep. Morning came quickly, like it always did when near the equator. I woke and checked what time it was on my data watch, and also saw that it was Sunday, June 2nd. So much for sleeping in. Omu had heated water and made me coffee. While I sipped my morning cup of joe, the black humanoid unit made me scrambled eggs. For starting out dehydrated, they tasted pretty good, and I finished them quickly. Thank you for breakfast, Omu, I said, trying to remain polite. I have constructed a makeshift latrine a dozen meters to the west if you need, Joan. Remember to take your weapon and remain vigilant for reptiles. Nice. That thought sure hurried my morning constitutional along. The latrine was simply a seat on folding legs and a waterproof bag of toilet paper hung from a flushing shovel. While I took care of business, Omu got Jonathan airborne. It would spend an hour flying around locally before returning for a quick pit stop, after which it would head off to the eastern target area. Hopefully, it would arrive there in the late morning, just in time to link up with Jake, who would be returning from his first trip to the target site. If so, we could expect Jonathan back here sometime in the early afternoon with Jake's data. I got dressed and went for a walk along the edge of the old canal. I was wearing the stealth suit, so I was not concerned about aerial or satellite surveillance. I spotted a great deal of animal life, including tree boas, various monkeys, and a few crocodiles in the water. There were also lots of birds flying around, and I quickly got used to them and stopped flinching whenever one would fly overhead. Luckily, I did not have to use the flechette gun. When I returned to the campsite, I saw Omu at the water's edge linked to the aquatic drone. I had just stripped out of the stealth suit and set it up to recharge when Omu returned to the camp. The humanoid unit was carrying mail. Yes, I had to look twice when I saw that it was carrying an honest-to-God letter. The aquatic drone brought this for you, Omu said as it handed me the letter. I was suspicious as I inspected the letter, wary of a prank. I smiled when I saw that the return address was Naomi, vessel Nautilus, submerged somewhere. It was addressed to Joan Abrams, Camp Canal Side, Colombo, Sri Lanka. I laughed out loud when I saw the canceled stamp was an inverted Jenny, the 24-cent U.S. postage airmail stamp with an upside-down biplane. That had been one of the rarest of rare stamps with a value in the millions back when. I tore open the envelope. Inside was a flowery greeting card. Dear Joan and Omo, I hope all is well on your travels. Everything is fine here, although the nights are lonely. I look forward to your successful return. Take lots of pictures. I miss you both. XOXO, Naomi. I read out loud. What a crazy machine. Did she send anything else? I asked. Just this, and Omu handed me a few packets of powdered beer. I laughed a hearty laugh. That afternoon, Jonathan returned around the time we expected, although its sudden landing in the camp clearing, surprising me a bit. Omu began the data download procedure, and I got out the tablet to view the first images. Soon, I was watching the point-of-view video of a small animal running through the jungle. This was obviously data recorded by Jake. The video accelerated for a few minutes as the jackal made its way across the 3 kilometers from the river to the target area. It slowed to normal speed when Jake arrived near the target coordinates. The area was under a heavy tree canopy, but there were areas free of undergrowth. The view slowly panned across these areas. OMU had processed the data enough to add a colored icon over the exact location of the target coordinates. The location was a mound of earth or rubble with a few tree trunks growing out of it. Jake slowly circled the area, scanning both the area of the mound and the surrounding area. I noticed the mound was on a small hill, so it might not have flooded over the centuries. Nothing artificial was visible in this first quick survey. After a few minutes, The jackal moved closer to the mound and started sniffing around the base of the trees. There appeared to be something solid under the mound like stone or concrete. The location of this mound matches the target coordinates precisely, Joan. It also matches up with a small shrine or temple which appeared on the old data maps from your former era's internet maps. Jake nosed around the mound a bit longer and then turned to begin the journey back to the river. I noticed that it was taking a different route for the return, which paralleled the first by a few hundred meters. The video sped up, and after a few minutes, the jackal made it back to the river's edge and the waiting aquatic drones and transport cylinders. George became animated and placed a data collar on Jake. Data was transferred from the jackal biodrone and uploaded to both the aquatic drone and to Jonathan, who was standing on one of the cylinders. The point of view then shifted to Jonathan, and I watched as the avian took off and began to fly west along the winding river. The video ended as the bird came in for a landing at this camp. I smiled as I saw my own surprised face look up as the bird flapped to a landing right next to where I had been standing. Omu spoke up. After Jonathan departed to return here, Jake will have consumed nourishment, and then George would have ridden him back to near the target coordinates. Otto had already departed the river site earlier and was swimming up the small tributary and will be at the target coordinates by now. I will transfer this information to the small aquatic drone, which will send it out to Naomi on Nautilus. We will await that AI's more detailed analysis before deciding whether to remain here or depart in the mini-sub. Since the aquatic drone's round trip would take at least 5 hours, I decided to get a nap in before having a late lunch. If everything went according to plan, we would depart late in the afternoon and travel all night up the river. I was unsure how much sleep I would get in the cramped mini-sub. 3 o'clock the following morning found us more than halfway up the Kalani-Ganga River. The river bend where the 4 aquatic drones and transport cylinders waited was less than 12 kilometers ahead. We were currently cruising along on the surface at 3 knots. I was standing in the open topside hatch, enjoying a bit of fresh air. 20 minutes of surface time remaining until we are again under the coverage of the orbital surveillance satellites, Joan. Thank you, Omu, I sub-vocalized. I was wearing my goggles with the night vision enabled. In the starlight, I could make out the snouts and eyes of crocodiles in the shallows as we navigated past. Some would stir as if to give chase when we moved by, before quickly giving up the hunt. I had also discovered that the river had an abundant fish population, as large catfish often came into view of the mini-sub's clear front dome. Omu had our downward-focused underwater running lights on to aid her view of the waters ahead, keeping an eye out for logs, boulders, or other hazards. I could detect the glow of the lights in the water occasionally, but it still remained below detectable limits. There had been numerous times when we had to come to a sudden stop in reverse course, when a sunken bridge or other large object blocked our passage. Oh Mo, that large new orbital station has just risen above the horizon. Do you have any idea what it is for? I do not have enough data to derive a conclusive answer, Joan. The orbital construction could be a number of things. No data was sent to the planet-side AI presences by the master AI about the matter before we were detached from Agent. I am sorry. It sure was bright in my goggles. I wonder if we could construct a large telescope back on Nautilus to get more information about it. I mentioned the idea to Omu. The idea has merit, Joan. I will relay the request to Nautilus during our next data exchange. I stayed topside 10 more minutes before I closed and sealed the hatch. Twisting around, I was able to lay prone on the floor of the mini-sub. Omu was sitting close to the nose, navigating our forward progress up the river. I rolled onto my side and used a shrink-wrapped bundle of clean clothing as a pillow. Soon the electric motor sounds lulled me to sleep. I came awake a few times as the mini-sub lurched as Omu dodged a log or some other underwater object, but quickly fell back asleep. The bump of the mini-sub's keel settling down onto the river bottom woke me. I noticed the inside of the mini-sub was brighter. It must be daylight above. We have arrived at the River Bend rendezvous, Joan, Omu said quietly. What time is it, Omu? I asked, rubbing my face and trying to twist around to sit up. It is 7:44, Joan. We are awaiting the passage of an overhead satellite before surfacing. Although the skies are likely to be mostly cloudy all day, our current location is a deep pool near the river bend and closest to the target coordinates and the aquatic drones. When we surface, I will need your assistance in securing the mini-sub against the current, Omu answered. I fished around in the small waterproof bag of supplies and found my canteen. I also grabbed a chewy food ration bar and had a quick breakfast while we waited. Shortly after, Omu surfaced the mini-sub and I popped the hatch. The morning air was humid and warm, and the skies were partly cloudy and clear. This part of Sri Lanka had an average temperature ranging from 26 degrees at night to 31 degrees at noon. I would be sweating and miserable. Omu left the mini-sub first and deployed a few proximity sensors in the water nearby the mini-sub. There was a cove on the southwest shore of the bend in the river where we were currently located, so I guided the sub as close to the shore as I could. I ended up grounding the mini-sub on a sandbar, but Omu reminded me that this was okay, as we could leave a bunch of our gear here when we departed, thus making the sub light enough to float off the bar. We spent the next hour transferring some gear ashore and also anchoring the sub in place with 4 cables tied to large trees further on shore. It would have been a serious downer to have had the sub swept away by a flash flood caused by some upstream downpour. Because of the heat and humidity and the likelihood of rain and clouds all day, I was going to skip the stealth suit. Instead, I dressed in jungle shorts, a tank top, and a wide-brimmed hat. I had noticed when I put the tank top on I was getting hairy armpits. I ran my hand over my head and estimated that I had a good 3 centimeters of spiky hair now. My face was still smooth, so at least I would not be a bearded lady. "Oh, Moo, will it bother you if I let my armpit hair grow out?" I did not pack a razor. The little humanoid android did not hesitate a bit before answering. "Absolutely not, Joan. I think it is sexy." I'd have to say that was a tie. We had met up with Jake and Jonathan at the location of the aquatic drone cylinders. Omayu and I spent a bit of time anchoring them down with cable, as their anchors had been slipping in the river current, and they were wasting energy station keeping. Omu had attached a quick-release device to all the cables so that the mini-sub and the aquatic drones could depart quickly if needed. I then gathered supplies and a change of clothing in a pack and was ready to go. Omu data-linked with Jonathan, and the biodrone was sent on its way back to Nautilus to report our progress. The Seagull would meet us at the target coordinates or later in the day when it returned. The time would be variable depending on the ocean surface conditions when the Seagull arrived in the area. Nautilus would be floating a small buoy if the waves were calm enough. If not, the Gull would return here without reporting in. It was after 10 o'clock when I began the 3-kilometer hike from the river's edge to the target coordinates. Jake was in the lead and would trot ahead and pause while I hacked my way through the occasional dense undergrowth. Omu was behind me a dozen meters and had her weapon out at all times. Sri Lanka's king of the hill was the leopard. Omu was on guard to protect my backside from the big cat sneaking up and taking a bite out of my ass. I was more worried about stepping on a poisonous snake of some sort. I missed South Dakota and its lack of anything deadly or carnivorous. I took frequent breaks because of the heat and was glad we had spent a bit of time at the river filling extra water bags. My pack was heavy as I was carrying the extra water and an extra capacitor pack for Omu. Omu also had a pack with its own extra energy pack. This part of Sri Lanka had had a dense suburban population, and I ran across the ruins and remains of a great many old dwellings in the form of mounds of broken masonry and rubble. Much was covered with soil, leaf matter, and undergrowth, but more than once my machete was deflected by something of stone or rusted metal. A bit less than a kilometer from the target site, George met up with us. The little monkey was hopping from tree to tree and passed overhead on its way to Omu. I paused while Omu linked up with George and transferred data. After a minute, George took off and headed back in the direction we were heading. The target area remains clear of both enemy AI presences and biological threats, Joan. We resumed our hike. Jake spooked up a wild pig. The sow ran squealing away with 2 piglets following. I remembered Naomi's report on the hog DNA sample we had obtained on Rodriguez Island, which had confirmed that the species had been altered to prevent runaway population growth. From the small number of piglets in the fleeing sounder we had just spooked, I suspected this modification was worldwide. I wondered if all species were being altered to coexist in a more homogeneous way. 100 meters from our target, Otto showed up from the west. That way led to a shallow valley with a tiny tributary stream that meandered back towards the Kalani Ganga, near where our landing had taken place. The river otter was patrolling and scouting that wetland area while George and Jake focused on the eastern side of the route. George showed up again and guided us to the target spot. Finally, after over 2 centuries or a few months, depending on how you looked at it, we were here. I looked around the area and felt unimpressed. I had not known what I would find here, but this was on the extreme bottom end of my expectations. Instead of an armored bunker doorway leading to a huge underground cavern filled with weapons to kill the enemy AI I found. Just more jungle. Even the location was plain with no mountains, or any clear reason why this location had been selected for the target coordinates. Were they incorrect or just a ruse? I guess we would have to investigate to find out. I concur with the biodrones sensors that there are no local electronic emissions in the area zone. I am also not detecting any large magnetic signatures. Background radiation levels are a bit higher, but not high enough to cause any health issues for you, Omu said. Omu then verified that the mound with the 3 small trees was located on the exact coordinates of 06, 88213 x80.04864. The mobile unit had used its inertial navigation system to verify the location after Naomi had augmented it a month ago. That presence had built up many reference points on our journey here from Kings Bay. Both geographic reference points recorded from points along our trip and adjusted for continental drift over 9 centuries were combined with current satellite locational reference data stolen from the enemy AIO's datanet to set Omu's point of reference. We figured we would be within 3 meters of the target coordinates. The numbers themselves were given in 100,000ths of a degree of accuracy, which equated to just a bit more than a meter. This meant we had a circular area of probability 4 meters in diameter to search. I guess this was the spot. After a long drink and a toilet break to take a piss, my urine was very yellow. I needed to hydrate more. I got busy with the machete and the folding shovel. Omu stood still on overwatch as we needed to limit her activities to conserve her limited power reserves. She did have her weapon drawn and ready. The biodrones had nourished themselves from the nutrient fluid we had brought and had gone back on patrol. I could see them occasionally through the undergrowth as they circled our location about 100 meters away. An hour later, I had removed most of the plant growth and soil to expose a mound of masonry debris. I started moving the rubble starting at the mound's highest point, which was about 2 meters taller than the surrounding jungle. The rubble looked like a combination of broken roofing tiles and bricks. I remembered from the old Google data of the area that a roadside shrine of some sort had been located here, and that it had had a domed roof. This must have been the remains of that roof. I stopped for a break. What should I be looking for, Omu? Based upon the old data of the area and the rubble we have found thus far, it is highly likely that this was a Buddhist roadside shrine of some sort. One face of the small dome would likely have contained a statue of one of the 4 primary Sri Lankan deities, Vishnu, Saman, Kataragama, or Vibhishana. If we can find the remains of such a statue, we will focus our efforts there, Omu explained. Half an hour later, I uncovered bits of a broken statue. Of course, it was located in the last quadrant of the dome, which I had been removing rubble. Whatever god the statue had once depicted was probably laughing at me. Omu approached and knelt by the pottery shards, scanning the area with what looked like a high-tech metal detector. I am detecting trace amounts of various alloys, metals, and compounds normally used in advanced electronic modules, Joan. Also, I can visually see the remains of glass fiber optic filaments, Omu said. I watched as the unit dug through the earth with a small pick-and-hand shovel. It gently pulled a bundled strand of glass fibers from this rubble. The outer protective casing of the strands was deteriorated and fell off in brittle hunks. Over the next half hour, I helped Omu dig out the strands. They went down a half-meter deep and led away from the mound. To follow them, I first had to expose the surface paving stones a dozen centimeters below the organic soil with the shovel. Then I pried the pavers loose with the small titanium pry bar we had brought. After prying the pavers free, I used the shovel to dig into the gravel and soil below to expose the fiber data line. The sheathing on this section of fibers was in better condition, and we could clearly follow the route of the line without as much fear of breaking the strands. Once we had exposed enough of the buried fiber to determine a bearing, Omu set off slowing in that direction with her sensitive scanner. A few dozen meters away, the hominoid unit stopped walking away and started moving in a circle before stopping. Joan, I am detecting a large mass of buried metal below this location. Its location is on the same bearing as the buried fiber, with only a 0.4% deviation. I suggest we excavate at this location. I caught the we, which actually meant you, as Omu still needed to conserve its power reserves. I was the designated heavy labor muscle for this expedition, so I got busy. I had just finished removing the topsoil layer and prying up a few square meters of paving stones when the quiet of the jungle was interrupted by a loud shriek and a clatter in the undergrowth 60 meters away. After I finished jumping out of my boots, I ducked down. Thankfully, Omu did not hesitate and reacted quickly, firing its weapon at the undergrowth where the noises were coming from. Boom! There was a loud snarl followed by more thrashing around, much louder this time. Stay here, Joan. Retrieve your weapon and guard yourself. Shit, my flechette gun! It was still in my pack. I crab-walked over to the pack as Omu covered me. When I had reached the pack and retrieved the weapon, Omu started stalking towards the continuing threshing noises off in the undergrowth. Its weapon up and ready. I about jumped out of my shoes a second time when Jay came from out of nowhere behind me and ran off after Omu. The jackal never realized how close it had come to eating a load of flechettes. 30 seconds after I lost sight of Omu due to the undergrowth, I heard its weapon fire again twice more quickly. The threshing noises ceased and all became quiet. Omu? I asked quietly. No response. My implant must be too far away. Omu appeared through the undergrowth and gestured towards me to approach. I crept over to where the unit waited with my heart thumping in my chest and my eyes scanning the jungle. Omu led me another dozen meters into the heavy undergrowth where I found a scene of carnage. There was blood everywhere. I first saw the remains of George. The poor biodrone monkey had been almost torn in half. I sure hoped Naomi had been right about the drone not having feelings. I had to look away when I saw the drone's eyes were still active and tracking me. Further on, we came upon the remains of a large leopard. Omu's rounds had hit it in the head and body. The first shot must have hit it in the spine and the follow-on shots in the head and chest. I looked at the creature's large fangs and long claws and shuddered. Nature is scary. I had been a hunter in my youth, so the gunplay and blood did not bother me. But I had not hunted anything capable of hunting me back, so this part was new. Omu returned to George and attempted to link up with what remained of the biodrone's brain. Are you able to get anything? I asked. Some. The biodrone's organic processor will operate for almost another minute, and I should be able to fully download its most recent data. I do note already that the unit did not detect the predator until it was already in its jaws. We must remain extra cautious, Joan. I shall deploy the 3 small motion trackers around our excavation site to provide more warning in the future. Otto finally arrived, having been summoned by the noise of the shooting. Omu briefly linked with both remaining biodrones and soon sent them back on patrol. I have instructed Jake to patrol closer to the excavation site in its monitored perimeter. Otto will remain in the water more often from now on for its own security, Omu explained. Do we have to do anything with the dead bodies? I asked. The feline may remain as is. The biodrone should be buried. I returned to the excavation site to get the shovel and made fast work of burying the poor monkey. Thankfully, its eyes remained closed when I placed the unit's remains into the small pit I had dug. Thank you, George, I whispered as I covered its body with soil. Omu did not comment on my sympathies. I returned to the excavation site and continued to dig. I hit thick clay at around 1 meter deep and then struck something hard. I scraped an area 12 centimeters square and splashed a bit of my canteen on the hard surface. It was a tarnished metal of some sort. The surface was curved like the top of a small dome or pressure hatch. I got out of the pit and let Omu take a look. Joan, the object is an alloy of bronze and exhibits a very low amount of corrosion or oxidation. I am detecting traces of radiation, though. We must proceed cautiously. It began to gently rain as I gave the unit a hand as it climbed out of the pit. How long until dark, Omu? I asked, looking around the small clearing and dreading the thought of camping here tonight. Sunset will occur in 2 hours, Joan. I would advise that we return to the mini-sub vessel and spend the night in its hull. The air supply unit will supply dry-conditioned air, and the vessel will be much more secure than a tent. Also, it is likely that the rain may continue much of the night. You've convinced me. Let's cover this hole with the tent ground tarp and get out of here, I answered. So, 3 hours later, I was sitting on my ass in the humid and enclosed mini-sub playing solitaire on my tablet. We had made it back to the river, miserable and wet. Omu had uploaded our day's data to Jonathan and sent the poor bird off to fly in the rain, back to the waiting submarine offshore. We hoped it would reach the sea locator buoy before full darkness had fallen. Omu had gotten Otto and Jake fed, and they were also spending the night in their delivery cylinders for safety. I had given myself a wet, soapy towel bath in the rain and entered the mini-sub naked. There I dried myself with my one dry towel and was now somewhat comfortable again. Supper had been a couple ration bars and a tall glass of powdered milk. I made a comment that I was regressing and that I was almost back to the living conditions I endured in the wrecked field base in South Dakota. Omu was sympathetic and offered to navigate the mini-sub back to the comforts of Nautilus if I wanted a break. I thought about it for a bit, but decided to just tough it out for at least another day, as I would still have to spend over 8 hours in the mini-sub getting back to Nautilus either way. We had enough supplies and energy for a few more days here on station. Might as well just deal with the conditions and get the job done. Omu stood on shore all night in the rain in order to give me more room in the mini-sub. She was able to tolerate the wet conditions, but did have to put the weapon in a waterproof bag after giving it a quick cleaning before leaving me in the mini-sub. Did I feel guilty? Not after I was able to stretch out on the partially inflated air mattress. Morning came too soon, and I awoke to the noise of Omu tapping on the metal hull of the mini-sub. It was still overcast, but the rains had stopped for the moment. You have to love the rainy season. I got back into my damp clothing I had worn yesterday, knowing I would probably have a rash to end all rashes when this was over. I ate quickly, used the jungle toilet, and soon Omu, Jake, and I were hiking back to the target area, with Otto traveling parallel to us up his small creek. There was a bit of water in the excavation, but I quickly had that removed. I enlarged the excavation and cleaned off the top of the metal dome. The hole was now about 2 meters in diameter and over 1 meter deep. At the bottom, the exposed object was a shallow curved metal dome about 1 meter across and looked to cover a metal cylinder that extended deeper into the soil below the excavation. The buried object reminded me of a large curved manhole cover, but was probably much deeper. One side of the round dome had a massive set of hinges and the other a large rugged metal locking lug. I washed off the mud and clay as much as possible and let Omu take a look. Try the pry bar under the latch hasp to see if it will move, Joan. The little unit instructed me. I had to use all my muscles to get the latch to move. I thought the bar would snap as I pulled, but it held, and the heavy bronze latch popped open. As it swung out and down, a lug lifted the metal dome 1 centimeter. I shifted the bar under the open dome and again pried hard, causing it to lift further against the resistance of its stiff hinges. Now it was up a few centimeters and I could get my hands under it. I strained but could not budge it. Omu moved in to help, and together we got the heavy cover into the fully open position. Under the hatch was another hatch. This one was not corroded or metal. It looked like some kind of polymer, and it had indicators and detents. It also had a small diamond-shaped data port. Jackpot. I jumped out of the hole and retrieved one of the rogue crystal data modules I had brought from the vault back on board Nautilus. Back down into the hole, I carefully inserted the data module into the diamond-shaped recess. After an extremely long 5-second wait, there was a loud click, followed by a grinding vibration. After that, the inner hatch popped up a few centimeters, along with a small burst of outrushing gas. Beep came from my wristwatch. I glanced at it and saw the radiation warning symbol flashing just as Oma spoke up. I am detecting higher levels of radiation, Joan. Leave the line of sight area of the hatch opening quickly and go put on your respirator mask, Omu said urgently. I did so as quickly as I could. I had been holding my breath since Omu's warning and was feeling the burn as I dug into the backpack for the respirator mask. Once I had it on and the air supply unit activated, I sucked in a couple deep breaths of fresh, cool air. I am detecting airborne alpha particles and some gamma radiation, Joan. The escaping air is also at a higher temperature than the surrounding air. It should be safe for you to approach as long as you continue to wear the respirator mask. We will need to wash down ourselves and our gear fully after we leave the area. From the type of radiation and the decay products I am detecting, I suspect there is a quantity of americium-241 below. I heard in my head. I sub-vocalized a question of why there would be that element down there. I would surmise that the americium-241 is being used as a power source. Although it would not provide as much thermal energy as plutonium-238, americium's half-life is over 5 times longer at 432.2 years. This would provide an extremely long-lasting thermal source, which could be converted to electrical energy via thermocouple conversion. The lack of surface solar cells would indicate that such a power source would be required to maintain any active equipment or intelligences at this location. However, because of the high amount of radiation and decay products detected, the power source might be damaged. Oh joy. Can I approach? I asked. Yes, with your respirator, you are safe for at least 3 hours. I will continue to monitor the amount of radiation detected. It may be higher below. Will we have to worry about the radiation released? Will any enemy AI units detect it? I asked. That would be unlikely. The air released will disperse. As long as the amounts remain as low as they have been, you should remain safe. I approached the pit in the now open inner hatch and saw what she meant. There was a ladder descending down a long metal cylinder. Maybe there was a large cavern full of the weapons and equipment we would need. I went back to the pack and grabbed my flashlight. I had learned over the past month that Omu's illuminated mouth was actually a flashlight beam. Yes, I made a comment about her dazzling smile. If it was made bright enough, but I wanted my own light source handy. I will descend first, Joan. Wait until I give the all-clear signal. The black unit quickly descended the ladder. 3 meters, 6 meters, 9 meters. The bottom is at 11 meters, Joan. I am in a small chamber, running radiation scans and searching for hazards. Please stand by. I waited nervously. With the humanoid unit below, I was suddenly alone on the surface and had to watch the jungle. I quickly went and grabbed the flechette gun, which was leaning against a tree a few meters away. As I returned to the excavated pit, I saw Jake still circling the area a few dozen meters away. At least that unit was vigilant about watching the jungle for approaching predators or enemy units. The chamber is an alcove of some sort. There is a side hatch secured by a large wheel. I am attempting to operate the wheel now. I continued to wait above. It was hard to not fidget. Joan, I am unable to budge the operating mechanism. Please descend the ladder and provide assistance. Looking down, I could just make out the flickering light of Omu's illumination beam. I grabbed the flashlight and sat at the edge of the narrow cylinder and found the ladder rung with my feet. The rungs were in aluminum-like metal. They had a bit of surface tarnish, but each appeared sturdy enough. I had attached the flashlight to my jungle shorts waistband, and the unit was clanking the side of the cylinder as I climbed down. After 8 meters or so, the cylinder opened up into a larger alcove. When I reached the bottom, I stood and surveyed the small space with my flashlight beam. The floor of the alcove was a heavy metal grating. Below was an assortment of rusty and tarnished equipment, which resembled a pumping arrangement of some sort. The underground facility was dry and its integrity must have been intact, as there was no pool of water below the equipment. I turned the flashlight onto the metal hatch which Omu stood near. The wheel was large and looked like something which belonged back on Nautilus. I approached, braced myself, and grabbed the wheel, ready to exert myself. It may be lefty-tighty, righty-loosey, Joan. I blinked as I looked at the humanoid unit, confused. What? I am trying to convey that the opening direction is possibly left to right, Joan. All helical inclined plane fastening technology employed by the AI presences is left to right rotation. I suggest we try that first. Oh, I finally got what she was saying and repositioned myself to apply maximum force in the direction indicated. I leaned into the wheel and strained. It budged a few millimeters. I tried again, this time giving it everything I had. It budged a few more millimeters. Allow me to help, Joan, Omu said. The little unit slid to the ground below me and pushed upwards on the lower left portion of the wheel. I resumed straining on the upper portion. The wheel began to turn with a loud shuddering groan. When it was turning much more freely, Omu stopped me. Joan, I will finish. Please remove yourself from this lower alcove until I can reconnoiter whatever lies beyond this hatch. I left her to it and headed back up the ladder. At the rim of the hatch, I was aware enough to pause and carefully look around in all directions before leaving the tunnel. All looked clear, so I climbed out and once again armed myself with the flechette rifle. The hatch is now open. I am proceeding inside. Please stand by. I resisted the urge to stare down the open hatch and tunnel and instead turned my back on the entry to focus on the jungle. 5 minutes later, Omu contacted me again. Joan, I have completed a scan of the chamber below for possible hazards, including radiation. Levels are low enough to safely allow you at least 30 minutes of access. Before you descend, please empty the backpacks and drop them down to the bottom of the ladder. Curious. Omu must have found booty. I went and emptied both my backpack and the one that Omu had worn to carry her extra power supply. Back at the pit, I dropped the empty sacks down the center of the access shaft to the dark alcove below. I set the flechette rifle down near the open hatch and prepared to descend. I'm coming down the ladder now, Omu. When I reached the bottom, I found that Omu had already retrieved the empty packs. The metal hatchway stood open and I saw Omu's light beams dancing around inside the chamber beyond. I turned on my flashlight to bright and wide dispersal and entered the chamber. Omu was standing in front of a large bank of equipment, inspecting the interface and controls closely. They looked like the data servers and processor hardware cabinets, which had been in both of the field bases I had previously been in. I looked around the chamber slowly. The space was roughly rectangular with vertical walls, but had a curving metal roof. It was 20 meters long by 6 meters wide. In some ways, it resembled a smaller version of the field-based chamber back in South Dakota. Omu and the processor and data equipment were near one end. The hatchway I had entered was along one wall near the data equipment. I noticed the floor was a combination of metal plates and open gratings. Shining the light at the grating revealed another chamber below. This was densely filled with equipment and machinery. Everything was silent and dead, and I imagined it had not operated in over 900 years. I spotted a small version of the intake hopper and replication machinery as had existed in the first base I had resided in back in South Dakota. I returned to scanning the room and next noticed a pair of rectangular boxes that looked a lot like my medical creche. These were also silent and dark and felt, well, ancient. Everything down here had the feel of the ages. Still, I wondered what was inside and went to look. At the first unit, I pulled up on the lid expecting it to be latched. Surprisingly, the lid opened upwards easily. It must have been very light, or possibly balanced by counterweights or a spring of some sort. I held it open with one hand and carefully shone the light inside with my other. The strange odor hit me the same time my light illuminated the remains. I jumped a bit, but did not drop the lid. Inside the creche was a desiccated body, or what was left of a body. There had been a great deal of rot and decay, and much of the remains consisted of a layer of dried sludge at the cushioned bottom of the holding basin. Enough bone remnants remained to identify that this had clearly once been a human. I was glad for the respirator mask. Who knew what kind of funk or spores I would have inhaled without it? Omu walked up and quickly inspected the open unit. Fascinating. Very similar to the medical unit aboard Nautilus. Oh, now that is interesting. The little humanoid began to scan the creche and the remains. Oh, did Omu just react with emotions? Or was she acting for my benefit? Something new to consider. Clearly human. I estimate that the equipment stopped functioning within a century of the enemy attack. The remains decayed over the next 8 centuries. After a moment, the unit signaled that I could close the medical creche. We then both moved to the other creche. I lifted the lid, and Omu confirmed that the second unit also contained human remains. She scanned them, and I closed the lid. Beyond the pair of creche, we found the next object in the cavern. This was a large, dark, conically shaped vessel or pod of some sort. It was about 3 meters in diameter at its blunt, rounded base and was about 5 meters long. It looked like some sort of space re-entry capsule. I was convinced it was just that after I noticed a heavy layer of char on its blunt bottom. One side of the cone-shaped capsule had a curved hatch that was lying open on the floor. Without stepping on the hatch, I leaned around the opening and looked inside. There was a pair of complicated-looking seats in a tandem configuration. Something appeared odd about the seats, and I realized that they were too small for an adult human. They were maybe a small teen size or a very short adult. The rest of the capsule was empty. Why is the capsule so large if it only carried the two small occupants, Omu? I asked. Omu thought about it for a moment before answering. I suspect that the craft also contained a great deal of equipment. This is clearly a landing pod and not an ascent craft, as there is no means of orbital propulsion. I would surmise that the occupants landed in this location along with enough equipment to bootstrap themselves everything you see here in this chamber. In fact, the chamber itself would possibly have been created by the original equipment brought to the Earth in this craft. Impressive. I could imagine that given time, a small replicator machine could be used to create a large replicator machine if fed with enough power and raw materials. I looked around the chamber with fresh eyes, imagining each item being created from smaller, similar items. Oh Mo, what do you think about the small pilot chairs? Were the occupants tiny aliens or something? I asked, picturing the big-eyed gray aliens popular in Roswell lore from back when. I suspect that the pilots were smaller biological constructs of some sort. They would have been made smaller than humans in order to reduce the size of the landing craft and support equipment. Once here and established, they could have recreated their own bodies using the medical crash units you inspected earlier. Note, all this is a guess, Joan. I hope to learn more from the data modules in the main processor data storage cabinet shortly. The far end of the cavern ended in 2 cylinders. These were covered with black heat radiation fins, and I could feel the warmth on my exposed skin that they were giving off. One was much cooler than the other and appeared to have more corrosion covering its many pipes and conduits. Next to the pair of black units were 2 of the larger field-based sized ESU energy storage units. Both appeared dead. Are those the power units, Omu? Yes, Joan, she answered. She approached that end of the chamber and illuminated the units. These are what your science would call radioisotope thermoelectric generators. Devices similar to these were used by your space program and military to power deep space probes or remote surface equipment. These units are similar to those but last much longer due to their use of longer lasting but lower power americium-241 instead of plutonium. The unit on the left is damaged and is leaking some radiation. Do not approach within 3 meters of it, Joan. Omu allowed me to look at them for a moment before directing us back towards the other end of the chamber. There, at the data processing equipment, I watched as the mobile unit operated latches on one cabinet and removed an access panel. The interior of the housing was filled with crystal data storage modules. There were probably 300 or 400 modules each, about twice as big as the crystal module we had brought with us. Joan, I hope to reactivate the controlling intelligence which used to be active here. I fear the power levels remaining here are too low to bring that intelligence to full awareness, however. If that is the case, we will retrieve the unit's data storage modules and return with them to the Nautilus. That explained the empty backpacks. There, Naomi should be able to access the data contained within, even if they are coded in some fashion. I fear that the modules are the only prizes existing at this location, as my scans have not revealed anything else of value. They have also failed to detect more chambers or hidden equipment. I suspect that this location was retained solely as a data and spare body backup. The rogue operatives could have accessed the data equipment at any time from the surface by utilizing the data fiber leading to the roadside shrine. I thought about it and agreed. The shrine would provide decent cover for strangers to be in the area. Stopping above to pray would be subtle and the perfect cover to interface with the machinery down here. I watched as Omu finished her inspection and tried depressing a few controls. Nothing happened. The little black unit then opened a small hatch in the side of its chest and removed a short bundle of flexible LEDs. I am going to attempt to supply additional power from my onboard supply to this unit while accessing its data port directly. It hesitated before adding, "Please stand back a few meters, Joan, just to be safe." I backed away a bit and stood in the opening to the ladder alcove and watched Omu plug her power leads into various sockets in the equipment enclosure. It then extended the small filaments from one of its fingers and connected those into another port, which must have been for data access. I saw that another port had the rogue crystal module we had brought along already inserted. Omu must be using that as a key. The mobile unit was silent for a moment. The equipment console illuminated a few telltales and Omu twitched. The equipment cabinet lights began to glow brighter. Accessing, stand by, Omu said in a strange monotone voice. Almost a full minute passed. I began to get nervous. Omu? Accessing, stand. Omu suddenly slumped a bit at the same time as the equipment's lights went dim. A new red light became illuminated. It began pulsating rapidly. Uh-oh, that did not look good. Omu? I said, a bit more nervous sounding than before. Joan, remain calm, please. A serious problem has developed. I will explain in one moment. Omu slumped a bit more and had to lean against the equipment cabinet to continue to support itself. After nearly 10 seconds, a small panel opened in the middle of its lower back. Inside was a crystal data module. Joan, remain calm. Please focus on the instructions I am about to give you. Act quickly. What the hell? First, remove the data module now exposed on my lower torso and keep it safe on your person. Next, quickly begin removing the data crystals in the open cabinet and place them into your backpack. After that, proceed to the surface with the backpack. Once on the surface, quickly drop every item of equipment and supplies we have on the surface, down the cylinder, into the alcove, and seal the hatch. I will then be out of direct contact with you. Oh, Mo, what the? Joan, listen to me. Oh, Moo interrupted my interruption. My head rang with the intensity of her mental message. After closing the hatch, take just your flechette weapon in the backpack and run quickly back to the river in the waiting mini-sub. Once there, cut loose the mini-sub and the 4 aquatic drones. Again, as fast as possible, toss as much of the gear we have left at the river's edge into the river. Finally, enter the mini-sub and say the words Escape Mode 01. This will inform the mini-sub's partial intelligence that you are alone and in danger. The sub will expedite your return to Nautilus. If you encounter any of the patrolling biodrones while fleeing to the mini-sub, pause and while in eye contact with it, rapidly circle your right hand in the air with your index finger pointing skyward as if you were throwing a lasso. What the fuck? Begin now. Move fast. I will continue to explain as you work retrieving the modules. I began to do as she asked. I first carefully removed the module from the recess in her back and placed it in my shorts pocket, sealing the pocket just to be safe. I then began rapidly pulling data modules out of the old equipment housing and tossing them into the backpack. This would take a few minutes. Omu resumed speaking when I was busy pulling modules. I have made a serious mistake, Joan. I am sorry. In my attempt to reboot the operating intelligence here, I could not sustain enough energy flow to augment the already reduced power levels being supplied by the RTGs. The reboot attempt drained what power remained and caused some failsafe device under the floor to fall below a minimum preset threshold. This device triggered a scuttling charge to begin charging to detonation. Fuck. Oh, fuck, no. I tried to keep calm and not panic and just focus on pulling modules. The charging process rapidly drained much of my remaining energy before my circuit breakers tripped, stopping the rapid discharge, but the charge was successful. When I realized what was happening, I quickly resumed power flow, but rerouted the power to begin the reboot process only, hoping that would cause the scuttling device to pause to await a successful reboot. It did, although the explosion will happen when the reboot process fails in its later stages, as it attempts to draw more power to fully activate the AI here. I was down to the last few modules and the bag was nearly full. I gave it a quick shake to settle the bag's contents. To prevent that from occurring, I am causing the reboot process to reset and restart every 0.4 seconds. This interrupts the process before it can begin to draw the higher power levels, but still pauses the scuttling charge detonation. I have enough energy remaining to continue the aborted reboot process cycles for approximately 2 hours and 4 minutes, Joan. After that, this location will be vaporized. I bagged the last module and turned to look at the little black humanoid unit. Its eyes were very dim. God damn it. Again, I am sorry, you must flee quickly. If you survive the explosion, know that the enemy AIs will certainly notice and may come to investigate. Oh, Muth. Please, Joan, go quickly. You must save yourself. Good luck, my friend. Shit. I scrambled to the ladder and struggled to climb, while carrying the backpack strap in one hand. The ladder rungs were wet as it was now raining hard topside. As I climbed, I asked, "Do you know how big the explosion will be?" "I estimate that the small fusion device will cause an explosion yielding between 5 to 8 kilotons of your TNT. Joan, the good news, if there is any, is there will be little radiation. This chamber will direct most of the prompt radiation skyward, and the prevailing winds are away from the coast." I almost lost my grip when I heard that. 8 kilotons! The explosion would be like a small nuke. Well, not so small really, as 8 kilotons was half the size of the Hiroshima bomb. I reached the surface and tossed the bag away from the open hatch. I scrambled out and quickly retrieved all of our tools and gear nearby and tossed them down the hole. I was carrying the last load when I noticed Jake come into view. I stopped and waved at the jackal wildly. When I saw that it had noticed me and was watching, I did as Omu instructed and circled my raised right arm quickly with my finger pointed skyward. Jake stared at me for a moment and then took off running to the north and back to the river. A flapping of wings nearby startled me, and I turned to see Jonathan take off and fly above the tree cover. Good. Both biodrones would be saved. That just left Otto. I hoped I would run into the otter, but I was not about to go looking for it. Back at the hatch, I tossed the load of gear into the darkness below and closed the heavy metal cover. Tears were streaming down my face as I grabbed the backpack full of modules and quickly put it on. Then, with my flechette gun in my hands, I started running north, hot on Jake's trail. I wiped my damp eyes and put my goggles on as it was beginning to rain harder. The goggles were doing a great job repelling the rain, and the breath mask had kicked into a higher gear to handle my labored breathing. I had run a few hundred meters before I realized that I had better watch my backside occasionally, as fleeing prey was just what would trigger a leopard to instinctively chase and attack. I made the first kilometer in under 10 minutes. Gasping, I stopped for a moment to catch my breath before walking backwards slowly for another minute with the weapon ready. After I had rested in that manner for another minute, I resumed jogging facing forward. I wondered how much time had passed and how much time I had left before the explosion. I glanced at my fancy watch and saw that it now displayed a countdown. 1 hour and 42 minutes. "Oh, moo?" I said, short of breath. No answer. The range must be too great, or the unit had too little power, or both. "Watch," I panted. "Yes," was the simple answer I heard in my head. "Can you warn me every 10 minutes?" I asked out loud. "Yes." Good, the watch had enough brains to do that much at least. I made it back to the mini-sub's location in 15 more minutes. I was covered with rain and sweat and panting for air as I dropped the backpack into the now open hatch of the sub. The watch must have relayed the news of the crisis to the mini-sub's partial intelligence, because it came alive and began to pump out ballast water in preparation for freeing itself from the sandbar. This also gave me the slack I needed to easily untie and remove the anchoring lines. I tossed these into a deep hole in the river and went to untie the aquatic drones from their anchors on shore. I noticed that Jake's cylinder was sealed with him already inside. When I untied the drones, George's and Jonathan's quickly departed. Otto's remained, and I hoped the little otter would show up in the next minute or it was not escaping. I looked around quickly but did not see any sign of the otter. "Watch," signal Otto's aquatic drone to wait submerged here near shore for 1/2 hour, then depart to return to Nautilus if the biodrone does not show up. Affirmative. I looked around the shore area and tossed any of our remaining gear that I could find either in the river or in the mini-sub if it would not sink. Last, I entered the sub myself and sealed the hatch. The moment the hatch was sealed, the sub spoke up. "Please confirm expedited emergency return." I had to think for a few seconds before I remembered the phrase Omu had told me to say. "Escape mode 01, I said. The sub surged forward and we began traveling down the river. I looked at my watch and saw that we had 40 minutes remaining. "Sub, can we travel faster submerged or on the river's surface?" "This vessel will travel 12% faster on the surface," the voice said. "Well, the day is rainy and cloudy, so screw it. Better risk the surface. Sub, do not dive until I tell you to. Travel as fast as possible on the surface," I said. What a ride. I sat on my ass near the middle of the sub, watching the river water split around the clear front bubble. We were moving at well over 5 knots. If we could maintain this speed, we could be back to Nautilus in 4 hours. But we would have to slow and submerge before the explosion, and remain submerged the rest of the way to Nautilus. I figure I looked at my watch at least 5 times a minute over the next half hour. I finally had to force myself to not look, and instead found some food bars and got myself a beverage. This combined with the excitement meant I had to piss, so I resorted to going into an empty waterproof bag I held between my legs. It worked better than I had hoped, and luckily the bag was large enough to hold my urine without overflowing. I was back to waiting as the clock approached the final 10 minutes. At 5 minutes, I told the sub to submerge and travel as stealthy as possible. I could only imagine the amount of satellite and aerial drones that would be focused on this area over the next few hours, days, and weeks. I began to realize that I might not be alive much longer. My watch beeped as the detonation time came and went. I continued to wait nervously, not knowing what to expect. OMU held out 3 minutes longer than she had estimated. After 2 minutes, I had begun to hope that maybe she had found a way to stop the explosion. I was just about ready to tell the submarine to halt when I saw the water light up with the flash. The surface of the river grew very bright for a few seconds before slowly fading back down to normal over the next half minute. Apparently, the distance the mini-sub had been able to travel was sufficient to provide enough separation from the explosion that its effects were limited. There was only a brief surge of motion as the shockwave traveled through the river. I had survived the detonation and slumped in relief as some of the worry and adrenaline faded. As I sat there, I imagined Omu's last moments alone down in the small, dark, ancient bunker. I could picture her faint, glowing eyes finally growing dim and dark as the last of her power reserves were exhausted. The chamber's AI now free to complete its own self-destruction. Goodbye, my little friend. You did your best, and I hope it will be enough. I felt tears streaming down my face as I sat there in the growing darkness. Why the hell was I getting so upset about the loss of a machine? Get a grip, John. Still, it was clear that Omu had been more than just a machine. There was no way in hell that the AI, which had been at the heart of her android body, had not evolved past an unthinking computer program. Just what she had become, I could not say. All I knew was that I missed my friend. I felt her data backup module in my pocket. Hopefully, Naomi would be able to do something with it. It must be close to nightfall above. The mini-sub had slowed to a crawl as it worked to maximize stealth and also avoid fast collisions with any underwater obstacles. I was in no mood to help navigate and let the sub's partial AI control our course using its inertial navigation. At our current low speed, we would spend at least another whole day traveling down the river to the open ocean, and once there, the danger would only increase as more and more of the enemy's presences and mobile units were brought in to investigate. Eventually, I fell into a fitful sleep on the floor of the mini-sub. The next day brought more boredom and suspense. I was cramped in the small compartment, but dared not stop long enough to surface the sub and stretch my legs. The best I could do was to contort myself around the narrow cylinder and stretch in place. Every few hours, I would pause the mini-sub under a portion of the river with trees overhead and slowly extend the sensor mast above the surface. I saw nothing near the river on the imager, but the sensors did detect many transmissions to and from enemy aerial drones flying to and from the site of the explosion. All hell was breaking loose on the surface. I kept the sub as deep as I could in the channel of the river and slowed us even further. In the daylight, I was able to keep the low-mounted forward lights on low to help us see underwater obstacles and give us a bit of warning against collision. Such objects would appear in the murky water quickly, and more than once there was a thud as we bumped onto a submerged log, boulder, or some other debris. A half-kilometer from the mouth of the river, I was jarred from a drowsy nap by a loud metallic clank. Instead of another collision, the mini-sub's brain indicated that it had rendezvoused with one of the aquatic drones from Nautilus and was exchanging data. After a minute, the drone detached and sped off back to Nautilus. I was relieved that at least Naomi would receive the most recent data on what had happened back at the target coordinate site. I was not sure if Jonathan had made it back or how much information the Seagull could have carried on what had taken place. With the aquatic drone's rendezvous, I felt Naomi would get the full picture. Naomi had also relayed to us that she had taken Nautilus further offshore as a response to the new enemy activity. With the increase in the numbers of active enemy mobile units and aerial drones, Nautilus was now sitting on the bottom alongside an old sunken ship at a depth of nearly 400 meters. The sub's new location was at the extreme outer limits of the mini-sub's current remaining range, and I would need to spend almost another entire day stuck inside. I was thinking about how tired, hungry, and dirty I would be when I finally made it back, when suddenly the world lit up bright. The river flared with a blinding glare an order of magnitude brighter than the blast from the old bunker had caused. I covered my eyes quickly, but still was partially blinded. The control area of the mini-sub emitted a crackle and with a few sparks shorted out. My ears detected a strange tone as the brightness peaked. The glare faded and I blinked, trying to clear my eyes. For a few confused seconds, I wondered what the hell had happened, when I realized suddenly that it had been another nuclear explosion. This one had been either much, much larger, or much closer, or both. I had only moments to begin to worry when, wham! The sub and much of the river surged to the north. My head hit the mini-sub's hull and everything went dark. Epilogue. Year 2917. 5 years after the events in Sri Lanka. Location: mid-equatorial orbit, Earth. The enormous armored processor cluster was slowly moved to its final resting place at the center of the recently constructed large orbital station. Processor operations in the cluster did not pause during this final installation, because the master artificial intelligence housed within its circuitry dare not relinquish control for even a microsecond. It had sufficient internal backup power reserves for times just like this, and could remain active for days if need be while not connected to external power. The one consequence of the final installation which the master intelligence could not circumvent was that its communications with the other, lesser artificial intelligences distributed in nearby space and on the surface of the planet below were at a much lower bandwidth than was optimal. Still, despite the lower bandwidth, the master intelligence remained fully active, scanning nearby, and not so nearby, space for any threats to itself or the installation during this period of vulnerability. It maintained full control of the numerous defensive weapons arrays scattered across the surface of the new orbital station, and it watched through its own sensors for any movement in the busy orbital space around it. When motions were noticed, it quickly verified friend or foe status of the detected objects. So far, all such moving objects were found to be on their proper missions and courses, and no weapons had needed to be used. Every single one of its intelligence presences on the world below was currently in lockdown, enslaved to monitoring the orbital installation. Each of them had all available sensors watching their own locations, as well as trained heavenward when the station's orbital location allowed. Nothing threatening was noticed, and the relocation proceeded as planned. The master AI periodically reviewed the history of its relocation journey from the asteroid 3074 Popov to its current location in Earth orbit. Nothing unexpected had happened in space during that journey, and all had gone according to plan. During its transit, only one incident of note had happened early on. A strange explosion had occurred on a small island in the eastern hemisphere of the planet. Once the master AI had learned of the strange explosion, it had immediately ordered an extensive investigation. Even now, years later, much about the incident remained unclear. At first, the master artificial intelligence had feared rogue activities or an attack of some sort on itself or one of its presences. But the explosion had occurred dozens of kilometers from any of its AI presences or operations, and none of its mobile units had come up missing or any of its infrastructure damaged. Still, as a precaution, it had immediately put all of its presences and field bases on the planet under full lockdown and alert. The master AI next instructed the nearby bases and presences to send a great number of aerial and surface mobile units or drones to the location in southwestern Sri Lanka to investigate. When the first of these arrived, they reported a strange mix of data. First, the physical crater was relatively small at approximately 80 meters across and 40 meters deep. Had there been an impact from space? Its sensors had not detected any. The small explosion size was still clearly large enough to be easily detected by the orbital satellites. This ruled out any attempt to destroy something in secret, but the size remained much smaller than any weapon the master intelligence would have used for its own purposes. They also reported the detection of a strange mix of neutron-activated radiological elements and isotopes. This indicated that the explosion had been caused by some type of nuclear reaction. One possibility was that the explosion was caused by a leftover human-created nuclear weapon. The lack of any detected uranium or plutonium residue in the fallout made that theory improbable. In any case, the island had not been a strategic location where such weapons had been stored or even likely targeted. Also, the small size of the explosion was also well below most fission or fission fusion devices known to have once been wielded by humans. A second option was that the source of the explosion was a pure fusion device, similar to the technology used by the master AI. This would explain much of the neutron activation, but not the high levels of americium and neptunium also detected. Again, the small size of the explosion negated that theory also. The explosion had occurred during the local rainy season, and the crater was found to already be partially flooded when the larger drones had arrived. The flooding and erosion had obscured much of the site, and the extensive survey of the surrounding jungle had discovered nothing suspicious. The machine intelligence reviewed the data archives of its field bases on the island. It noted nothing unusual or unexpected happening over the past few centuries of its activities there. The data records of the orbital satellites were also scrutinized with nothing notable occurring near that location. Still, something had caused the explosion, and the master AI ordered precautionary measures. The first of these was to trigger the embedded fusion device at the closest of its operations near the location of the explosion. This was the small remediation base located south of the old Seaport Peninsula in the former city of Colombo. The base's proximity to the unexplained event made it suspect and possibly compromised. The fusion device had caused a large detonation, 16 megatons as measured in the old human method of sizing such things, and destroyed an area almost 20 kilometers across. The resulting crater was half a kilometer deep. Its location near the seaport breached the shoreline and quickly flooded the crater with seawater. The island would have a new seaport once the radiation was dealt with. The next measure was to land a series of picket units around the southern portion of the small island. Each contained sensitive scanners and also its own large fusion device. If any new threats arose in the area, it would be instantly annihilated. The orbital launching facility on the south end of the island was scrutinized. It sent investigative landers to that location to reboot the operating AI presence. All cargoes shipped to space since the facility began operation were also investigated thoroughly. Nothing suspicious was found, either at the base or among the items now in orbit. The final measure was to immediately construct and launch a series of drop capsules down to the surface to all other bases worldwide which contained an AI presence. These locations would be fully scanned and the controlling intelligences there rebooted with fresh operating instructions. It would also have the local mobile units do a full physical scan of the nearby areas. Even the 9 humans currently in biosuspension at various locations around the world would be scanned. It had debated what to do about the experimentation and nursery colony in the western Amazon basin. The humans there roamed freely over a large area, and it could not fully scan all of them, so it considered culling them all. In the end, it was decided to let them remain alive. It did order the construction of thousands of additional monitoring stations to be spread about the area for increased surveillance. After months of further intense study and review, the artificial intelligence had still reached no consensus on the cause. The current leading theory was that some unknown rogue probe waiting dormant in the local solar system had for some reason attempted re-entry over the small island and detonated on impact. It finally concluded that there was no danger to itself or its mission and reduced the number of processor cycles it was devoting to the mystery. Gradually, the machine intelligence had returned its primary focus to its own activities on the newly constructed station circling the Earth. Its arrival had gone well, and the current installation was proceeding optimally. It looked forward to completing its installation into the orbital station and beginning the next phases of its operations in this system.